Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obuni kife la chasha so, obuni kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah, I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuni kife la chasha me yo. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia.
Hey, Jeremy.
Ayandaba. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free.
Ayandaba.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Kara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How you feeling?
Ayanda ba.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
Oh yeah, arrangement for orin àyájọ́ ni wọ́n dìde wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà ká ní kó bá mi wá.
And there it is right there. Aman Nwokpani, according to the Jagaban of GBT. So Aman Nwokpani, according to the Jagaban of GBT, this platform does not advocate violence, though, as they always say, but nevertheless, the Jagaban of GBT, Aman Nwokpani. So there it is. So there it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are right wherever it is you are. And here we are. Here we go again. We do that thing that we always do. And thankfully, we do it in your company. So we do that thing that we always do. And thankfully, we do it in your company. And so let's do it. But the usual protocol first, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to come and join. So do all those. By law, you'll be flouting the law. You'll be committing an illegality if you don't click on the like button and subscribe. And I could send the law after you. I say that in jest, of course. Still sweating, get rid of a bit of a flu. But no, you are compelled by law to click on like and subscribe. And then that hyperlink that says StreamYard is highly recommended, but no compulsion there. So do all those. Click on like, click on subscribe. And if you want to be part of the conversation, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So we launch into it. We'll see how today's session goes. We'll just, it's a roll of the dice every single session. But most instances, if not always, it always lands on the right spot. So there is no anticipation other than this landing on the right spot as well. But let's kick it off from this spot. So let's kick it off with the headline piece. The headline piece, hold on, let me do something. All right. The headline piece, Nigerian soldiers, DSS, arrest grill president of Herders Union, Mietti Allah. So the storyline starts from here. The president of Mietti Allah Cattle, Hore Bello Abodejo, has reportedly been arrested by Nigeria's secret police, but Dejo was reportedly arrested by the Department of State Services, DSS, at the union's head office at Tudun Maliya Cattle Market kilometer 22, Abuja-Kefi Expressway, wherever in Nasarawa. The Headers Union president was said to have been arrested by the DSS on Tuesday for allegedly creating a vigilante group unlawfully and without the approval of the security agencies, according to our correspondent. So if we pause there for a moment, some of the crimes that Nnamdi Kanu stands accused for, they are all enraptured in that space as well. So if Nnamdi Kanu is being arrested and being detained for 2 and a bit years for reasons of creating what he presents as a security outfit, but really essentially a militia group. So if Nnamdi Kanu was arrested for essentially creating a militia group, then I cannot see why this cattle head cannot be arrested for the same reasons. The Headers Union's president was said to have been arrested by the DSS on Tuesday for allegedly creating a vigilante group unlawfully and without the approval of the security agencies, according to correspondents. It was learned that the DSS operatives, alongside some soldiers of the Nigerian army, stormed the Mietti Allah's head office close to Goshem Church at about 3:40 p.m. on Tuesday and took away Bodejo. A DSS source quoted by correspondents said Bodejo was arrested over fears that the creation of the nomad vigilante group could worsen the security situation in Nigeria. He further stated that the group was not registered with the DSS, the police, or any other security agencies. Therefore, it was not acknowledged by the federal government. The source said, our operatives, that's the DSS operatives, and soldiers of the Nigerian army stormed the Mietti Allah's head office in Nasarawa this afternoon, and we have arrested their national president, Bello Bodejo, for creating a vigilante group that is not recognized by the government. The creation of that nomad vigilante group could cause violence in the country. The group was not registered by the DSS, the police, or any other security agencies, and the group is not recognized by the federal government. But when contacted by correspondents, the National Secretary of Mietti Allah Kato Hore, Al-Hassan Saleh, said Bodejo was not arrested, but was only invited by the army. He said that the invitation did not have anything to do with the vigilante group, adding that the group was created in accordance with the law and with the permission of security agencies in the country. This is not true. The vigilante group is truly registered. It was an invitation by the commander of the 117th Battalion, Kefi. It had nothing to do with the vigilante group, Al-Hassan said. He continued, I think there was a petition that emanated from the DPO alleging issues that have to do with some land issues. But if the concern is around land issues, then that is a police matter, not an army matter. So why would the DPO be petitioning the army in order to address a land matter? So already you can see the embedding of a lie right there. He said, I think there was a petition that emanated from the DPO alleging issues that have to do with some land issues, maybe some movement on grains, that he was buying grains and distributing them. So how is that a crime that somebody... So it's just the ridiculousness. So he was invited to make some clarifications. There is no cause for alarm. The vigilante group has the full support of the security agencies. It is duly registered by the CAC, and then after screening and recruitment of volunteers, we now launch the first batch just to complement the activities of conventional security agencies. So I'm not quite sure. There's so much lies wrapped in that, and I'm not quite sure that the security agencies invited them to come and complement whatever it is that they were doing. But that was when the story broke. And then the story then migrated. It evolved into this next phase. So let me play you this clip. Watch this.
The Coalition of Ethnic Nationalities for the Defense of Human Rights has called on the federal government's intervention over an illegal arrest and unlawful detention of Dr. Abdullahi Bello Badijo, the national president of Mietti Allah Kautal Hoy, by the men of the State Security Service DSS and the Nigerian Army, stating that Mietti Allah is a Fulani socio-cultural group with a proven track record of promoting peaceful coexistence between Fulanis and farmers. The group, which was led by Kabir Mutazu, the spokesman of the coalition, described the act as not only illegal but also counterproductive and violation of fundamental human rights. Urged the government not to see Alhaji Abdullahi as an adversary but as a committed to being part of the solution, as he should be encouraged, not persecuted.
We strongly urge the government to release Abdullahi Bello Bodejo unconditionally without further delay. Doing so is imperative to preserve peace, uphold the rule of law, and demonstrate a genuine commitment to collaborative effort in tackling the security challenges that has persistently plagued our nation. We are of the opinion that government should collaborate with people that come up with this kind of initiative, because this initiative is aimed at ensuring a collaborative effort between the federal government and the populace, especially those in the communities, so that they can provide useful information that the security can use to tackle some of these kidnapping incidences and clashes between farmers and herders.
They further threatened to mobilize members all over the nation to flood the Federal Capital Territory with a massive protest if their demands are not met. Assures their continuous contribution in making sure unity, peace, and justice prevails in the country.
So there it is right there. So that's where the story has evolved to. So now, let's just audit where we are. So these Mietti Allah people, they claimed that they were forming a vigilante group in order to complement the efforts of the formal security structures, the formal security agencies. So now the formal security agencies, they've now picked them up. They've picked their lead person up, Bodejo, for reasons of constituting essentially a militia group with the intentions and the purpose not known and not registered, therefore an illegality. So now they hold a press conference to push back against that space, insisting that their intentions was to assist the security agencies who do not see their intentions in that manner. So that is where we are, but the story doesn't stop there. The story now evolves to this space. So the story now evolves to this space. Mietti Allah's president not with DSS. So this is the spokesperson now. The Department of State Services has claimed that Mietti Allah's president Bello Bodejo, who was arrested by soldiers and DSS operatives on Tuesday, is not in his custody. The DSS spokesperson, Peter Afunaya, made the development known in a WhatsApp message sent to journalists. Bello Bodejo is not with the DSS. Afunaya simply wrote. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Army's spokesperson, Brigadier General Oyema Nwachukwu, said he could not confirm Bodejo's arrest by soldiers of the Nigerian Army. I don't have the information about his arrest, Nwachukwu said. Earlier, the National Secretary Mietti Allah Katuhore, Sule Al-Hassan, confirmed the arrest of the association's president Bodejo by soldiers of the Nigerian Army and operatives of the DSS. Al-Hassan disclosed the development in an exclusive telephone interview with correspondents on Tuesday. DSS operatives and soldiers on Tuesday reportedly stormed the Mietti Allah's head office, wherever it is in Nasarawa State, and arrested Bodejo over the creation of a vigilante group in Nasarawa State. However, the National Secretary claimed that the Mietti Allah's president's arrest was not in connection with the recent creation of the Nomad Vigilante Group. So what purpose does a nomad vigilante group serve? So what power of arrest, what force can they bear upon anybody, and on what authority would they bear that force upon that person? So what do they do with who they consider to be a culprit, and how do they determine who a culprit is? What law are they looking to arrest the infractions of? So a lot of things. So essentially, a militia group, and we all know what the intention is that underpins this. Al Hassan said, yes, our national president has been arrested. It was soldiers of the Nigerian army and DSS operatives who came here and took him away, but the DSS has always been here, and the soldiers are his friend. I think it is the soldiers who invited him to make some clarification, but when I got the details, I will inform you. However, I can categorically tell you his arrest was not in connection with the creation of the Mietti Allah vigilante group. We created the group for security purposes, and the police, DSS, and army were well informed and they knew about it. In fact, a representative of the Nigerian army and DSS were present when we launched the group, and we also informed the commissioner of police. So there it is right there. There it is right there. The country recoils from the notion of Mietti Allah vigilante group, especially when we're waging against the level of insecurity that we are having to contend with. But that is the situation now. So there's an embedded threat then in that news conference by the Mietti Allah group, because what they are saying is release our president immediately, or otherwise there'll be consequences. They said they are going to storm Abuja in protestation, but we all know what a protest can look like with an AK-47 wielding a bunch of Fulanis launching against the capital state. So that is a developing space right there. They want to bear arms, and they're telling Tinubu, stop us if you dare. That's essentially where we are. So still with our securities and insecurity, this comes really as a surprise, especially the person making the headline. So I'm bringing this off the back of the headline. I don't know the content of it yet, but hopefully now we unravel together. Insecurity in the Southeast started from Nnamdi Kanu IPOB saga in 2021. So now it surprises really because it's coming from the internal quarters of that space, a public sympathizer of that particular narrative, somebody that even stood surety for Nnamdi Kanu's bail. As Senator Abaribe is the person making the headline. Insecurity in the Southeast started from Nnamdi Kanu IPOB saga in 2021. Abaribe. Senator representing Abia South Eyinaya Abaribe has linked the insecurity in the Southeast to the saga involving Nnamdi Kanu and his group, the Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB. Abaribe described some of the insecurity issues affecting the Southeast as contrived, which makes it seem as though security agents cannot tackle them. Speaking in Enugu, the former Senate minority leader, however, said the economic downturn in the Southeast cannot be linked with the saga. He said, as much as we know that we cannot do anything without security, I posit that we must, whilst dealing with insecurity, some of which are contrived, also start to discuss some other pressing issues within our polity. I say contrived because it is obvious that the general malaise in our society today that makes it seem as if insecurity cannot be tackled by our various security agencies. These loose associations are today pivotal to most development strides in our communities, and of course, these efforts have expanded to the area of community security associations to complement government efforts. Yes, indeed, we today have insecurity issues, but it was not the case in the recent past. Today's insecurity started with the Nnamdi Kanu /IPOB saga in 2021. Did the economic downturn in the Southeast start from that date? The answer is a resounding no. So now, let's just pause and reflect on that. Has there always been crime in the Southeast? Of course, there's always been crimes in the Southeast. But the level of brutality and violence that we're seeing, because at the Southeast now, it's essentially the most brutal space in terms of just senseless killings. It's essentially the most brutal space within the Nigerian space now. Has that always been the case? No. The Southeasterners traditionally recoil from taking a human life. They can do it sometimes in anger, but they don't often do it in a cold, calculated manner, except, of course, acts of criminality. But this surge of insecurity now that we're seeing within the Southeast, it pretty much started with the IPOB storyline. There is no equivocation about that. We all know the timeline of the spiking of insecurity within that space, and it's all entirely tied with the IPOB strapline. And we've always all known this, but a lot of us recall from saying it for reasons of ethnic accusations. But a person at the heartland of both the Southeast and the IPOB narrative has the bravado to speak of truth to power. So it's just beyond question. The insecurity in the Southeast is essentially attributable to the guy from where is it? Abia State. Yes, Indigbo today have insecurity issues, but this was not the case in the recent past. Today's insecurity started from the Nnamdi Kanu /IPOB saga in 2021. Did the economic downturn in the Southeast start from that date? The answer is a resounding no. So he also is making that point then to isolate and remove insecurity from the narrative, to remove the economic downturn from the narrative of our insecurity within the Southeast. It's being categorical in its attribution, and a lot of thinking money are not too far away from Senator Eyenaya Abaribe. So Senator Eyenaya Abaribe. So the next storyline also is something that we all think of, but for reasons of ethnicity, a lot of us cannot say it, of course, except, of course, if the pronouncement comes from that ethnic stock. Northern groups blame forex racketeering on ex-President Buhari's government officials trying to hide ill-gotten gains. So yes, this is not breaking news, by the way. Anybody that follows this platform will know that we've happened on this conclusion severally, that a lot of the monies spiking up the Naira is the illicit money stolen under the Buhari administration, because they were just stealing money in physical bills, and then they were storing it in tanks and sockaways in their houses. So it's those rotting away monies that they are now just throwing at the liberalized dollar space. So somebody that's stolen maybe in raw cash about 30, 40, maybe even 50 billion naira, and that money is just in a strong room somewhere, and his heart is just skipping every time that money is seen. So he's ready to throw that money at the dollar at whatever price to get rid of that money, get as much dollars as he can, escape the dollars to Dubai, and he gets away free. And if you multiply that, because you have to remember that they recovered just 30 billion as early as this week from Sadia Farouk, and Sadia Farouk just the middle of the road. So a lot of them have a lot of strong rooms packed with money. We all know that there's a swathe, just an abundance of Naira notes out there in circulation. So it is those notes that are essentially hemorrhaging the Naira value. This is what the Northerners are saying. Northern groups blame forex racketeering on ex-President Buhari's government officials trying to hide ill-gotten gains. The coalition of Northern groups, CNG, has blamed officials in former President Muhammadu Buhari's administration for forex racketeering in the country. It accused such persons of trying to conceal their ill-gotten wealth and causing hikes in the price of commodities. So this pronouncement takes me back to something that Segun Showme said on this platform earlier on. He said Tinubu should have followed through with that Naira swap policy. And if he had followed through with that Naira swap policy, it will squeeze out a lot of those illicit monies just awash all over the Nigerian space. The coalition of northern groups has blamed officials in former President Muhammadu Buhari's administration for forex racketeering in the country. It accused such persons of trying to conceal their ill-gotten gains and causing hikes in the price of commodities. The coalition made this known on Tuesday in a statement issued by its national coordinator, Jamilu Aliyu, urging the government to do something about it. He said, the current forex racketeering and hikes in commodity prices can be attributed to officials from the previous administration who are seeking to conceal their ill-gotten wealth. These individuals are converting their looted funds into foreign currencies, particularly dollars, as it is easier to hide large sums in foreign currencies. Additionally, these officials are responsible for hoarding foreign currencies, creating an artificial scarcity that fuels the demand and subsequently increases the prices of our essential commodities. By controlling the supply chain, they can dictate prices and exploit the market to their advantage. The coalition also stated that the multiple taxation imposed by the National Customs Service, amongst other agencies, is hindering growth and increasing the cost of goods in the country. The CNG said that it is unacceptable for the government to complicate the situation by further with excessive taxes and levies imposed on businesses. So there's very little that I disagree with. I think they've actually hiked custom duties about twice in a row now, almost by 40-something%. Just going from memory. So that's what that northern group has to say. Let's move on swiftly from there to this. Abia Governor Oti says 1.5 billion naira budgeted for purchase of 2 Toyota vehicles and error. Silent over 721 million naira approved for two Nissan vehicles. So as we were, so everything but changes but remains the same. Nothing really to add on to that. Nigeria should calm down. International partners praising Buhari's harsh economic policies. This is Wale Edun and Bagudu. Let's have a read of this. Finance Minister Wale Edun and Budget Minister Atiku Bagudu have assured Nigerians that President Bola Tinubu is addressing the high cost of living Nigerians are battling with. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso and FIRS Chair Zach Adedeji joined the ministers to allay the fears of Nigerians about the current inflation. So the only thing really that allays the fears of Nigerians about the current inflation is prices coming down. That's the only metric that resonates with the people. They all spoke when they appeared at the sectorial debate organized by the House of Representatives for the finance sector and stakeholders on the current cost of living at the plenary in Abuja on Tuesday. Mr. Edun, also the coordinating minister of the economy, said, where we are as a nation is a much better place than where we were on May the 29th, 2023. He added that Nigeria as a country was on the road to economic disaster by the way of subsidy fuel, adding that it was expected that there would be challenges due to subsidy removal. Mr. Edun said that inflation had increased and the cost of living had spiked, but stated that Mr. Tinubu was committed to protecting the poorest and the vulnerable. As things improve, there will be further intervention on behalf of the vulnerable to assist in the cost of living, Mr. Edu stressed. Let us be confident, calm, and assured that Nigeria will change in terms of economic management and there will be intervention in every sector. So this runs contrary to Ekene's understanding of what Cardoso said. According to him, there is a need to tackle inflation because full inflation accounts for 33% of the consumer index price. So the cost of the cost of our purchase, a lot of it is actually inflation, essentially. He said there was a need to return to production. I think Peter Obi told them this often enough, from consumption to production. So I'm sure he will be tweeting about that as early as tomorrow. He said there was a need to return to production, adding that industry required energy to function optimally and that the president was also committed to using state power to subdue vested interest in the oil sector. Mr. Bagudu said the president was committed to national development, adding that the president reckoned with the challenges of the living conditions of the people. What is happening in our country is obvious to someone visiting. What is happening in our country is obvious to someone visiting a construction site. We are very clear that we are on the right path. When they're saying, I was saying yesterday that these people work with a lot of modeling. So they would have looked and looked again at the model that they have, and this continues to inspire confidence in their direction of travel. What is happening in our country is obvious to someone visiting a construction site. We are very clear that we are on the right path, and the challenges of the moment are being tackled. We are getting support from international partners, and they are all acknowledging the commendable steps that the president is taking. So if the international space agrees with the trajectory, then that tells you that the cost of travel are somewhat right. We have seen investment in the rail sector, the NNLG, and we assure you that we will overcome the challenges of the moment and sustain the economic growth as promised by the president. Mr. Cardoso expressed confidence that positive outcomes from the administration of Tinubu were already emerging and will further emerge in the near future. The concern as per the cost of living is genuine, and the urgency of the matter is not lost on us at the CBN. And we are working tirelessly to bring up a lasting solution, the apex. So half the solution to a problem, of course, is acknowledging that there is a problem. So half the solution is acknowledging that there is a problem, but the real solution, of course, is solving it. Let's just touch base with this old story. Ndume, yes, my daughter worked at CBN, but I spoke truth about moving offices to Lagos. Ali Ndume, Chief Whip of the Senate, says although he has a child that works at the Central Bank of Nigeria, his comments on the proposed movement of the headquarters of the airport and some offices of the Apex Bank are the truth. Even if my word is working at the CBN, is she the only person that is going to be transferred to Lagos? There are hundreds of people that they plan to move to Lagos. Whenever an issue like this crops up, instead of addressing the issue, the people and some of the reporters will now concentrate on the messenger and not the message. So yes, we know where you're coming from, my man. So don't you worry about that. We know where you're coming from, my man. Don't you worry about that. Or your state will be the first Nigerian state to achieve electricity efficiency. So I don't quite know. This is actually Makinde. I don't quite know what electricity efficiency means. Is that full electricity or not? That's just all this meaningless use of words. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has said that the state will be the first in the country to achieve did you say efficiency or sufficiency? Energy sufficiency. So yes, I misread that. To achieve energy sufficiency. The governor, who stated that achieving energy sufficiency in Oyo State has always been a major focus of his government, expressed the readiness of the state to partner with the British American Tobacco Ibadan plant to achieve this. So what does British American Tobacco has to do with electric generation is really the question. Governor Makinde gave this indication on Tuesday when he attended the 20th anniversary of the BAT Ibadan plant. So that is British American Tobacco, not Bola Ahmed Tinubu, held at the company's premises in Ibadan. According to a statement signed by XYZ, whoever his name is, the governor commended the company for its immense contribution to the state over the years, promising to sustain the conducive environment in which BAT and other companies are operating in the state. He noted that the state would look forward to working with BAT to improve electricity supply in the state. He said, you are going to be commissioning a 1.4 megawatt solar plant. This is pretty much in line with our aspiration in Oyo State. For us, energy sufficiency is a big part of this administration. When I came in, there was no energy ministry, but we now have, and the commissioner for the ministry is here. Less than 4 kilometers from here, you have the city gate for the gas coming into Ibadan. So we should be able to work together to utilize Nigerian gas in this environment. So that's just we're still at the stage of promises within the Nigerian space. Let me give you this Sharia Council to EFCC expose religious sects sponsoring terrorism. So yes, EFCC, as you know, they told us that there were religious bodies attached to underpinnings of insecurity in Nigeria. And because they couldn't mention names, you think, of course, they're in fear of the mullahs, but the mullahs have now given them a free pass. The Supreme Council for Sharia in Nigeria has challenged the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to expose the religious sects sponsoring terrorism in the country. Recall that the EFCC chairman had last week revealed that the anti-graft agency had uncovered how a religious sect in Nigeria was laundering money for terrorists. Olukayode said, a religious sect in this country had been found to be laundering money for the terrorists. So if they are saying a religious sect, that automatically gravitates towards the Muslim religion, because that is really where the hub of these activities is coming from. But reacting in a statement by its president, Sheikh, something I won't attempt his name, yesterday, the group demanded proper legal action against those found complicit in financing activities undermining the nation's security. The group said, regarding the recent disclosure by the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission about religious groups sponsoring insurgency in Nigeria, the council demands the commission to disclose the identity of the religious body allegedly sponsoring terrorism and insurgency with 7 billion naira out of 13 billion naira traced to its account. This revelation has sent shockwaves across the nation, raising concerns about potential fund misuse for activities threatening the nation's peace and security. The gravity of the situation calls for immediate public clarification of the group and decisive actions to address the disturbing nexus between religious groups and insurgency. Accordingly, we urgently call upon the EFCC to publish the list of all sponsors involved in criminal activities. The alleged disclosure of 7 billion naira linked to religious groups' accounts is a matter of grave concern, and citizens demand proper legal action against sponsors and those found complicit in financing activities undermining the nation's security. We further call on the EFCC to expedite the release of the list of sponsors and collaborate with relevant authorities to ensure prompt. So they're daring us. Publish if you dare is essentially. So the ball now in EFCC's course. But what are they able to do? Let me just share you. I'll probably just give you these last two as headlines. Amotekun intercepts 149 suspected criminals inside trucks in Ondo. So all this matter of interception, we do want Amotekun to be armed. If Amotekun was armed now, they could have just dug holes in wherever they intercepted them and left them there. The Ondo State Security Network, codenamed Amotekun Corp, has intercepted 149 suspects from various black spots in 3 local government areas of the state. The suspects, who were tucked inside trucks when they were arrested, said they were in Ondo on a hunting expedition. But Ondo commander of Amotekun, who paraded the suspects, said there has been a heavy influx of strange people into the state's forest reserves. into reserve areas. Akogun Adeleye said the acclaimed hunters were arrested around black spots where heavy robbery operations and kidnappings occurred. He said the suspects carefully concealed their weapons, bag of Indian hemp, and cutlasses under their vehicles. He said, the pertinent question we're asking them is, why are they hiding their guns? If they are genuine hunters, why not come out openly? One begins to wonder why they will come from the extreme parts of the country to hunt in a village, in a forest they have never been before in Ondo State. No doubt, as Nigerians, they have the right to go anywhere in the country, but they do not have the right to carry weapons. So, essentially, an invasion of Fulanis into the Ondo State to come and savage and ravage. As hunters, we had expected, as hunters, we had expected that they would have made consultations to find out their limitations. In Ondo State forestry reserves, the government is very clear that if you are a hunter and want to go into the forest, you have to register so that the government, the kings, and the hunters will know that you're there. He added, however, we want to appeal to commuters that if you have any reasons to do your legitimate business in Ondo State, please consult the relevant agencies and to our Bales, KBACs, and the good people of the state. We can no longer tolerate these kind of people without permission entering our forest. So there it is right there. A bunch of our kidnappers rounded off. I think somebody was actually saying, just leave them where you find them, but leave them there permanently. So that really should be the direction of travel. So that should be the direction of so that should be the direction of travel. Yes, that should be the direction of travel. So I think that's enough of a readout. Let's this session commence. But before the session commences, I want to signpost you in the direction of a stream that we're going to be doing on Friday afternoon. So this is going to be an epic one, by the way. So we got a financial expert coming to talk us through how to stock trade. So I'm going to send the link now. There's a lot that has already happened regarding this stream. The one coming up, there's a lot that has already happened regarding this stream that gives me the confidence to tell you that it is one that you must not miss. So there's a lot that has already happened around this stream that gives me the confidence to tell you that it is one that you must not miss. So I'm just I'm looking for it now. Yes, is it this one? Just bear with me 1 second. It's not that one. It is this one. So there's a lot that's happened around this stream that gives me the confidence that it is one that you must not miss. So there it is right there. So that's for Friday afternoon, 2 p.m. UK time. It's going to be a very, very short, about 2-hour session. So it's not going to be anything heavy and labored. So it's a beginner's guide to trading options with an experienced trader, a guy called Kanu. So I'm going to send the link there. If you've ever bookmarked anything, bookmark this. This is going to be an evergreen, because we're going to be doing this as a series. So he's going to talk you through an idiot's guide to all you need to know about trading options. So that will be the intro into that space. And then after that intro, we'll be doing routine sequences of our tradings, taking positions, and all of that. But I will urge you to bookmark that session, a beginner's guide to trading options with experienced trader Kanu. So make sure you come and join Kanu and I as we talk you through just how to stock trade. So don't say I don't do, what don't I do for you guys? Don't say I don't do anything for you. Apart from marry you a wife, I'm not quite sure there's anything else I don't do for you. But there it is, I jest. So there it is. So that's the readout. Let me play you the let me play you the Kegite music. We kick off the conversation. Of course, it's going to be an epic session. Always is an epic section on One Man Went to Mow.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemuye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemure o. Bobby master kekere elemure o. Chief Latif kekere elemure o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudode ojare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. I did promise you it was going to be a banging session. So this is from some wayward card, Kelechi Nduka. The manner at which, so look at this guy, if you are going to move, at least get the grammar right. The manner at which you read and talk is irritating, sir. Please read realistically. So I'm glad that my voice grates on your nerves. So that cheers me up no end. So I suspect that you'll continue to listen because usually people like you are the first captives of this space. But maybe get the grammar right though, so you can really punch me hard next time. So go get the grammar right and put in another comment. So good to meet you, Kelechi. The manner at which you read, the manner in which you read. So get it right at least. And then give me the slap. So there it is. That's Kelechi right there. Good to meet you, Kelechi. Equally, the majestic Adaleko in the house. King Emeka joins us. War Peace ever present, and Charlie Boy makes up the quartet. So there it is. Plenty of room in the studio, as I always say. If you want to hop on, like a bunny, hop. So like a bunny, hop. Also, like a bunny hop, the people that have hopped on, let's kick it off. Let's kick it off with War Peace if it's ready to go. War Peace. All right, let's kick it off with Emeka. War Peace, ready. I hope people can hear me, by the way.
Yeah, one man.
Mekos Baba. Alpha, your voice is anyway. It's that time of the night, isn't it?
Yes. Well, it's still evening anyway, but it's winter, so it's not dark. Longer nights these days.
Did you see me having fun and games earlier on?
No.
I recommend that. I recommend you go watch it later. It was a real. I'm going to go watch it later after my session. With your guys from Edo State. I just went to. I shouldn't really be doing it, but I cannot help going there to troll them every so often.
Oh, is it Niger Watch?
I know it jars them. As soon as it jars them, they don't quite know what to make of it.
Oh,
that irritating voice. According to Nduka.
I've not been tuning into the.
But it's good for comedy, though. Is it not good for comedy? I tune
I have not. That place is lamentations and tribulations. They cry every time they wail. So at some point, while you laugh, at some point it becomes sickening. So I decided
It gets
to,
tedious, doesn't it?
yeah, just repetition of the same thing all over again. They don't discuss the news; they just cry up and down.
You cannot
And
continue like this,
you can't,
Mr.
exactly.
Alex.
You understand?
Let me post to Simos. These ridiculous people. But
they,
yeah.
sometimes I think for like 2-3 months now, I've not really tuned in there. Maybe I might try to just go peeping to see, but I don't expect anything much other than lamentations, tribulations, wailing, crying, yelling, and it's a therapy session for them. So for people who just want to keep crying all the time and still just scream into the echo chambers of the universe, right? And it might be good for their mental stability and their psychic. But at the same time, if you keep crying and lamenting every day, then there's only one thing that is left, is to check into a mental institution.
All right. Talking about lamentation, they are certainly lamenting in the north. Mietti Allah president, Bello Bodejo, he has been arrested. So now, I'm impressed and surprised that they will arrest him. Because of course, when they arrest somebody like that, you expect some sort of backlash against that, and the cattle herders, they've alerted to the central space that release this guy immediately or face consequences. So are you following that storyline, and how are you positioned?
I'll be honest, I didn't follow the storyline, but looking at the headline, right, says Nigerian soldiers and DSS arrest. So it's looking like a joint effort. There's more to the story in that respect, and maybe I'll be speculating. Probably he has to do with a lot of he knows. Let's say he knows allegedly the insecurity being perpetrated in a certain part of the country, and probably that's the reason why he's high on the list to be grilled and interrogated. You understand? But my problem with all this information, likewise with that of the EFCC, which was talking about religious organization being involved in money laundering and terrorist financing, what they need to do is conclude your investigation, and then when you are releasing to the public space, you are making the arrest, or you are prosecuting, or you have convicted. So we're tired of this kind of information, and we don't get any headway out of it. You understand? So, but again, if Nigerian soldiers and the DSS are grilling this individual, then maybe they have enough information to suspect him of criminalities going on in the country, and then he has things to answer, or probably he may know a couple of few things or few individuals that are involved. Like we keep speculating and keep responding to the news, we have said times without number that there are powerful actors involved with the insecurity in the country, and it's about that time that the government extend their ropes to capture these powerful blocks or powerful actors who are perpetrating these crimes. That's the only ways we can get our country back, or else, this is turning out to be organized criminalization. In short, as a matter of fact, it's organized. It's organized crime, because it seems to be well coordinated. It seems to be well funded. It seems to be well organized. So at that point, there you must have to identify the leaders of the organization and get them to book, so that the cards fall apart and the country turns around to a stable state. I hope something tangible comes out of this, because this is not the first time we're getting information like this, and before you know it, we don't see anything happening, and then it turns into another one of those news.
Yes, it's sadly a lot of these things end with the headline. We just get the headline and then nothing follows through. But let me take you to this space. Abia Governor Oti says 1.5 billion naira budgeted for purchase of 2 Toyota vehicles and error. So is this matter of publishing their budgets? I think we caught this as well in Lagos State, when they budgeted some huge amount for some nonsense, and they told us that it was typographical error. So how come the typographical errors never disadvantages them, but it always smells like corruption? So what
This
are
is
you
a
then making
ridiculous.
then of the new boy with the old boy?
It's a ridiculous explanation, and as a matter of fact, you see, to let you know that it's not an error, nobody gets to be fired, nobody gets to be sacked, nobody. There's no consequences for this error. You understand? You know what we are promoting is an institution of negligence, and we are normalizing negligence. How can you come out to the public? How can you be saying this is an error? Your budget is an error. Error of what? Or error by committed by who? You know, in accounting, there's something called error or misrepresentation and either fraud, outright fraud. For me, I will go with the stronger view of fraud because if it has not been spotted out, you won't come out to say it's an error. So who made the error? Who signed the error? This is a budget that the State House of Assembly in Abia State has already passed. True or false, one man. So what are we now saying? That the process of proofreading budget is not being done in Abia State, and that the budget is there may be some form of error allocations, error budgetary items, error budget heads that can just be thrown into the budget, and then you still take it up to the State House of Assembly, present it, and it's being passed erroneously, and then you are implementing an erroneous budget.
That error passed through several layers of scrutiny.
Several stages.
When it was being written, when it was being checked, when it was passed to the State Assembly, and then it was it's quite an error.
You first of all prepare the budget. After preparing the budget, you review the budget. After reviewing the budget, you now take that budget to the State House of Assembly, who provides you with, okay, they go ahead, they approve it, they've looked at everything, they are happy with it. Then the budget is now being signed into law by the governor or the president. And there you have it. After the budget has been signed into law, it is now an appropriation bill that you can go ahead to go implement the budget and spend. Then you are coming back after journalists have spotted that look at what you are over budgeting or for for the expenditure of vehicles, and you are coming out to say it's an error. They should save that for the clowns. They should save that for the clowns. This is that even my governor is more irritated. He's been portrayed to be a star boy. You understand? It's irritating to look at that. You look at this kind of information and news and you say, what the hell are we doing? So you understand, this is a man he's not lack of experience in this field. He has prepared budget. He has sat on budget as the CEO of Diamond Bank. And all through, even when he was growing in his career, he has prepared budget, he has reviewed budget, he has approved budget. So he can't come out to be saying this kind of nonsense as a state governor to the public. It's unacceptable. It is disgusting news. And as a matter of fact, if it's truly an error, somebody should go for it. But guess what, one man? You'll hear nothing else out of this news. This is the end of it.
All right, so long as it's removed and it's not cashed, but it will probably still be cashed anyway, because they'll just rebrand it as something else. Amotekun intercepts 149 suspected criminals inside trucks in Ondo State. This is the frustration that is. They claim to be hunters, and they are hiding guns inside their trucks in whatever positions, hiding themselves to sneak into the Ondo State forestry. They are telling us that they're coming from the furthest spaces within the Nigerian space. So that is to tell you that they're coming from the far north. So what are you then making? But Amotekun catches them. They give a storyline. But ultimately, this is going to be yet another catch and release sort of narrative. So what do you think should be happening in this sort of spaces?
No, first and foremost, I'll just extend my appreciation to Amotekun for a job well done. You understand, there's never a time when you catch a thief, the thief will tell you he's a thief or he wants to perpetrate a crime. When you catch any criminal, the worst they can say is that it's my first time or it's the devil. I was misled by the devil. So I don't expect them to the alleged individuals with the guns to say, "Oh, we are coming to create destruction in your town." I don't expect them to own up. But why are you coming in large numbers, and why are you coming with weapons? Why are they weapons with you? So the good thing is that Amotekun has prevented a crime from happening. So which is good, because this would have resulted to something else. So the explanation, they should save the explanation for the clowns to dance with. But then the next stage is Amotekun should probably do more digging, do more investigation to find out the reason why they are in Ondo State, in the forests of Ondo State. What is their mission? What is their aim? Who sent them? And then hand them over to appropriate enforcement authorities for prosecution. But I'm afraid, like, you sometimes you look at things and you say we are not serious people in that country. These are the kind of people you don't see people with the last time I checked, Nigerians do not have license to carry guns. So when you see someone with a gun, that is an illegal offense. You should be prosecuted for that. That's the best way to go, even if they've not perpetrated a crime. But for you to be carrying guns in large numbers, coming from one place to another, being trafficked from one location in the country to another point in the country, you should be charged for an offense. So I don't know what offense they could possibly be charged with. I think Pansat was talking about Amotekun not having the legality to prosecute. I think they don't have that. But again, the state prosecutor in Ondo should be looking at charging them with some offenses like gun running, gun trafficking, illegal arms, and with the view of them coming to perpetrate chaos in the state, and throw them into the state prison, let them go arrest there. That's where they belong. That's where they actually belong.
All right, brilliant. So this next one, Emeka, is a bit of a delicate one, but it echoes the sentiments of a lot of people. A lot of people might agree with this. Insecurity in the Southeast started from Nnamdi Kanu IPOB saga in 2021. So this is Eyinaya Abaribe saying this. He probably the only one brave enough to say it. And shockingly, yeah.
Well, the senator is coming to his senses. It's about that time he spoke the truth. But one thing he missed out is organized insecurity, organized crime. There've never been a time where, in Nigeria, there've been pocket of crimes, but not wide scale, right? Pocket of crimes in certain part of the country, including states in the southeast. So it happens, but it's not widespread. It's not organized. But this is what you would have said is organized crime or organized insecurity in the southeast started from Nnamdi Kanu, and it started in 2021, which is true. He has not said anything that we don't know, but he's just coming to his senses. Probably he has gone for forgiveness. He has asked God for forgiveness because at some point in time he was supporting IPOB. So as being one of the leaders of the Southeast, he's doing the appropriate thing that a leader should do: call out the bad elements in that is being and the crimes being perpetrated in the Southeast, and shame them for it, and see how to rally around to see things can get better in the Southeast. Since the 2021, or if not earlier than that, the Southeast has never gotten themselves organized. Things are not getting any better economically. Things are not even getting better socially and politically. We seem to be worse off since the inception of IPOB. You understand, the confusion going on in the Southeast is something that we all need to look at ourselves in the mirror and say, what is going on here? We are not organized. We are not moving forward. We are only going backward. Economically, we are not progressing. We are not even, putting ourselves in the right frame to see how we can organize ourselves politically to push our political reform programs to the center of the country. But I'm happy he's speaking out now. I expect more leaders in the Southeast to speak out, and let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. But he didn't lie. There's no lie here. He spoke the truth, and may more leaders in the Southeast continue to speak like him. Let them get their head organized. And
but America, don't you know, like, now I'm kind of predicted this about the horsemen take over Nigeria. But you say it like he predicted, and it's happening. Now come to one it's a truth. The Horseman took over Nigeria. He predicted that it will happen. But you guys were not listening, and that's happening. So the last person wanted that it to happen. He predicted it to happen in Nigeria, but you guys were being quiet. Now it's happening. You guys
Yeah,
not
well,
listening to music.
apparently we can tell now from the look of things that it's not paying anybody. We're losing money every Monday. Sit at home, though some states don't observe it religiously. The sit at home is costing us economically. It's not making us progress. I think we are losing a lot of income. If you are not being productive, what do you expect? And then security wise, it's not that we are any safe. You see, it's a case of dog eats dog. You are chasing a cause, but that cause we are not seeing any clear objective. We are not seeing any clear milestone. But what we see is disaster, destruction, insecurity, crime, killings, strangulation, economic impoverishment of the people. So, what is the aim? What is the aim of Biafra? What is the aim? What is the essence of it all? If you are fighting for liberation, and then the people you are fighting for, you are enslaving them more. You don't allow them to freedom of movement, freedom of expression, freedom to trade. And so, what is the essence of it? Why cause pain if you say you want to bring freedom? What are you trying to do? This is clear oppression. So it's for me it's madness if you ask me, overall madness. So for those who are supporting the cause at this point in time, where you can say, I think somebody on a different platform was explaining that they could not bury one of his relatives as a result of some hoodlums who are portraying themselves to be IPOP. It shows the backwardness that we have gone, that is being perpetrated in the Southeast. The backwardness of things. In short, it's just like we are driving a bus and all of a sudden we just did a 360 and we started going back to darkness. So for me, it's strange. It's completely strange. It's just total madness. And I think the leaders at this point in time should step up to the foray, step up to the platform, step up to the to these crimes being perpetrated and say enough of it. If we cannot get ourselves organized, if Biafra, the cause of Biafra is not working, enough of it.
Are they brave enough to do that? Are the leadership in the Southeast, are they brave enough to take a stance against
Many of them are the ones funding the cause. They are the ones funding the cause. So those who are funding the cause, and it is not it's like you are throwing money and it is not giving you your desired result, then you stop it and say, okay, let's stop this nonsense and let's come to the table and get our act right. So the leaders, they need to speak up. They know these boys, they are funding them, they know the people perpetrating the acts, the traditional rulers know them, the political chieftains know them. So it's not, nobody wins. Nobody is actually winning. Just yesterday, was it yesterday or today? I think it was yesterday. I think I sent it to you. Lagos State is now doing they are testing the red line, the train for the red line.
Lagos State is turning into a different country. They are
completely different. They are
put up
testing
borders very soon.
The blue line is running, is operational. 100% operational now. They've moved from, they are now electricity. Now they are testing. I saw the rail. They didn't tell me. I saw it on the clip. Red light testing it. Lagos is just moving on its own. Now you have the Oyo State governor talking about, we want to electricity efficiency. It might be jargons, but it's something they are looking towards. It's something they are looking towards. What is the news coming out from the Southeast? Which news are we hearing? Error in budget. And some states, it's like there's nothing is happening there. So we are a bunch of jokers in the Southeast.
It was not jokers. It was not.
We are a bunch of jokers.
No, we're not.
We are a bunch of.
If you hate your people, if you hate your Igbo, I'm proud Igbo. I'm proud to be Igbo.
This is not the time to say.
You've been after him for a while, haven't you, Charles? You've been chasing him for a while.
The mistake people face to understand is this is not a time to say, you are not proud of being an Igbo. No. You can be proud of being an heritage and still provide criticism when things are wrong. When things are wrong, is that the time to say, That's a complete disconnection.
One man, can I interject?
Okay, please hold on. Let me. No, I don't want the interjection. I don't want the interjection. I don't know. No. One man, a man of prestige, respectively, I don't want interjection because this is really painful. We can be proud of where we come from, but can we call a spade a spade? When we see other places progressing and we want to progress and things are holding us down to progress, and yet we cannot call it out and say, can we stop this nonsense and let's get our acts right? It is not what we now hear. I think it's disgusting. People come and say, "Oh, you don't like the Igbos. Oh, you are ashamed of the Igbos." This is disgusting news and statement in 2024. We should have passed that stage at this point in time. We should look at our governors and tell them, "You guys are a bunch of jokers, a bunch of idiots." I should be able to have a pure, clear ideology of moving us forward. What are we doing in the Southeast? Killing ourselves, eating ourselves, committing crime, perpetrating crime, fooling ourselves all around, and misdirection and misguidance from the leaders of the Southeast. And then if I speak out to tell me that I don't like the Igbos, that I hate the Igbos, I'm calling that bullshit. And I'm saying this is bullshit. We are industrious people and we should act like one. If we can't act like humans, we should get ourselves our acts right. What nonsense are we doing? Each time I look at the Southwest, I am so jealous. I am very jealous and I'm tired. Can't we get ourselves there's someone who's coming and telling me something nonsense this evening? What kind of nonsense talk is this?
Hold on, Charles, settle down. It's a matter of leadership, isn't it?
Because it's a leadership problem.
You know, the voice in the Southeast is your voice. A lot of the Southeastern voices that we hear they are similar
the problem we have. We can't take criticism. Once you criticize things going on in the South, oh, you're not an Igbo. Oh, you hate Igbos. Oh, why can you say this? Oh, you can't be saying this. You should not say this. You should not say what? We should not say what? That the stupidity going on in the Southeast, we should continue to keep our mouth shut. We should not say what? We should not call our governors to book. We should not hold them responsible. We should continue to tolerate stupidity and the irresponsible leadership we have in the Southeast. And while others are busy progressing, we should continue to be seeking for Biafra that cannot emerge. Even if it emerges, it dies. What are we doing? What are we clearly doing? Oh no, you hate the Southeast. Why should I? Can't I criticize what is wrong? Can't I call what is wrong? And what is wrong is wrong. What is wrong is wrong. If you can't see what is wrong, then you're a madman. You're a mad person. It is wrong. What we are doing is wrong in the Southeast. We must call them out. We must hold them to task. It is a leadership problem. It is gross irresponsibility from the head downwards everywhere. We are busy. What are we busy doing? What are we busy doing? What are we busy doing? The Southwest is progressing, gradually progressing and moving on about their business. Before we know it, now Lagos State is going to become looking at ways to electrify the place 24 hours, and we are busy still doing IPOB. We are still doing IPOB in 2024.
But Emeka, to be fair, all of the ingredients are there for the Southeast to get it right. As soon as they get rid of the crop of leadership, you'll be surprised at the speed.
That is why the criticism. That is why the criticism
the most progressive part of the country, by the way, because it's the most futuristic part of the country.
That is why the criticism. That is why the criticism should be louder. The discussion should be heard. We must call the people, the stupid people who are making ridiculous decisions in the Southeast, who are making stupid decisions in the Southeast, the criminal element in the Southeast should be called out and should be chased out. What are we doing? It is painful. And then when you speak, you hear people who call themselves, you see, if the illiterates and the stupid fellows back in the village speak, I can understand they are stupid. But when educated people, and not even educated people, when exposed people, especially those from the Southeast who are in the West, experiencing first-class premium amenities and infrastructure, are speaking and saying nonsense, you look and you say, goodness me, where have you lost your mind? That's what we are doing. will lead us somewhere. This is 2024. Will it lead us somewhere? 2025, we'll still be doing the same nonsense. And in 2025, go and compare the economic infrastructures or compare the economic inroads that Lagos or the South-East would have made for themselves, and compare it to the nonsense and compare it to IPOP that we're still going to be discussing in 2025. Where are we going to? What is the goal? What is the objective? And when you speak, some people come and be saying nonsense. And you look at them and you're shocked and like, oh, Jesus Christ, I can't believe that I'm hearing the same tribe with this nonsense, disgusting idiots.
You see, woman, that's one thing like about Yoruba. A Yoruba person will never hate their own tribe. That's one thing like about Yoruba people.
No. Hold on. Charles, you know, I'm not one to leap to Emeka's defense. Is big enough and bold enough to leap to his own defense. But I will invite people to actually listen to what Emeka says sometimes. I would suggest that Emeka is probably the most patriotic he wants to get quickly to where the space should be, and he wants to clear the excuses so that the excuses then allows them to focus on the debris that are sitting in all of these state houses, because as long as people start to continue to hide behind, circle wagoning, he wants to clear that space so that the focus penetrates to people like Opozo Dema, this OT now that is erroring 2 billion into his own bank account, all of these things, which I think you have to listen to what Emeka is saying sometimes.
One man, can I say something in a minute? Less than a minute.
To start to question his loyalty to the cause.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, carry on if Emeka permits.
Yeah, thank you very much. Greet everybody to the platform. One man, I greet you again. But anyway, let me begin. I'm going to be very constructive in my statement. The first question I'm going to answer, Emeka, you don't have to answer. When have you given a constructive, criticism? That's one. And I'm going to make my statement, okay? Because, what you're actually doing right now is gaslighting. You become an entertainer in this platform. It's all right. Whatever people that believe in your opinion and everything, they enjoy it. That is all good. That's why we're here, to entertain. You can say whatever you want, but the way you narrate your stories or whatever, your narrative here, people can read into it. And we are all matured, we are all educated. But you just go ahead. Have you given a constructive criticism? I mean, everybody has their own political opinion. Like you stated, there's nothing hiding about it or whatever. You're an APC person. There's nothing wrong with that. I believe in Obi. I supported Obi. Unfortunately, he didn't win. So that's the situation we have right now.
I'm not.
But you're taking it to a different. You're taking it to a different space now.
That is the confusion that is going on in the Southeast. What has political affiliation got to do with economic development in the Southeast?
When have you given a constructive
if what I am saying is not constructive criticism for
when
you?
Have you?
Sorry, Emeka, hold on 1 second. Man of prestige, do you disagree with what Senator Abaribe said, or Emeka's agreement with Senator Abaribe?
It's not even about what he said. When it comes to my turn, I'm gonna make my point.
Yeah, so why are you railing against him if you don't disagree
right now.
with him?
Let it be my turn, but I'm just responding to all this gaslighting here. Crack chasing and everybody, people doing here. I mean, it's an entertainment. It's all good. There's nothing wrong with that. People who believe in that speech, that's fine for them. And people who who don't believe, it's fine for them. But this is just strictly my own opinion.
Can you see why I don't?
But it's all good. I mean, you become so emotional. Like your life is attached to this.
Please,
and when it comes to
no, it's an emotional matter now. Is it not an emotional matter?
It's a very emotional matter. Can I take back my time, please? That's why I don't like the interjection, right? This is why it's not respectfully, man of president, when it gets to your turn, you can express your opinion. This matter is really an emotional matter. You see,
everything is emotional to you.
I have only said this
when it comes to
on this platform. That I am.
Sorry, Emeka. You know the right or wrong of this conversation. What Senator Abaribe is saying, how Emeka is positioning, all of that. You know, the right or wrong of it is being paid in human lives. It's not
Exactly.
a
It's not
joke.
even
It's not
about
a
what
joke.
he said.
Exactly.
Right
It's
from
not
day
a joke.
one, Emeka has been on this mission.
People are
Destroying
dying.
of Southeast. It's not just the government. I don't care if he criticizes the government. It's just like what happened someday about a month ago. They caught a guy in Abuja, for drug. Then he painted the whole Southeast as the worst drug dealer in the world, forgetting about what we have in Nigeria.
What does that call?
People who do different kind of things. And he said they are the worst drug dealer. They committed the worst crime.
What you are saying now? How is it related? How is it related
if we're
to the
going to go to
conversation?
and everybody that is doing what they are doing.
Man of prestige. I think you have a comprehension issue. What you are saying now? How is it related
go
to
down
the?
with me, okay, about
How is it
comprehension?
related to the conversation
Okay?
we are having?
Don't you
Now,
actually go down about matter of comprehension?
no,
Okay?
you do have a
You're not my
comprehension
mate
issue.
in that regard.
You do have a
So don't go
comprehension
there.
issue. I am
Okay?
talking about the economic underdevelopment
Don't
in the
insult me.
Southeast. You are actually insulting
But if you
yourself.
insult me,
You are insulting yourself. You are insulting yourself, and I will explain. I am talking about.
Emeka, this is what please. Emeka, this is what please.
What please? Wait, let me land this point. Hold on, please. I am talking about the economic underdevelopment in the Southeast. How is that the business now? How is that related to somebody who is peddling or not peddling drugs in Abuja that was caught in Abuja? Is Abuja Southeast?
I'm just giving an example about how you said anything about Southeast. You generalize it. Because
what am I generalizing
here?
I am talking about the economic underdevelopment and the leadership
it's not even
problem
about the economic or
and the
whatever is
leadership
happening
problem in the Southeast.
It's not
Now,
even
when
that.
I tell you, when I say you have a
worst.
comprehension issue, you
What
say I'm insulting
when
you.
What Peace come here, he talk against the government. He never say all the Yoruba. He's from Yoruba, or I don't know, whatever. He never said Yorubas are foolish. Yoruba are dead. All Yorubas. He only criticized the government. But when you come here, everything about the Southeast, they are like you perpetrate them like animals. People who never exist.
You see the problem that we have in the Southeast.
I've been listening to you. I just want to keep quiet.
You see why we can't move forward, because we can't take criticism. We can't take criticism. We can't look into the mirror and say that we have a problem. We can't look at ourselves in the mirror and say we are actually a problem.
That is where I have an issue with you.
We can't take criticism.
Make the point
right?
and criticize the government. Don't criticize the common people who have no hand in what's going on here.
If we
everything
can't
about
criticism,
this. Everybody in the Southeast.
What peace? Can you respect yourself? Can you respect yourself and wait for your turn? One man, please. Can you respect yourself and wait for his turn? Now, what peace? Sorry. Now, I was talking about a person, not you, what peace. Now, who can criticize the Igbos if it's not the Igbo? Do we want the Yorubas who are progressing on their own space at their own time to come out and tell you, oh, you should look at how you should be building your house? Should the Yorubas be the one telling us we should be building the house, or they should focus
what you're
on their
doing
own
is
business?
not criticism. Every right educated person we know is not criticism. Let's be real.
It is what?
You're not dumb. So you can go ahead and say what you want to say. People from on every side, they know what you do. You are just an entertainer, crowd chaser, entertainer. That's all you're doing, gaslighting. I don't know why they listen to you. I don't know why they listen to you, because I'm not going to use I'm not going to use bad word to assault you.
I can hold myself.
But I'm not going to use that. I will respect one man platform.
I can hold myself for my bluntness, right? But sometimes you guys do not give me you do not want me to curb my tongue, not to be blunt. I'm a very blunt person. I'm a very direct person.
Do you mean everything is wrong about the Igbo? Have you ever said anything wrong about the Igbo in your lifetime? Since I've been listening to you from Niger Watch. Have you ever said even one little thing? Let's assume there's thousands of things or millions of things. I never hear you utter anything good about Igbos as human beings. This is the problem I have with you.
Man of prestige, whether you like it or not, whether it hurts you or not, I will criticize what my people are doing wrong, because it hurts me.
What people?
It hurts me.
It
hurts me terribly.
What people is your people? You don't even know where it's from.
We are stupid. We are chasing something. We are chasing stupidity instead of getting ourselves organized. We are chasing ridiculousness Instead of us getting ourselves organized, we are chasing ghosts. We are chasing shadows instead of us getting ourselves.
Okay.
And we cannot
let you and I come here. Tell me one part of
we cannot take criticism.
You want to go to the rabbit hole? I'm going to go there with you.
Most
tell me your
I can admit.
I can admit
here on this platform. I can admit on this platform. And it is painful. It is
claiming you are from a royal family. You put it there. Say common name.
Painful.
That's not even your name.
It is
so I'm going to come after you. Let's go into the rabbit hole.
If you like, you
are not one.
If you like,
you're just claiming that.
One man. Can you stop this man up so that I can speak?
All right. All right.
He doesn't want me to speak because he's angry.
Thank you.
He doesn't want to hear the truth. But let's shut him up. Let me speak the truth. It is painful that I can come on this platform to admit 3 times that I'm jealous of what is going on in the Southeast. If you know the amount of pain to even accept it and to express it, that I'm truly jealous of the economic activities going on in the Southeast and not going on in the South. The economic activity going on in the Southwest and the lesser economic activity going on in the Southeast. It takes a lot of pain to say that publicly. Pain. And it is a leadership problem that we have refused to admit. A leadership problem we have refused to correct. A leadership problem and gross irresponsibility on our part. And when you criticize, you hear stupid comments, ridiculous statements, ridiculous utterances from demented individuals, demented idiots coming to say something that you don't have the right. You don't have the right.
You see the word is using
things that are happening in the South.
And you are
who will say
it?
Is it the Hausas that will say it? Is it the Yorubas that will say it? Is it the people from Edo that will say it? Or is it the people from Benue State that will say it? That we cannot say it? We cannot tell our people the truth? We cannot look at our face in the mirror and tell ourselves the truth that we are not organized, that we are stupid, we are chasing shadows, we are doing IPOB and Biafra when we are supposed to move forward. We are supposed to get ourselves organized and push ourselves out of poverty. We are busy sitting at home and losing money every Monday. And you're coming here to come and tell me nonsense? Are you out of your goddamn idiotic mind? What kind of ridiculous people are you making?
One man, why you
calm down.
One man, please move me to the next.
Yes, let me do that.
Another this thing.
Let me do that, and then we'll come back after this one, and then I'll say something.
One man, sorry. Emeka, one man, he can't just move on like that. Man. He has to form of either retrieve those words or say about the
Hold on, Akim. Let me handle it. Let me take you to this space, Emeka. So, Emeka, is a case of is it a case of the eagle has landed, or is it that a case of the eagle was caged and forced back? Emeka, watch this. All right. Is it a case that it was forced back or it was scheduled back? I suspect that it is the noise from the space that has forced him back. So the eagle has landed.
I don't know about forced back or scheduled back, but he's back, and he should be back. In short, he should have not left in the first place if we want to speak the truth. So whether the criticism had made him to return, or it is a regular schedule for him to return back to the country, well, he has to come back and begin to organize things. There are a lot of pending issues that are waiting for him to come fix. He needs to begin to get this sorted out. I saw in the news that the chief of staff was organizing meeting with the NSA and some ministers. I have never, well, anyway, there's always a first. So that should be the president's trying to organize things to know what is going on. That the president is not in the country does not look good. And I would want to say to the president,
Emeka, does the chief of staff have that right, a constitutional right to be having a meeting with National Security Agency?
You see, I didn't want to say anything. I just said there's a first, right? I saw it in the news and I was like, what is this?
What kind of
You understand?
what is
this? I don't like it. If you ask me, I don't like it. It doesn't look good. That is the job of the president. That's the job of the president, you know. But it shows that there's a vacuum and maybe there's a problem, and he's trying to rally around to see what is going on. So the president is back, whether forced, whether normal timing. I would say it's good to have him back. He has to come back to do his job. He can't be running on, or this is not like he's going on vacation. So let him come back and do his job. And again, the travels, especially unofficial travels, should completely be eliminated. We have a lot of issues that needs to be addressed in the country. A lot of issues that needs to be, and insecurity is top the list, and economic concerns. So he has to fix these issues. There can be time for play, but the hard work has to commence immediately. Good to have him back, and I hope he's sound and happy, so he can start immediately to begin to get to do the job that he has said he wants to do. He has accepted the responsibility. He said the buck stops at his table. Want him to begin to trash out the issues, and let's begin to move forward. We can't have the captain of the ship always evacuating the ship all the time. Let the captain of the ship begin to steer the ship in the right direction instead of jumping into a lifeboat and moving to another ship. It's completely strange to me. But all I can say is that, well, yeah, I'm happy he's back. Let him start to work.
Is it a case that the country has to be resigned to the fact that every so often, every 6 months, pops this guy to France for his booster shots? Are we so because we have a booster shot?
That's the concern now. That's the fear. He's an old man. It comes with the territory. That's the fear, right? And those who campaigned against that, using that criteria as part of their campaign remarks, they are right. When you are old, your health is not longer going to be there, and oftentimes you would need some days to cater for your health, right? Because you are not young anymore. You can't do most things young people would do because it's going to cause a strain on your health. But again, what can we say? He's the president. There's nothing we can do at this point in time. We only wish for him to continue to live long, and we wish for him to do the things that he ought to do. He's our leader. He needs to get the country organized. He needs to keep us hopeful, so that we will not lose track of the objectives and the roles and responsibilities and the expectations from him. So he must calm the Nigerian passengers down in the ship and steer the ship to the right course and the right direction. Right. For me, I would say enough of these travels. And let me also chime this. Man of Prestige, apologies to you. I was really emotional. You know, there are certain lines, that when being said, I just don't really like it. I'm emotional about the Southeast. I'm really emotional about what is going on in the Southeast and the direction we are really going at. I do not want to take it out personal on you, but when you begin to use certain words, or you want me not to speak my mind and how pained I am of what is going on and the potential that we really have in that region, it really hurts me the most, and it gets me emotional, and I have to speak. I don't need to. I know I used some personal words on you. I'm really sorry about that. I didn't mean to go there. But when you begin to tell me, there are certain ridiculous comments that have been made, I just look at them and I move on. But when I'm speaking about the Southeast, I'm really emotional about the Southeast. Why the state at which we are in the Southeast is not where we should be. Every one of us from the Southeast know that. We have the potential. We have that growth potential. We know that we are industrious people. We are intelligent people. We are educated people. We are even the most energized people in that country. Where we are is not where we should be. And when I speak about it, I am pained. Looking at other regions going forward, I am pained. We are not supposed to be that. We are supposed to be moving faster than every region in the country. I know we've had our challenges. I know we've had our troubles. But when I speak about it, please and please and please, people, please stop it. Stop it.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Emeka, and thank you for saying that as well. I was going to go to that space, but I think you covered a bit of what I had to say. Don't take offense, Prestige, and I know you don't take offense quickly. It was the passion of that moment that came through. The one thing that we know about Emeka is that he's a very passionate guy. And Emeka doesn't put on an act; he speaks from the heart, and sometimes the emotions are overwhelmed. He knows the potential of where he comes from, and is pained that this potential is being held down. You know what he's saying anyway, and I'm sure in the broad strokes you probably don't disagree. Maybe you disagree with the delivery, but not with the concerns that he's raising. Is saying that the form of leadership there is holding back the potential that should really make that region the leading region in the country. And I'm sure you are not far from that in thought. So thank you for the apology, Emeka, and I know that our Prestige is gentleman enough to accept it. So Emeka stayed there because the South Africans have come back to push back against the statement put out by the Nigerian High Commission to warn Nigerians about the match coming up tomorrow. So we'll be discussing that, but to manage the time, let me take the conversation from you and take it in the direction of our man of Prestige. Who's up next? Prestige, how you doing?
One man, sorry, 1 second, please. What piece? Is what piece there? Yeah, brother. But you know, I know the amount boy, I have one man.
Okay,
all right. Don't worry. I have an interpreter who will tell me what you just said now. But by Prestige, you're up next. How you doing?
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Yeah, before I proceed, thank you, one man, for your commentary in regard to what just transpired. But to conclude to that aspect of that word, I'm not going to give a fraudster or a charlatan any more of my time. So let's move on. Thank you.
All right. All right. Let's leave that there. Still raw. You've been friends for a long time, so a few sharp words is not going to break that friendship. I'm pretty certain. But you then go into that space then and give us your interpretation, because of course this is coming from deep within the camp. Abaribe, of course, stood shorty for Nnamdi Kanu at his first bail instance that then led to what spiraled to where we are now. And what he is saying to us is that insecurity in the Southeast started with the Nnamdi Kanu narrative, the IPOB space in 2021. Of course, there's always been criminality in the Southeast as there is everywhere else in the world. But this spike, this spate of just blood-curdling sort of excesses of savagery that we're seeing, he's attributing then that is the start point of it. Do you agree then with the senator from Abia?
There's some truth to what he said, but I'll come to it to a different narrative, to a different perspective. What he said, there's some truth, like I stated, there's no doubt about it. But let me come in from a different perspective. About Nnamdi Kanu, I was watching a platform, today. No, actually tomorrow. So I was never an Nnamdi Kanu follower, because the only time I heard about Nnamdi Kanu, as you can understand, I've never followed Nigerian politics or whatever. The only time I heard about Nnamdi Kanu, I've never listened to anything that Nnamdi Kanu said, just from people speaking from this platform or some other platform, what he said about the Fulani, some other tribe and Europe. But that's the only thing I heard from people saying it. I've never actually heard it from his mouth, because I've never listened to him. The first time I heard of Nnamdi Kanu was when he was, try to talk about the Biafra, separation of Biafra. I see him mobilizing. When I see him in Owerri, a lot of crowd. See him in River State, and he said he was going to go to Asaba or whatever. I don't know if he went to Delta State. See him in Umuahia. I said, what? Then I started wondering. That's been a long time ago. I said, who is this? Who is this in Nnamdi Kanu? Why is he able to mobilize, the Southeastern and like this? What kind of a power does he have? So that was the only time I listened to him. I never really listened to him on, on his platform. So 2 days ago, actually it was my ego that I was listening, to be more transparent. He was playing what Nnamdi Kanu said about the Nigerian state of things right now. And everything he has prophesied came to be true. I'm not here to say I'm an Nnamdi Kanu or whatever supporter because actually I've never listened to him. But if listen to what he said yesterday, I said, oh, this man prophesies about all this thing, what's going to happen in the Yoruba land, what's going to happen in the Igbo land. Oh, I said, okay. So everything that, a lot of things that he said or whatever, not in negative thing, whether he said something about other tribe, I don't know. I never heard about it, but people said it. I said, oh, this has come to fruition. There's no doubt about it. Is he a prophet? But anyway, going back to what's going on, I know about the Southeastern security, that was established. At that particular time when it was established, I have doubt in myself, because I know what is happening. That was when I started following Nigerian politics to a, very, very minute level until I started listening to your platform. Your platform is the first platform, I started listening, even before I start watching Nigeria Watch of then Dr. Damage of lately or whatever. So even my yoga and some other people. So having said that, when he first established that Eastern Security Network, I said, this is not good. How can we have a non-state actor in a particular state? He wasn't sanctioned by the government or whatever. What he was doing was bad. So when I started hearing, even at when I heard from my father, and he told me that Eastern Security Network is actually working. They have distracted all these all these Fulanis or headmen, from messing up their land and everything. Some of the land they have been more productive. But after some time, I don't know what went wrong. Whether some people, this is just my opinion. I didn't say I had it from anywhere. Infiltrated the whole thing, or I don't really know how, because Hope or the man came in, then start bombing like all and everything. So everything went haywire. So that was where everything went wrong. Of course, whenever there's a good thing, if the main motive was good, then it has turned to a different thing like it is right now. People has used that opportunity, to penetrate the Southeast and make it what it is right now. Crime, crime, crime. So I can't really come here and say that the main motive originally were emancipated was the cause of this crime. There could be some truth in it. So no, I'm not. I can't unequivocally state that. So that's why I said maybe there's some truth to what he said in that regard. That's where I'm coming from, in that area. If that's answered that question.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space. I know that you're a big football buff, a man of prestige. So
Yeah.
yesterday, the Nigerian embassy in South Africa put out an advisory that Nigerians should not watch the match versus South Africa in public spaces, and they should not mock the South Africans too much. Should Nigeria win, which hopefully Nigeria does win. But the South Africans, they've taken somewhat offense to that. This is coming from the BBC. South Africa slaps Nigeria for football safety warning. And what it says, but the South Africa says that this is only to create a false alarm. There's been a long-standing rivalry between the two footballing giants. But in a statement on Tuesday, South Africa's Department of International Relations said there was no history of football hooliganism among South Africans at matches against Nigerians. We are confident that the sport-loving nation of South Africa poses no threat to Nigerian citizens, and we do not agree with the apprehension expressed by the High Commission. The advisory is regrettable because it seems to create alarm and unnecessary tension between the citizens of South Africa and Nigerians living or visiting South Africa. So what are you then making of this diplomatic back and forth? And was Nigeria right to raise that alarm?
Yeah, thank you, one man. Before I go to this, this one we were just talking about, I've forgotten one of my thoughts I was going to echo in the previous point we just narrated. What I was going to say about the Southeast politics or whatever. This is what I think. The Southeastern people are not sophisticated, like the Southwest or the North. There's no doubt about it. I think this is one of the problems we're having. we are the politician there, we are not sophisticated like the Southwest, no doubt about it. Even the North, we know, North and Southwest, you know, I will give it to the North first, with their manipulation and everything. They are very sophisticated when it comes to, they may not be as educated as the Southerners, but they are very sophisticated, followed by the Southeast when it comes to politics. I think that's the problem we are having in that. I don't know where that emancipated from there. Maybe because after the Civil War, we kind of lost it and everything. We have not been able to, to gain back to, the way we used to be. If you remember, from what I understand, the Igbos used to have a lot of input in Nigerian politics, before the Civil War. So after the Civil War, things just went down the drain. We have not been able to regain our freedom. So
the Southeasterners were the first sophisticates in Nigeria.
yeah,
They were they were the first educated yuppies. Yeah.
They have never been able to regain their momentum again. Right now, they are very, very low when it comes to politics. They don't.
But is that not to leadership, as Emeka was saying?
Well, that's the one thing. Like I didn't really want to talk about him. Some of the things he said makes sense, but it's the way he came about it. I mean, it's just very annoying. But anyway, I don't want to talk about that man again. Okay, but anyway, so don't bring the subject of him to me. I don't because it does annoy me. But anyway,
right.
So I just wanted to check on that about when it comes to politics before we go into this football matter. Yeah, talking about this food, because I read this about 3 days ago. Maybe what he's trying to do right now is to calm things down. Because if you look at what happened, because I wasn't on this platform yesterday, I think you all talk about the Grammy, which I read. I'm familiar with music and whatever. This lady named Tyler. She's only 22 years old. I mean, I think Arasta is 21. If you look at the record selling and everything, she's nothing compared to you. I'm not saying, and I'm going to tell you something about the Grammy. I don't mean to deviate, but we are coming to this. I will put my word together, about this South African issue. What she did, I think the record was released last year, and as of right now, if you look at the YouTube, it has garnered over 1.18 million compared to our star that has got up to 300 million. So it's uncomparable. You can't even compare. We are not even talking about Burna Boy, Davido, or Wizkid, So she's not on that level to be compared. So when it comes to Grammy, it's very, very political. And you know how Grammy is not based on who has the best record, who said the most or whatever. It's not based. It's very, very political. And you have about few people. I think it's 10 of them or whatever. They just stay in the studio and just nominate whomever they want to nominate. So it's political. I think what they're trying to do, they use Afrobeat, to gain audience. It's part of, crowd chasing. That's what they do right now. If you look at the difference between what they do and what other, what other people do, that's exactly what they do.
Man of prestige.
Yeah.
Do you support the idea to have a different category for African music? I think that for me.
Exactly. Why are we following these Western people? If you look at what's going on right now, like
I didn't like that at all.
Yes, they are gaining African market. That's what is going on right now. So when they give it to Nigeria before they gave it to Burna Boy, they know they have already gained Nigerian market. So they are trying to penetrate you South African market, try to gain the African market, because in America they have lost the black music part of it. They don't have that market again. It's not growing as it used to be. So they are trying to penetrate African market. So after they have given it to Nigeria, which is the best in Africa, so they are trying to gain part of Africa. I mean South Africa. Do you know the makeup of South Africa? It's like they look at South Africa as a mixed race, black and white. It's not necessarily black. So after they use us, they're gonna dump us, Africa as a whole. That's what they are doing right now. All this, the Americans. This is exactly what they are doing. But anyway, so let me come to the word of this. What's going on right now? So according to what's going on right now, they say they start.
Prestige, just still on that Grammy space. A lot of people are suggesting that the Nigerians split their votes, and that was what gives them the South.
No.
There were too many Nigerians, and that split the Nigerian vote.
Yeah. One man, about 2 or 3 months ago, they've already decided on this lady that's who is going to win. So it's not something new. They just pick. It's not based. Go and look at the Grammy. Go and look at the criteria they use for Grammy. I'm telling you, they are using Africa. They are trying to buy that part of.
If you look,
segment. That's what it's
one of
doing.
the things,
Yes, sir.
if you look Tyler's song, our song is more American rather than Afrobeat, you know, and somehow they look for a way to push that song into
You know what it is?
African music.
It's a little bit reincarnation of Fela Kuti. Water. Go and listen to the music. Listen to the music where, I mean, she rebrandished part of Water No Get Enemy. If somebody here is old enough, go listen to Fela Kuti. I know the title of the song is Water, but it's a little bit reincarnation of that. That's what she did. I'm not saying, no, the music is good, it's great. But
no, one of the things you see, the thing is they are using our gene to make money in their clubs all over the world right now. Afrobeat.
Exactly.
If you
That's
are a
exactly
DJ,
what I'm saying.
If you are a
That's
DJ,
exactly what I'm saying.
If you are a DJ, you don't play Afrobeat in your club. No one is going to come there to spend money in that club. So they are using Afrobeat.
Because if you listen to that music has no resemblance to African indigenous music. It's pretty much English. I mean, I think she was based in.
So what they've done now is that that last time Obona Boy won outright, without even using African category. So he won outright. So instead of them to allow us to continue to compete with them, they're now trying to create a subcategory for African music alone. For me, I think that is cheating, man. Look, music.
If you look at what happened before the Grammy, a day before the Grammy, YouTube organized a party for Afrobeat, the whole Africa. I don't know if everybody saw them where they organized was having a party, and celebrating about They are capturing. They are looking for different market, because if you look in the America, this rap is nowhere to be seen again. They are dwindling. They are pretty much close to be dead or whatever. So they have come to Africa. Right? That's exactly what happened to reggae. Nobody knows about reggae anymore. So they know Afrobeat is what's happening right now. So they penetrated. They already use Nigeria. So they try to capture the whole. They try to capture the whole Africa. That's why they give it to this young lady, 22 years old. That's all they're doing. They don't care about us.
Apparently, she says she's not black. She's colored. I'm not quite sure what.
Yeah, she's mixed race. They don't care about us.
What does that colored mean?
They prefer South Africa.
She's South African, She's South Africa. That's how they call their own mysteries in South Africa.
Right. They prefer South Africa than any other African country because of South Africa. They regard South Africa as black and white, not necessarily black. I know they have a lot what they consider to be Zulu or whatever. But,
even they did, the surprising thing, they did not even nominate this Cameroonian girl. What's she called? What's her name?
Le Bianca.
Yeah. No, she wasn't.
That song was even much far better than Tyler's song. The Bianca song was.
It just came out. It just came out the other day. I'm not saying that particular track is not good. It's not good. It's great, but I mean, it's uncomparable. I'm only comparing it to somebody in her age bracket, like our star. I mean, it's uncomparable. So let's just be realistic on that. But like we said, even the chairman came here and said last year that it's not based about being the best. That's what not Oscar is based. They are based in trying to capture the African market. That's why, spread and capture the African market. That's all it is. But anyway, so right now, what's going on around? They say they have South Africa has won. They're gonna beat us again when it comes to the football. Coming tomorrow. I think it's
as long as we don't go to penalty shooter, because that goalkeeper, I don't know that guy.
No, I can't.
If he has a bad net in his hand,
Osimhen is available to play. He's gonna play. We are good. My prediction is
as long as we don't go to penalty shootout, okay, it's fine.
It's not gonna go. It's not gonna go there.
We beat them over 90 minutes, but you go to penalty shootout, we are coming home.
But one man going to the question you asked me, what's going to happen, about what the South Africans said. but it's already there underground. They already, that room is already spreading. I think he just tried to come, try to be very diplomatic about what's going on. The South Africa are known for xenophobia, I mean, if we beat them tomorrow and you are in South Africa, you come out, they're gonna cause trouble. That's how they are. They are very crime-ridden people. We talk about Nigeria crime. No, there's no crime in Nigeria compared to South Africa. If you look at the crime index,
It's a
the
very
fourth city
violent
in the
place.
fourth city
Yeah.
in South Africa ranked number 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Pretoria, Johannesburg, all of them. They rank up there. So they are well known for their crime, not compared to any other country. So I think he just tried to push some PR there, try to quench the whole thing. Maybe that will work, but we're gonna beat them. There's no doubt about it, one man.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space then, a man of prestige. The arrest of the lead person of the Mietti Allah group, and they are warning to the Nigerian state that release him or else.
Who is coming for them release? The Mietti Allah? They want him to be released?
Yes, they want him to be released immediately.
Well, one man, they're going to release him. I mean, because what are they going to, I mean, they have to have a concrete evidence. Of course, everything might be vague right now. They're going to release him. I mean, will you be surprised if you release tomorrow? I can't imagine them, keeping there longer than a week or two or whatever. No, he's going to come out. I mean, because they're in control. I mean, we may have a sergeant in charge or whatever, but that doesn't mean that, so, I mean, they're in control of every part of Nigerian apparatus, so, he's been released. I mean, that's my statement on that.
All right. And to this space, Amotekun intercepts 149 suspected criminals inside trucks in Ondo State. So, these people, they said they come from the furthest part of the country, which is to tell you that they are coming from the extreme north. And when they apprehended these people, they found concealed weapons all over their vehicle, and they are claiming that they are hunters coming to hunt in the forest of Ondo State. So clearly, these are the insurgents now. There's an orchestrated insurgency going on in Nigeria. There is no question about that. But now, what fate then these people? They're only going to release them again, and they will try again. What are we going to do about this situation, Prestige?
Okay, the problem with this, I salute the Amotekun, or the OPC, whatever they are doing over there, which is good. But the problem is that they don't have the license to prosecute them or whatever. What they're going to do, they're going to release them to the Nigerian military or whatever, people in charge, and they're going to release them. That's the problem. I wish they can arm them, but, in Nigeria, we don't have, no government has the authority, to do that. Because what can they do? They can't prosecute them. They can't interrogate them. I think when they arrest them, they have to send them to, is that DSS or whatever, to any kind of police in that area. And, the people in charge. And depend on the state where they capture them or something like that, I mean, most of them are the government, the APC government in charge.
So man of president. One man, does Amotekun not have a I think they have prosecuting powers,
Do they? How?
No, Pansat was questioning if they do yesterday. I'm not clear on that myself.
I think I don't know. Maybe if Ogben is available, you could. I think they do. I think
what I'm saying, okay, one man, they capture them right now. Can they interrogate them and do everything? Are they not supposed to hand them over to the? Are they not supposed to hand them over to the police? That's my understanding.
Yes,
they don't have an interrogation power. I don't know.
Yes, that's exactly what they have to do, because they don't have powers beyond apprehending them and then handing them over to formal authorities.
Then it's not good enough. They're just there as vigilante, which is what they are, but they still have certain kind of substantial power, to get some information from, because anything that come out of Nigerian government, I don't trust them. That is the problem, They will say, okay, we prosecute them, we put them to jail, they give us this information, but even that may not be the information they get them, So that's why, I'm just skeptical of anything of Nigeria that come out of Nigerian government. That's where I have problem. Even the state where they come from, I mean, most of them are the, this present government we have. They are all Nigerian government. It doesn't really matter any one of them. So I have an issue with that. And one thing I had, I think about last week, Yeah, last week. The same narrative, you just say right now happened in Imo. They do a lot of hunting over there with dog. So they capture some, they
Oh
capture
yeah, I saw that clip. Yeah,
right,
carry
they
on. I
capture
saw
some
that clip.
Fulani
Yeah.
headsman, over there. They claim they're hunting. Now they are using dog to claim like it's a hunting, You see what's going on? So maybe they already plan all these things. Yeah, like people said, they are all over in our forest. So something need to be done, which I don't know. This has been happening for a long time. So
Oh,
I'm
oh,
just
oh, oh,
scared of.
yes. If I had, because there was a colonel that was speaking on the insurgency on, I think, on a rise or something. It says that the Nigerian security agents should forget international law, and then when they come across these people, they should leave them in the forest, permanently. If you get my meaning.
Right.
Yes, all of these people, I don't think I will shed a tear if they left them permanently, never to be seen again where they saw them.
Yeah, it's a problem we have. It's a problem we have in that country. So something needs to be done, but I don't know what it is. You know.
Oh, all right, to the space then, man of prestige. Northern group blames forex racketeering on ex-president Buhari's government officials trying to hide ill-gotten wealth. So a lot of people agree with that the spike in naira is illicit money looking for legitimacy.
How are they just trying to? I mean, sometimes when they speak, I don't know where they are coming from. I mean, what they said makes sense, but how far can it go? I guess they just try to say something out there for people, for people to see, like they're on the right path or they're supporting the common people. But what can come out of it is what I don't know. Probably nothing.
Oh,
I
oh,
don't. I don't put a lot of stock in what in what they say, in Nigeria anymore.
all right. What else caught your attention in the news today, Prestige?
Oh, I guess the riot going on that started today. I think in Kanu, but there's a difference. I just want to
Did,
say
did
what
one
I
not
what.
start in Niger? Are
Yeah,
they
it started
rioting
in
in?
Niger, but I'm going to tell you what I perceive to be the difference between the one that happened in Niger and the one that happened in Kano. I think the Niger one was yesterday. I don't need to continue today. It's more people in the one. I think the one that happened in Niger is spontaneous. Just I don't know what you think about this. I think that one is spontaneous. It's ordinary young people or whatever, coming out in their own belief that this is hardship. But the one in Kano, I think the one in Kano was sponsored. It was planned. If you look at, they have a play card. They sign and everything. They came out for that. But the one in Niger, there's nothing like that. I mean, they don't have anything. It wasn't planned. It was spontaneous. So I'm thinking that the one in Kano was sponsored. I mean, whether sponsored or not sponsored, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's a good thing to protect it. That's how you feel. It may be an opposition sponsoring the one in the Kano, but that one was planned. That's the difference. I
Do
mean,
do
yeah.
you think there's an or they orchestrated just this Amotekun narrative, this rioting, these people trying to damage the naira? Do you think there's an orchestrated move by the North to frustrate the Tinubu administration? We saw that with Goodluck Jonathan.
Yeah, there could be, but it has to be the opposition. It's from the opposition, part of it. So it's not necessary. Didn't the APC, win most of the North? I mean, one, I don't know what percentage, just the Northerners, maybe not including the Middle Belt, Northwest, and some other places. I think there were maybe you can say about 60% of the vote from there. So it might be the opposition, orchestrating all this. That's what I can say about that. Yeah, there's an element of that, and that happening anywhere, even in America. There's an element of opposition, orchestrating something. Just for example, everybody been clamoring about the immigration. What's happening at the border. Thousands, 10,000s of people, a day, try to cross the border. So they just passed a bill in the Senate. The best deal that could have thwarted any kind of immigrant coming to this country. I'm talking about. I'm just giving an example. How an opposition can do something. You know, They passed it in the Senate, but the House says it's going to be dead on arrival because it has to take two chambers, to approve anything. But why is that? It may not. I don't think it has already. I don't think it has already passed in the Senate because they're supposed to pass it today, tomorrow. But everything has been done because their leader, supposedly their leader, corrupt, insurrection leader, a dictatorship, who is not even in power, asked them not to accept, not to accept the bill, and they are not going to accept it. So what I'm trying to say, I know position. Yeah, that happening everywhere. It's not, it's not something new. They are definitely playing a role in Nigeria, particularly in the northern. But the South need to make a headway and protest too about, because it's real terrible in Nigeria. And believe me, okay, don't let anybody come here and paint a good picture about what's happening. Of course, there's a lot of people doing well in Nigeria, but how many percentage of that in Nigeria? I mean, some people, don't even eat. There's a guy that came on one of the platforms, that live in Abuja, and he said he was buying something in Abuja. I think I forgot it. He was, a vendor, So he said a well-dressed woman come and beg him, not money or whatever. Say, can you buy me food? So he asked the lady, what you want? Do you want poma or you want fish? The woman said, I don't care. I just want food to eat. So yeah, so that get to tell you about he said I've not eaten. Just give me anything. I don't care about poma or whatever. Just give me something to eat. So that's the situation we find about ourselves in Nigeria. I mean, they clamor for rice. What is rice? Rice is a poor man food here. I don't know why they make rice of spaghetti like it's a big man food, in Nigeria.
It's quite a terrible thing. I'm downloading a clip now that I'm going to play to you in a moment. It's some guy that was in the shops, and he couldn't quite afford to buy food, and it started to dawn on him that he couldn't afford to buy food, and it just started to break down. As soon as the downloads, I'll play it to you. But it's just harrowing, the situation in Nigeria. So they invited all these the ministers to come to the Senate to explain the situation, and they are telling us that international partners are on board with their plans. And they're saying that the economy is in recovery, but that means nothing until the gauge for the Nigerian economy is the woman that sells gari. That's where you know where the Nigerian economy is what price she puts on a product that tells you where we are. So all these fancy talks of recovery, where is it at the market?
I don't see the recovery. I mean, all this is fancy talk to me because I don't really believe in anything that they said. Most of them to me is propaganda until I actually seen any tangible to be in the right trajectory. I mean, what happened to all this money, the Saudi Arabia promises and everything they promised? Where is the money? What have they done? I mean, it's supposed to improve the economy. Nothing happening. So whatever they're saying right now, I'm not saying it's not going to happen. And how long they've been in the office? About 9 months or something like that. But things are not moving in the right trajectory. But when it start moving in the right trajectory, then I will start commending them. But for now, I'm going to criticize them, and then, even just supposed people are not doing the right thing. Like the central bank, Cardozo said today or yesterday that he said, whatever is happening in Nigeria is the increase in dollar rate is because of Nigerian students studying abroad. I mean,
he said about $40 billion
being backed by Nigeria.
Man of prestige. That's not what the man said. You guys, how do you even read stuff sometimes? So did you read it or you?
Wait a minute, Hakim. I don't know what you read, but I'm just giving you what I read. This is exactly. Hold on, let me finish. This is exactly what I understand him to say. According to what the central bank, he said about this naira something. It's attributed to the recent. That is attributed to the recent dollar exchange rate that has risen to this level is because of Nigerian students who study abroad as well as foreign medical trade imbibed by the Nigerians. That's what he said.
That's what he said. Why are you defending what is even on the video, sir? What are you defending?
What he said.
Go and watch the video now.
Listen, let me explain to you. When
There
what
is
he
nothing
said,
to explain, okay? That's what he said. What are you explaining?
hold
The video
on.
is there now. He give analysis and told the amount that was spent in the Nigerian
Just
studying abroad.
listen.
He said the
It's
amount
not
and all that.
analysis. Just listen. If you don't understand, I'll
Okay,
explain to you what the man said.
but what are
Look,
you trying to explain to me?
what
Well, something
Cardoso
that
is
the
saying.
video is there. You can easily go and watch the video. Not even
Yeah,
to
one
read.
man,
Go and
hold
watch
on,
the
hold on,
video.
hold on.
Please, if
Hold
you
on,
can find the
Akim.
video, come and play it here. Hold on 1 second, let me
Akim,
explain.
is
He's
it
trying to
not
explain.
about the Naira free fall?
Yes,
That's
he's
why he
trying to
made that
explain to
statement.
you. He's trying to explain to you a trend in behavior patterns. He used education and healthcare of Nigerians going abroad since 2010 up to date, and he estimated that Nigeria have spent $40 billion since 2010 up to date on foreign education and foreign healthcare trips. Come
Okay,
on,
if
man.
that's the case, why not try to fix it? Why not try to fix it? Have a good education, build healthcare here. Why are you using
The
this
man was only trying to
whataboutism?
explain. He was only trying to
Why are
explain
they? No,
situation to you.
Yeah, you explain it right, but that doesn't make it right. I mean, that's
Since
whataboutism he's
that
using.
time till now,
That's
no, they cannot
whataboutism
build
he's
schools. They
using to
cannot build
decelerate the
healthcare,
country. It's
and you
just
are
like
blaming the people
Bayo
going abroad for
Onanuga
that.
was saying about the crime,
But they are
about
building
about
schools
the
and they are
killing and
building healthcare
whatever is
now.
happening. And he was saying Nigeria doesn't have the highest crime rate. That South Africa and some other country. But what has crime got to do with this? Is the problem I have, the war abarism. I'm not saying what he said doesn't have a legitimacy to that. Yes. But what is the point? We need a solution. We don't need war abarism.
No. You're saying
What is
the
happening
man is
here?
saying
I came.
the reason why the dollar fall to this amount is because people know that he's trying to explain to you a pattern of behavior
I don't need
in the way
explanation.
Nigerians
I need a
travel.
solution. I
And
need a solution.
it didn't even say healthcare. It didn't even say education alone. It said both healthcare and education. Education came to around about 28 something billion. The healthcare was about 11 point something billion over the past 10 years. No, over
And
the past
among
14
the
years.
Nigerians who spend much, who is it the poor masses that spend the money? Is it not the elite, even the politicians that
Is it not the
took their
politician
children
that's
abroad?
going abroad? Is it not the
What are you
politician that's
telling me?
sending most of their kids abroad?
That is
Come
not what
on,
I'm
Is it
Akim.
that woman
Akim,
selling
don't
rice or Gary on the street
Akim.
that spend the
Akim,
money?
That
you
is
are
not what
smarter
I'm
than
saying.
that.
What I'm
Don't
saying
try
is,
to make excuse for
You
them.
don't even know what you are saying.
what the man said, you should not twist it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying
Okay,
who is
Okay,
spending the
even
money.
what you
let me
said,
use
there
for
is no
you and
difference to
tell you
what you
what
are
he said,
saying.
Barbados.
What are you
I'm
telling
not
me?
I'll
saying
tell you what he said,
Who is
I'm not
Barbados.
twisting it?
saying whether it's
You
the
are the one
politician
trying
that
to.
is
You are
spending
the
the
one
money
trying
or not.
to bring up
You are the
argument
one
where there is
trying
no
to
One,
twist
argument.
it.
one voice. Yeah.
Yeah,
Carry
hold
on.
on. Akim, there's no problem. I mean, you're the one trying to twist it. I'm just telling you what he said. I feel like it's more barbarism. Why making that kind of statement? Why not tell us, okay, Nigeria, but this is what I'm gonna do. You know, this is what I'm gonna do to diminish, the hardship people are going in Nigeria. At least a better trajectory. That's what I want to hear. I don't want to hear what barbarism.
The
That's
man
not
is
gonna
trying
help
to
us.
tell you,
Tell me,
the man is trying to tell you that if we change our
Man of
behavior,
prestige. Man of prestige.
if
The
we change
argument
our
is this:
behavior, if we change our
the solution.
behavior, if we change our behavior of
Man of prestige.
going abroad for healthcare, if we change
okay,
our behavior of
Hakim,
sending children abroad to
Hakim,
school,
Hakim, you're speaking like you're not in Nigeria. If we change our behavior,
Man of prestige.
can
See
they
the
give us
solution they have.
example?
See the solution they have prepared.
Are they the one not?
Can I let people? Yeah, just hold it 1
Are
second.
they the
Yeah.
one not initiating going this abroad to study all their kids, everything? They're the one that send the whole. They're the one that send the whole Nigerian money to abroad. They bank it in abroad. They're the one that are using the dollarizing the whole country. So what are you saying? You are like you're cutting a slack to them.
no, I'm not cutting it. I'm just saying
No,
you don't twist what the man says. That's all.
you see what they said that people should contribute the way they did during the COVID-19 to cushion the effect that reach just as how they donated during the COVID-19, donate rice, beans, and all that to share to the poor masses. This is the solution these guys are bringing up. Just as COVID-19 period to cushion the situation on ground.
Okay, Akim. This is
Yeah.
another thing he said. He said there's an increase in demand in dollar, with increase in Nigerian students studying abroad, projected to exceed 100,000 by the year 2022. Given this data, $28.6 billion education and medical tourism also leading to the increase in demand for dollar. Okay, tell me who is contributing to this $28.6 billion? Is it just ordinary people or poor people? Is it not higher upper middle class and the people in government that is contributing to this $28.6 billion?
Did you even understand do you even understand my point in this conversation at all?
No, I understand your point. He said he was just making he was just using that as an example. It wasn't an excuse. That's your point. Am I right or wrong?
Okay, thank you.
All right, proceed. Let me play you this clip. I was trying to download it, but it's not downloading. So I'll play you it originally from the source. So this is a snapshot capture of what is going on in Nigeria. This is a respectable looking man who has gone to the shops to buy food for his family. Watch this.
2,200. Irú wàhálà wo wá lélẹ̀ ìwọ lọ. Bro, sell out for me 2,000 now. Irú wàhálà wo lélẹ̀ kí ni mo fẹ́ jẹ lálẹ́ yìí báyìí 2,200 naira láìsí. Irú wàhálà wo làwọn pọ̀ Nàìjíríà báyìí ọlọ́run. Irú wàhálà wo la pọ̀ báyìí 2,200 naira láìsí. Irú wàhálà wo la pọ̀ báyìí. Kí ni ìjọba ìwà ń sọ fún wa báyìí wọ̀ lọ máa ṣàánú wa 2,200 naira láìsí. Sáwà ní jáde jẹun Nàìjíríà mọ́ ni. Èwo ni ìjọba bàbá yìí ṣe fún wa yọ náà máa ṣàánú wa. Ọ̀gá please náà. Irú wàhálà wo lélẹ̀. Ìjọba bàbá Tinubu ìjọba tí ò dára bá bàbá Tinubu yẹn ṣàánú wa. Wọ́n ní wàá jọ 2,200 naira ra ẹsẹ̀ 2,000 ló wà lọ́wọ́ mi táwọn ọmọ mi fẹ́ fi jẹun lálẹ́ yẹn jọ náà. Ẹ̀yin tá dìbò fún bàbá yẹn bá wá bẹ̀ bàbá yìí. Ẹ̀yin tá dìbò fún bàbá yẹn bá wá bẹ̀. Ẹ̀yin tá dìbò fún bàbá yẹn bá wá bẹ̀ ṣàánú wa. Ẹ bá wá bẹ̀ bàbá yìí tá a ti jẹun Nàìjíríà mọ́ ni. Ebi ń pa wá ẹ ṣàánú wa. Àlè fi 5,000 tó ń jẹ mọ́ wàhálà máa ti dé. 2,200.
All right, so there it is. I'm not sure how much Yoruba you understand, man of prestige.
Yeah, but I understand Yoruba. I mean, I can't speak it well. Yeah, I understand. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You know.
No, I'm not sure if that was a skit or not. I'm not sure if that was a skit.
It doesn't look like a skit to me.
It's a skit from the audio.
Okay, but even I thought it's a skit. It was based on what is happening. It was based on even I thought it's a skit. Let's assume it's a skit. But this is reality on the ground in Nigeria. So that is the place that I have a problem. You know, when the present government come here, you know, and use their propaganda, to perpetuate something. That's where I'm coming about. Instead of saying people are suffering, this is what we are doing, to ameliorate the situation. That's what I want to hear. Not what Abarism, like one of the ruling government came out and said that Nigeria has the lowest cost of living in sub-Sahara or in Africa in general. What is the metric you are using to come up with that comparison? Instead of sticking in Nigeria, sticking with your own country, try to stop the solution. I'm not going to say what's happening in that family. Try to tell my family, say, okay, this is what they are going through, whether it's good or bad. We need to be patient of, maybe we're going to get there. or we're not going to get there. I'm not going to use that. I'm going to say, hey, family, this is what's going on here, right? This is what I'm doing. I'm working hard to solve this situation. Or I have a plan to obtain whatever is our goal is. I'm not going to give coming up with whataboutism. That's where I have an issue with whatever is going on here. It's not that any other African country, there's other African countries that are not suffering like we are. Yes, there are. But I'm not after what they're doing. Let their government solve their problem for them.
Prestige, escaped or not, it's a travesty that 5,000 naira cannot cook a meal for a family of 4 in Nigeria. That has to be a sadness.
Okay. Look at the military. How much is their minimum wage? Is it not 50,000 naira? That's their minimum wage. I mean, you see the guy.
They've arrested that guy. They arrested the guy that put that out.
Of course.
They arrested him today.
Of course, he's not supposed to do that. The military code and everything. He's not supposed to do that. But he could. I mean, you know what the rule is when you enlisted yourself in the military. There's code of conduct you have to abide. But at that particular time, when you're hungry, you can't even think about that code of conduct. And what he said is true. I mean, from wherever he is to Benue or wherever he is, how is he going to go home? What month under 50,000? By the time he come back, he's going to be about 75,000. So where's the money? So he has to go back in the bush where he was. But that was true, even at all, because at that particular time when he made that video and everything, he's not thinking. He was very emotional. He was thinking at the moment. It's not about what's going to happen tomorrow. He's not thinking. It's something that what we call in the moment. That's exactly what happened to him. So it's a fact. How can you pay somebody 50,000, somebody in the military? So that's exactly true what's happening in Nigeria. So.
All right, brilliant. So brilliant. So are we friends again, man of prestige? You, me, and Emeka.
No, I'm a friend of this platform. I always come to this platform, whether I agree or I don't agree. It's very enlightening. I come here, moreover, like I stated, I don't like to go to a platform. I don't like to go to a platform that, that be saying everything that I agree. I would like to go to a platform that has different point of view. But it depends on how you narrate it. Respect everybody. It doesn't really matter how you say it.
Emeka is our number 1 pundit.
Okay, that's he may be a number 1 or whatever he is. He's my number 0. Okay, I'm not going back on that. So let's just have an amicable conversation. Let him leave me out of his mouth and still his lane.
Again, I apologize. In the heat of the moment, I apologize. I know you are angry, you're upset. I know after a couple of days you may turn around.
Thank you very much.
You're my brother. I don't hate you. It is in the heat of the moment. You understand? There are topics that I'm really passionate about. And when you come from angles that, you are not from the Southeast, it makes a mockery out of that conversation. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair. But again, I apologize. I apologize for the words and the language.
It's up to my prestige is not. I've known prestige for nearly 2 years now. He doesn't have it in him to hold a grudge for too long. I know that about him. But thank you, man of prestige. So that's the elegant man of prestige, of course. No one else. So let's go on from your prestige then to War Peace. See if it's ready for us. War Peace, you there?
One man, before you go to War Peace, why did you go and look for trouble today, one man?
How do you mean?
The platform you went to go and look for trouble.
You saw me doing my grammar or something.
I'm tired. Why you know that you're going to get hit?
I couldn't help it. Anytime when I'm just bored, I don't know why they let me do it. They should just play along and say, no matter what you say, we're not going to fall for it. But they fall for it, and then I'm there laughing my head off. And then they are bounced. It's unbelievable, but it's so much fun though. I was
just laughing my head off, saying, "What the hell is going on, man? What are you looking for? You're going to the Lions den."
I think one man. I use my time to Akim. I'm busy right now, so I'll still be on the floor. Just Akim use my time.
Thank you very much.
All right. So to the conversation, then come in at whichever point you like, Kim.
Oh, thank you very much, one man. First of all, the AFCON, whether the South Africans are going to be xenophobic or not, I think we don't need to care about their emotions or their feelings. We have to do the business on the pitch. For us, that is one of the things that unites us as a people, as a nation. So I'm rooting for the guys. They need to put in as much effort, put in their best, and hopefully their best is enough. Whether the xenophobic people like it or not, nobody cares. So for us, we are going all out for victory because as things is in Nigeria today, we need some form of joy from somewhere. Wherever the joy is going to come from, we just need some joy from somewhere. And I think the AFCON is going to at least kind of take some of this pain away from the suffering of our people. So go Eagles and do the country proud.
All right. And to the arrest of the Mietti Allah lead person and the threat from the Abokis.
Yeah, one man they can threat for as long as they want. But the thing is this, you know, my kind of principle in how government should work. So I don't just think state power should be used recklessly on citizens, regardless of how you think of this man. If he hasn't committed any crime, and this is why I said about Nnamdi Kanu as well, when I said, look, Buhari made of ordinary guy, somebody who is a nobody. Buhari may just turn into a hero overnight. If he had just abandoned that guy, then nobody would have known Nnamdi Kanu today. Nobody would have cared about Nnamdi Kanu today. But he turned the guy into some god that people now worship all over the country. I don't know, but for me, I hope this government don't make the same error with this Mietti Allah leader as well, because sometimes government they tend to overbear when it comes to using powers, and they don't understand that what they are doing sometimes have negative effects on how it is being propagated among the citizens, some quarters of the citizens. So for me, if the man has done something wrong, fine, you arrest him, charge him to court, prosecute him. If he's found guilty, put him in jail. That is how the rule of law should work. Don't just arrest him indefinitely. That if you recollect, that was how one of the reasons we have Boko Haram in our hand today. That was how they arrested their leader at that time, and then they just buy the guy in police custody, and that led to what we have been fighting with, what millions of dollars for how many years now. We are still inside that nonsense. So I hope they don't make that same mistake. If the man if he's done anything wrong, just allow the law to take its course, and then do things the right way. So that's what I would say. Whether they are shouting or they are crying, for me, that shouldn't be the issue. The issue should be that the government should apply the rule of law, and if the man has done anything wrong, that is it. So that is it for that space one man.
All right, Akim. And Akim, to this clip, then, it's a case of the eagle has landed. So there it is. Tinubu arrives back in Nigeria from France. Is it a case that his trip was cut short due to the pressure of it? And should they have? Because a lot of people were saying as soon as that Ekiti incident happened, they should have they should have come home immediately. So what are you making of the return of Tinubu? Was it forced? And what does it mean?
I don't know if it was forced, one man. I don't think it was forced. But my issue with the whole thing in general is that one of the reasons why I was actually hoping that somebody like Oshibajo wins the primaries during the APC was the idea that you have somebody at the presidency who know how to relate to the people's mind, the people's feeling. You remember when Oshibajo was the vice president and he had to do a surgery? he was advised to go abroad and he refused and he had that surgery in Nigeria. Like, I don't like this idea that these guys just, you are the president of Nigeria. This is not an official, it's an unofficial travel, and you've been out of the country for how long? God knows. We can't have leadership in this form. It doesn't make sense. You don't see it anywhere in any sensible climb. It doesn't happen. You can't just be absent out of the country for look, one man, there was no legitimate reason for him to be out of the country. If he was not well, tell the people you was not well, you needed treatment, fine. But look, if I ask you now, one man, why was he out of the country? Could you tell me?
I couldn't tell you officially, but I think we all know that it was. We know his doctors are in France, so.
Yeah, but that's the problem. We can't leadership. We cannot be having this kind of leadership. In Nigeria, if you look, you have to be in the country. Why is it that expensive for these guys to just put one medical center? Even if you call it whatever you want to call it, presidential hospital for only president, those your doctors, bring them here, put them here, all the equipment, bring them here and put them here, so that you are always on ground.
Do you think it's a psychological thing? Because all the equipment should be here, and I think they are there, and all the doctors, they can as easily fly into Nigeria as the president fly to them. So there is no real reason why he should be making that trip, except of course the psychology of being there. I don't know.
It's just some stupid mental. I don't know. Like you say, I don't know if it's psychology or not, but it doesn't. For me, I don't like it at all. I don't. One of the reasons why I just could not support. I told you, his policies. To be honest, I didn't have issues with, and I've said it from time. His personality was what I didn't like. I was looking for somebody who have those progressive policies with a simple and genuine mindedness, like Anoshibanjo. That was what I was hoping could happen at the time. But to be honest, this kind of behaviors, I don't like it at all. I don't look.
Hakeem. Now, when what has changed for you? Was it not you this few days ago? I mean, like, hold on. A few days ago or a week ago, we were here when some of us were arguing here about being a national security matter, that your president is living in the country. Now suddenly, you like it now. It's not you that was saying last time here when we were having.
Are you sure that was me, or you just?
There's nothing wrong with it.
It wasn't Akin. It was Ola and Code that was saying that.
Hello, can anybody hear me? I don't know if I'm breaking.
Yeah, I can hear you.
We can hear you, Rashama.
Rashama, it was Ola, not Akin. That was Ola and Code.
I never had that kind of conversation with you, Rashama.
Oh, okay. No, my bad. I mean, my apologies for that. I thought it was you.
Apologies accepted. So, like I was saying, right? Like, I just don't like those kind of leadership. I don't like it. Look, we cannot continue in that form. If you cannot bring whatever facilities you need to look after yourself here, then you need. If you have to just step aside. Let other people continue the job. This idea that it has to be one person, no. For me, the time of one man have to do the job is this idea. It has to be one person. It's stupid, man. I think political parties need to fix themselves up this time, so that they become a vehicle that carries policies, whereby citizens will actually look at the policies of the political party rather than the individual. Look at if the parties are able to formulate policies, direction, and say this is our platform, this is what we stand for. For me, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter who is on top of that ticket, as long as the party always abide by its principle. We would not be having all of this nonsense that is happening today. Look, it's come back fine, but should it have been away in the first place? The answer is no. Look, for whatever reason you went for whatever event, you have to come back. And if you are going anywhere, you are the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We are the one paying everything for you. You must be accountable to us. You must tell us if you are going for official visit, if you are going for medical trip. It is not a crime for you to be sick. Anyone can get sick. Okay, but you have look, we are paying for it. If I am sick today, I'm not going to go to work. I have to call my company and tell them I can't come, I'm sick. Okay, but the president is not different. If he's sick and he can't come, we have to, we the employers, we pay his salary, we pay everything, that jet and everything that goes, all the demurrage on whatever they pays for the airport landing. None of those money come out from his own pocket. We fund all of those expenses, so we have the right to know what is going on. This idea that you can just go and relax somewhere for 2 weeks or how long that for no reason. For me, I don't buy it at all, Mama. No matter how much you support somebody or you support what they are doing, when they do something that is not right, you must have it in you to say this is not good, you know. And this is one of the problems we have in Nigeria, whereby people cannot speak truth to power at all time. If they support somebody, that person cannot do wrong. No, this one, the president for me is done. I just don't like. I don't like it at all, to be honest, one man.
All right, Bilal, let me take you to the space. Northern Group blames forex racketeering on ex-President Buhari's government officials trying to hide ill-gotten wealth. So this struck me when I saw it, because it chimes with something that Shegun Showunwim was saying just the other day when he was here, that Tinubu should have stuck with the Naira change policy, because there's still he essentially said exactly the same thing. So how much veracity are you attributing to this?
Yeah, that was one of the things I could not hold Otuba show me on, because how could you even say that in the first place? You are in Nigeria, people were buying Naira with Naira, and you say they should stop with that policy. What kind of madness is that? How do you buy your own currency with your own currency inside the same country?
No,
It's
a simple matter of printing more volume of the new currency now. That's not a killer or something now. It's just a simple matter of printing more. You know.
Yeah, but they were not, even the one they printed Shambo currency. The money they printed was a whitewash. Look, that money you could use it for wash, and it still won't pass through. You know, that for me, I don't see I just didn't see the point in it. What they need to do is that they need to stop every goddamn avenue in which Nigerians are using Naira. Imagine Nigeria is selling crude oil to Dangote now in dollar. How you do it? Just sell it to the man in Naira and let the man pay you in Naira, and they spend the Naira within the country. It doesn't make no sense. If you sell if you sell to outsider, sell to them in foreign currency. If you are selling to all the refineries within the country, sell to them in Naira. Why? So you want them to go and then look for dollar to come and buy crude oil inside Nigeria just for the central bank to have what FS reserve or what? For me, it doesn't make sense. The people who have sabotaged the economy, they know themselves. It is not you and I, one man. We are playing our part to help the economy. The people who are racketeering, they know themselves. Emefiele was part of them. Previous governors were part of them. Current state governors, former state governors, they are all part of them. All our politicians, they are all part of them. The ones they are using to go for religious Hajj and Christian, whatever it is, they are all part of it. So you and I, we don't look. I've never gone one day to go and buy dollar for what? I'm the one sending money back home. Okay, so I'm not the one contributing to the racketeering. They know themselves. The people that are doing, they know themselves. Let them begin to hold themselves accountable. Like for me, I said it before. I'm not really bothered about the fall of Naira. I'm more concerned about the insecurity that we have. One man, if you go and check a dollar to the South Korea won, it's about 1,341 to $1. But those people, they are not hungry. They have enough food. You don't have the level of inflation that we have in Nigeria, in South Korea. The economy is productive. I don't think the rate per se is the problem. It's just the policy, the other economic factors that are the main issues. If we stop to import a lot of the food that we consume in Nigeria, it wouldn't matter how much you exchange the dollar for. If we stop to import a lot of the clothes that we wear, it wouldn't matter how much you are exchanging the dollar for. Look, if you had 200,000 naira to a car right now, the man who could not buy it at the former rate still won't be able to afford it if you add 200,000 to it. But if you had 200, the man who could afford it at that rate, one way or the other, will still be able to buy the same car. It's just like saying you've added $100,000 to the price of Ferrari. Look, one man, you are not doing it for me. I don't even know. I don't care, because I'm not going to go and buy Ferrari. I don't have the money to buy Ferrari, one man. So that is how I see it. There are a lot of the things that our FS affect in terms of importation should be mostly luxury items, not like your baby stuff, like food, the food we eat. When they're telling you a bag of rice is now 60,000, we should not be having such level of inflation when it comes to food items. I think that is the area the government need to focus on. Forget about all these people talking about bag of cement is now 7,000 naira. Look, when it was 1,000 naira, if you could not build the house at 1,000 naira, you still won't be able to build the house at 7,000. So for me, certain items the price would not make a difference to their life, but food and clothes will make a huge difference. If you had certain amount of inflation level to food cost, it's a big problem. If you had certain amount of level to some clothing item, it's a big problem. So that is the area the government need to focus on and stop all this chasing FS and not FS, racketeering and not racketeering. Just concentrate on insecurity, allow people to go back to their farm and produce more food for the people. And then you see that this whole issue of hunger and everything will start coming down slowly. One, that is my own opinion about the whole issue.
All right, let me take you to this place. Akim. There is it's a never-ending battle, but there's a particular fight going on between Reno Omokri and, of course, his favorite whipping boy, the Obedience, on social media. So, last Friday, the light went off at Murtala Mohammed International Airport for about 5-10 minutes, and of course, the Obedience space ceased on today's. And just wailing and gnashing at the teeth, as they often do. So Reno Omokri has now taken on that space and is now going through now the whole of the global space, speaking to how this is a somewhat of an occurrence in those spaces. Lights going off for almost an entire day at an airport in the UK a couple of years ago, and the whole of San Francisco shutting down as a result of our power outage. So are you following that space, Reno Omokri versus the Obedience?
Yeah, I followed it a while. I followed it for a bit, but it's funny, man. That guy, I don't know. Him and these people, I don't know how they found themselves. One man, it's like a cat and mouse. I don't know if
he has taken on Obi as a project, hasn't he? Reno Omokri.
I'm telling you, I don't know if you used to watch Tom and Jerry back then.
Tom and Jerry, of course, yes.
that is how Reno and the Obi. That is how their fight is. It's a never-ending fight. So look, I think is it a good thing that there was a power outage at the airport? No, it's not good. But I think sometimes these things happen, right? But the problem we have now as Nigerians is that we have this. We've gone into overdrive when it comes to the marketing of our country, and I've not really seen it from any other nation. I know there's a lady I work with. She's Tunisian, right? So I told her, I said, listen, I would like to visit Tunisia. Oh, this is the same woman we work in the same place, right? So she also come to hustle like me. So, and this is what she said. Oh, it's a lovely country. It's a beautiful place. You're going to like it. She's telling me all every nice things. She's saying nice things about the country. But you also have our people in the same place. If you just mention Nigeria matter, hey, that one a country. I beg, forget that matter. That is the first thing they will tell you. That country, I beg you, throw away Nigeria matter. That one a country. That country is dead.
You know that's where the mistake is being made. I think was it on this platform or somewhere? Somebody was saying that they were in conversations. There was a group conversation going on, people bashing their government, etc., etc. And then there was this American, And he was also joining in, bashing the American government and all whatnot. And then the tone of the conversation went towards bashing America. And the guy just suddenly stood firm and said, no, you can't bash the country. So I think this is where people are making the mistake. So they think the marketing the Nigerian state is attacking Tinubu, but it is not, though.
It is not.
If Nigeria is your country, Tinubu is just a temporal phase. After Tinubu, there will still be Nigeria. Before Tinubu, there was Nigeria. There will always be Nigeria. So if you go demarketing the country, you are not actually doing anything to Tinubu because he's gone for 8 years,
Hold on. What are you talking about? You see,
and you stand accused of that as well, rational mind. You stand accused of that.
He's the president. Rational mind is the president.
Don't tell me that bull crap. I'm not here for that. 2014, 2013, when Jonathan was there, who are the people demarketing Nigeria all about? Who are the people talking about Nigeria, saying Nigeria army could not do anything? Can you see all the tweets that the one that the author in Aso Rock? I was in France. I just came back. Didn't you see all his tweets? Is that not part of the marketing?
Rational mind, you don't understand what we're saying.
Hold on.
Rational mind, you don't understand what we're saying. It is not about who is doing it.
Hold on, Akim. Hold on.
You will get your floor back. Let me just make this point. You see, be careful what you dish out to people. What goes around comes around. This is the same APC and people like myself back in 2015 that I was campaigning for them. Jonathan has destroyed the country. We're demarketing the country. We're saying that,
no, you were demarketing Jonathan. You were demarketing Jonathan.
No. Yeah. So now, you know when people talk about Tinubu now, what do you people talk here on this platform?
No. Did you not hear what Akim just said? He said the Nigerians were telling the foreigners that the country is shit.
Exactly.
Not the administration.
That's exactly what APC did in 2015, 2013, 2014.
No, but they were telling us that good luck Jonathan was not good for purpose.
No, not Jonathan. They were saying that the country was thinking. They were demarketing the country. That Jonathan has corrupted the country. You see, one man. You see, sometimes you people will just come here, you'll be pointing finger at other people, when even these people are trying to defend. They are also equally guilty, even not even much. Even worse than how it was. So people come and then you just look for one headline and then you just bounce on it. And
so can I just have a quick chipping? 1 minute chipping.
Rational man, what kind of
can I have a 1 minute chipping if you don't mind?
If I am a now, during the time of Jonathan, we never see anything. We say na alumbe.
One man, can I have a 1 minute chipping?
Will also give me the 1 minute too.
All right. Let's hear from Bishop. Bishop.
Thank you very much. Except we want to deceive ourselves, like Rational Mind is always wants to do. There has never been a time that a session of Nigeria has been so bitter and so hateful and so, I don't know the right word, about their country. People criticized Jonathan. I supported him. At some point, I fell out in 2017. 2011, I voted for him. And I went against him in 2015. I had reason. But I never for once, and people never for once hated Nigeria the way it is now. So what you are saying, yeah, it's in your characteristic and it's in your way, but we all know it has never been this bad. Election come and election go. Criticism of government, objectively, of course, that is what democracy means. That is what. Let me finish.
Come on.
There are two different. I'm not coming. Don't tell me to come on. Hold on. Let me finish. It is your way. The truth of the matter is that it was not as toxic. Our space. Let me finish it now. Our space was not as toxic as it is now. Yeah, people campaigned against Jonathan. They did whatever. They did not.
Who brought the toxicity? Who brought it? How did it begin?
Rational mind.
How did it begin?
Keep rebelling.
Rational mind, they cool down.
Keep rebelling in your condition. Everybody knows you. Everybody knows you. Listen. That's what you will say. We know where it is coming from. The only thing we don't know it is where it is going. Because there is no wise man, You cannot know, you cannot post that you know the beginning. You can know the beginning, you don't know the end. The truth of the matter is this. The Bible even talks about seed time and harvest time. Unfortunately, I don't see us recovering from this. And let the heavens fall. The ones that will remain will remain. I have never seen a people hate their country this much post-obedience. It has never happened. Even during the Civil War, it was not this bad. We've seen terrible times before. Somebody was talking some time ago that was talking about even when they were sending cement. Look, I saw a video a few days ago when they were flogging people way back in 1980, whatever, when they were struggling to buy essential commodities, provision, rice, milk, and the rest, Bonvita, what have you, way back in 1983. That was 40 years ago. So there has always been some level of hardship. But what I'm talking about, the hatred for country, people deliberately wishing the country go up in flame. It has never been this bad. So if you are depending, of course, nobody will be surprised. It's just that it's always good to put counter narrative so that it will not be that your voice is the only voice that is on this platform. Thank you very much. That's why I came in.
Hold on. Akim, I beg, hold on. You came here now. You said you know me very well. That's how I say. I mean, if I were to say the same thing about you, that I know you very well. You come here, you want to sell us bobo.
Have you not said worse things? Have you not said worse things about that?
Worse thing
is it not you? Is it not you?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm also repeating the same to you too.
No problem now.
Bishop, let him have the right to reply.
Is it not you? We know you too now. You know how you come here. You tell us bobo, tell us crap. I'm trying to refrain my friend from saying certain things. But my point is this: you will come here, you will just say certain things like as if we, some of us are from a different planet. We don't live in that country. We don't even know what that country is all about. You just hear yourself now.
You probably are from a different planet. I can say that again. You are not. You are from a different planet.
Yeah. Hold on. Let him respond.
We're having an exchange now. We are not fighting. We're having an exchange now. You two came into what I was saying. You two came in now, so I'm just replying.
Let me and him alone. No problem. Just don't worry about that. And I'll do that.
They should just leave you are who? For what now?
No. You grade yourself. I'm sorry, Akim. You take your place back. So my point is this: is that we've never been divided this way. APC came in 2013-14. They divided their country with their rhetorics, with their crap, and with their campaign of hate. We saw the Nobel laureates. We heard them when they called somebody sheep of Potemos. That was the beginning of all the crap. All because they just want to demarket this guy so that they could just take over from him. And they took over now. What happened? How did we see? What did we see? Beginning with Buhari, how did the country turn out? How did the hate begin? When his own classmen were marauding all about the country. I mean, they were just attacking every other tribes. And then you're telling me here that people should not talk about the country that is going down in flames. And then you people with me that you are more patriotic than us, who talk about the country, the crap going on in that country. So if you want to sit down here in America or wherever you are, and you want to start telling people the other thing that is, the other side of it that is not really happening in that country. It's up to you. But we are here now. We are talking about the country.
Hold on, Akim. Let that conversation take place so it's not three ways. Otherwise, they might spiral. Yeah.
We are here talking about a country that is almost that already failed. The dollar now is. Some of us come here. So let me quote the word of this guy. What's his name? Our lawyer here. This guy in Scotland. Some people just come here, emergency analysts. They just come here and start talking like, 10 years ago we're buying cement for 1,000 naira. How many people were building house? People were building house. This was not as worse as this.
Even as today, people are building houses. If you don't know now. People are building houses now.
I hear you.
People are building. Cement Okuta. The more expensive cement is, cement is selling.
With your examples that you always bring
If you like, whatever you want to say, listen, Whatever you want to
I'm not
say
listening. I'm
it.
not listening.
I
That's what
don't care. You don't, it is immaterial. Now let me answer you straight away. You keep referencing somebody says hippopotamus. We knew who started with the Bantuwe children. We knew who started with the rhetorics of about. Listen, let me talk now. You spoken. I've answered. What do you mean, Shengbo? What do you mean, Shengbo? Forget it. That's Shengbo. Let's talk fact. If Tare Obagba fact say so that you are not comfortable with truth, we are not comfortable with facts. Listen, now you keep quiet and let me talk. I listen to you. I listened to you, young man. I listened to you. Didn't I? Didn't I listen to you?
All right.
I wasn't done when you. I wasn't done when you came into. I wasn't done when you came into. I wasn't done when you came into. I wasn't done. So when I challenge you on facts, let us. I was not. When I challenge you on facts, let us speak to facts. You keep talking that every time I come here, every time I talk here, I'm talking. I see brother because you lie a lot. You lie. It's your middle name. You lie terribly.
I came here. I made
you lie. You say things that are not true.
You attacked me.
Which is a fact. What are we talking about? What are we talking? So every time you make that reference, you make that reference. Somebody says hippopotamus. That was not the beginning of the conversation. That was the middle of the conversation. So if you want to be very fair, let us go back to the beginning of the conversation. You landed, and one man gave me the platform to reply to you. You landed, and one man mentioned my name to respond. If you don't want me to talk, thank you very much. Have a wonderful deliberation. I will be listening on the YouTube end. If you don't want me to talk, you landed, and one man mentioned my name. One man mentioned my name. I begged for the floor, and he gave me the mic, and I came in. So if you don't want me to talk, good. Look, listen. You did not let me finish. If you don't want me to speak, so be it. Tiny boy, stop this or something. Tiny boy.
Something here on this platform. You always come here. You want to like the other day, I think I had this conversation.
Why do you always get angry when people challenge you? Why do you get uncomfortable when people challenge you? Who bullies people? Rational mind. Let's see whatever you want to say. Oh, Charlie, know me. Don't call me a bully. Please don't call me a bully. I did not bully anybody. Somebody used that language on me a couple of times. I did not. You just said so that I came here to bully everybody. Look, I don't. You do that 1,000 times more than myself. You do that. I am telling you, you do it. And I never called you a bully for once. I never called you. Listen to me now. Let me talk. You finished. Listen. You look. You interjected.
This is what you do.
What you do. Look at you.
You like to talk. You don't even let other people.
Oh, me? Between me and you? Who is the one that talk?
Other people hear their views.
Who is the person that always love to talk? You even talk when you don't have anything to say. That is the amazing thing about you. When you have absolutely nothing to say, you just want to dominate the floor and continue to talk. I give you the floor. Keep talking. Good night. Sleep there.
It's up to you. So I came here. I was talking, telling you about who started the whole thing. This guy came here and he was telling me that I'm a liar. I mean, what is wrong? Can I say something? You not even speak to the fact. You have to attack me. What's your problem?
Rational mind, you don't have to.
You are only trying to divert attention.
What is advantage?
Can I say something? Can I say something, Rational mind?
Hold on. Let this guy talk.
Yes, the way you have been doing it, I can compare you to Rufai was saying of Arise TV. Anything against it, I don't know. What do you want to achieve? I think when we come to this platform, every one of us, we should come to an open mind. Right, so what did I do? That every one of us will express ourselves for the betterment of our country, of our nation. Rational mind, let me ask you a question.
Don't ask me a question.
Between Nana and you, between your God Almighty, are you happy with the performance of Jonathan? The good luck. Were you happy with his performance? this destruction of Nigeria economy. Jonathan
Is that a
was.
rhetoric question, or you asking a question?
I'm asking you a question. Are you
answering the question yourself? I mean, you
yes.
said, am I happy?
I'm asking you the question because you are defending Jonathan while you are attacking Bishop.
I know I didn't attack Bishop. He attacked me first.
He didn't attack you.
He attacked me first. Sorry, I mean, okay, go on, please. Let me let you go on, Akim. When it's my turn, I will talk.
All right. I was meeting people because I didn't want it to be a three-way thing. Otherwise, it always gets out of the control.
One man, will you give me my own 2 minutes, please?
Oh man, you couldn't allow me to interject a little, even if it is 1 minute.
No, I said I did not want it to go 3 ways because it can spiral out of. It often, Ajale Koko will tell you now, it spirals out of control. But let's say from the start. So you have that 2 minute slot at the start.
Yes, I'm only appealing to every one of us. Let us, when we come to this platform, let us come with an open mind if you want Nigeria to move forward. Like a Bishop said the other time, many of us we don't have any issue against any of our leaders. Jonathan, many of us were the one that voted for Jonathan. In 2015, when we saw the way the governance work was going now, and we could predict that Nigeria is going to do. For example, Emefiele. Do you know who even appointed Emefiele as CBN governor? This is somebody that sending back owner Jimovia, because he was the one that appointed him. And put do you know how Emefiele became MD of Zenith Bank? Jimovia was banned for 10 years because of the atrocities he committed in his own bank, and they asked him that he cannot even near his bank for 10 years. And when it comes to during that period, he was under that ban. And for him to step aside from Zenith Bank, he requested for his own boy, Emefiele, and he put him there as MD. Then when it is come to CBN governor, Jonathan did not see anybody to appoint other than the same Emefiele through Jimovia. And look at the destructions. Now, so back the bishop and the last speaker, that says that the way we are marketing Nigerians, we are destroying ourselves. It is not Tinubu. It is not all these our leaders. Tinubu.
All right, so that's that. So back to your Akim.
Well, man, I want to interject now.
All right, come in now, Kenny.
Or shouldn't I speak again? What I want to say is this: rational mind. I want you to cool down. You know, when people like you, I respect you so much, and I give you kudos. You're a true Nigerian. People that say that people like you or me is the marketing Nigeria. I don't know within me and them who is the marketing Nigeria, or who have the market Nigeria, or who have killed Nigeria. Because even if I should follow from the time I joined this platform, the way people like Bishop defended this Buhari government, telling us how well he has done in insecurity and even the economy, the farmers, at some point they tell us we are the one exporting rice to other African countries. That's what they tell us here. People like Bishop, how we have now the rice exporter of the whole world. And today, even Nigeria cannot even buy rice. Rice is at 75,000. So and all those stuff and all those stuff. And yesterday, Hakim was speaking. He's telling us that Europe is bad and all that, but at least he's enjoying electricity. But I told him to come back and enjoy with us. He couldn't come back. So when you sit down there, you say things the way you want to say. You don't care about the dollar. You don't care about the this. See, you must care about it because people can no longer build a house the way it used to be. Reason is this. Dollar has increased. The price of cement has increased. Everything has increased. The salary still remain the same. The minimum wage still remain the same. So how are they going to, where are they going to plug the money to buy the cement? Or are they going to live in mud house for the rest of their life? I don't know how we reason. Every price has increased. Profit have not increased. Minimum wage has not increased. Even the workers say
hold on, Ekene. The price of cement, it cannot increase beyond the affordability of people who want to build houses. Otherwise, the cement will stay in warehouses. So whatever increase is still within the affordability of that industry space.
Well, it's affordability, but how many people can afford it? That's my point. You see,
no. So are people not buying this? Are the cement staying in warehouses?
The cement staying in. How many people are affording it today?
No. That's my question. Now, are the cement staying in warehouses? Are the cement sellers telling? Are they lamenting that nobody is buying?
Maybe you should come and interview them. I'm not the one interviewing, but the point is that this. I know when a civil servant can manage to build at least 2 rooms and parlor.
When was that? When did the civil servant ever was? When were they ever able to afford? You know they are able.
I know a teacher that built 4 rooms and parlor.
Then that's a 419 teacher. That's a 419.
There is nothing like 419. And if it is you see how you degrade our teachers, you put them in a position that you don't even want them to build a house.
What do you mean I don't want them to?
How do you call them fraudulent? How do you call you mean a teacher that teach for 35 years, build a house, he becomes a fraudulent teacher, which means you never want him to grow.
Well, if you've built a house over the course of 35 years, then that's fair enough. But my point is, the cement industry is growing and growing even as we speak now. And the cement bags, they are flying out of the warehouses. So they're not exporting them to China. They are using them within the Nigerian space. So who is buying them?
But one man. That question you are asking Emeka is totally a wrong question. And why I said it's totally a wrong question is that yes, some people are buying it, but you see, affordable. Before this regime came in, I think cement was like 4,000 plus.
No, 2,000. Okay.
No.
During APC, during good luck was about 1.8 or so.
No. I'm talking about like maybe 9 months ago or last year.
Okay, 3,400.
8,000.
Close to 4,000.
But now today is 6,005. So let's talk about the civil servant. That civil servant that, got loan through his cooperative. And that's important, a fellow colleague of that civil servant 2 years ago got the same loan, maybe got like 5 million or 3 million loan through the cooperative, and he was able to build 2 or 3 bedroom house, bungalow. Now today, if another civil servant got the same amount, it might not be able to complete 1 bedroom. It might not be able to, complete the foundation. The place of even. So we are talking of, the the increase in the price make it unaffordable for people. Yet you can still see some people buying it. Yes, it's living warehouse, but there are some other people that cannot buy because of the price, increase. There's sharp increase that is being recorded on that cement and other building materials. So it is very, very difficult for people to build houses now, because it is just not, it is extremely expensive to do so, particularly for middle class, like a teacher or medical doctor.
It's not difficult for them to build that, Jalekoko. It's just going to take them longer to build, or there might be a temporary moratorium in the progression of whatever it is that they're doing. But those cement, the cement industry continues to grow, and the bags continue to fly out of the warehouses. So at whatever price, that tells you that a threshold price of affordability has not been breached.
No.
One man, sorry, Angelico, cannot come in.
No, hold on 1 minute. It's because we are not producing enough to satisfy market demand. That is why to you, it looks like, they are flying out of warehouse. And because we don't have enough competition in that sector, in that, cement industry dominated by one man or two person in Nigeria. So we don't have competition. So you see the two major...
It's not only cement. You talk about road, roofing sheet and all that. Those things are not cheap again. No. Cement is just the ones you see every day. So you talk about the price of road, roofing sheet, all those things.
And it's so expensive. So what of the sheet like you are talking that are imported? So one man, we don't have competition. You have high price. Now with the increase in dollar value against our own value, it make it more extremely expensive and not affordable to a middle class or somebody that a civil servant that really want to depend on his cooperative loan to do something for himself. They cannot do it. And they used to do it. That Emeka said, during the time of Obasanjo, civil servants that were building houses, they were buying cars. Teachers particularly.
Yeah, but those were simpler economic times.
Aja is not Emeka.
When you talk,
no, one man, it's not even simple economic time. Those were civil servants who were committing fraud in their place of work. Let's be honest with ourselves.
Why you want
to just be honest with ourselves?
Aja, you see, sometimes if this guy, you see, I told you I know a civil servant, just like Ajali Koko said. This woman is a widow. This woman is a widow. The husband could not finish. The house was just in foundation. He went to the bank and borrowed, he said about 3.5 million or so then. Just like Ajali Koko narrated. At least I know somebody, 2 or 3 people. The woman completed the house, took her children in. Tell me where that can happen today. With the price of cement and road and all that. And you say they are fraudulent and all that. Somebody that I know that teach for 5 years. Let me finish. If your civil servant, let me make this point. It's just a few points. It's just one point. I know. It's just one point. When your civil servant should teach for 35 years and can only afford a 4-bedroom parlor, a 4-room and parlor, then your senator can only stay in office for 1 month or 2 months. They can afford an estate and the luxury cars. And you come here to praise those guys. You're hypocrite.
This is not the kind of conversation I want to be having. I'm not comparing one sector of government to another sector. That's not what I'm doing here.
Equivalency.
It's a useless equivalent. That's not what I'm doing here.
But
You
it's the same thing now.
you are fond. No, it's not the same thing, National Mind. You guys are fond of trying to when you don't have a base for your argument, when you don't have a base for your argument, you kind of divert the argument into something to make it look as if you know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Listen, there's no teacher in Nigeria right now, or even before now, that can basically work their salary, monthly salary, every month and put savings away to build a house in Nigeria.
You don't know. What you don't know, don't say it, for God's sake.
At no point that existed.
What you don't know, just don't say
it.
Have you worked as a civil servant before?
I'm not saying general civil servant because I know there are levels to civil servant. I did not say general civil servant because I know there are levels to civil servant.
You people don't know.
I said teacher,
you don't know how these people contribute.
I said teacher. I did not say civil servant because I know that there are levels to civil servant. I said teacher. I used the word teacher.
Is teacher not a civil servant?
Yes, because if you generalize civil servant, you're talking about some permanent secretaries.
They are on the same salary scale.
If you say civil servant, then if you generalize it, then you're talking about some levels, some permanent secretaries in
that is
ministries.
not what I'm talking about.
Exactly. So that is why I specifically say teacher.
We are talking about civil servants that are middle class, and teachers are among the middle class.
Primary government school teacher. I'm talking about primary government school teacher.
All right. Can I just mute for a moment?
So, Ajali Koko, there is no teacher.
Teachers are classified as middle class. They
are classified as middle class. Their income are not middle class income, and there's no way. Listen, even this Europe where we live now, one man. If you was to build a house, you was to build a house cash in this country, you will not be able to afford 150,000 euros to go and build a house. Where are you going to find the money from? That's why they set up. That's why they have this mortgage system. Because how many people can actually work from their earning and then build a house? It will take you 20 years to finish that house. That is why you have mortgages here. They build it and then you start paying them back. It is the same. Look, if we have the same structure back home, that is how our teachers will own homes. To tell me that a teacher from their salary we start building house in Nigeria, that is not true. I don't care what you want to tell me. That is
and also, Akim, that's not a reasonable expectation.
What you don't know. Just say you don't know.
It's not what I don't know. It does not exist. I grew up in area where you have teachers. I grew up in area where you have husband and wife were headmasters and headmistress of schools. They did not earn enough to build houses. They rented homes. I have friends who their parents were teachers. They were living in rent. What are you telling me now? Why did their parents not go and build house at the time if it was that cheap? I'm talking about when I was young.
I don't know what you're talking about. What I'm trying to
I had friends who his father was a headmaster and his mother was a headmistress of schools. They rented house. They were renting at the time.
Those are the ones that those are the ones that you know that you're talking about.
There was never a time enough for them to build a house. There was never a time.
What of others that you don't know that built the same
thing?
They
have other form of they could have other form of income that you don't know.
What I'm telling you is that look, civil servant, they have some kind of cooperative where they contribute money from their monthly salary, and that money grows. And if you want to take loan from that cooperative, they will give you loan, maybe I don't know, maybe like 300% or 500%. They can borrow you loan over what you contributed. That's the way that and when they take that kind of loan, they can use it. Some of them uses that loan to build a house or do some other things. Some will go and establish some big business and start making money from there.
buying and
Okay,
selling.
let's use your let's use your analogy now. Your
All
own
right.
your own
I
analysis.
don't. Hold on. I don't
No,
want us to look
one
down.
man, just
I don't want
one
us
last
to look
response.
down.
Just
Hold
ready to
on.
work that,
Not too long on it.
What you don't know, say you don't know. But
I know because I have teachers. I grew up around teachers. None of them build house.
Ekene just told you now that
No,
he took loan, a teacher, and built house.
No, Ajali Koko, Ekene only said loan before because you came in to put the loan inside that conversation. Ekene
And that's
the
why I
first place
said
never mentioned
loan,
anything loan.
from their cooperative. They have a
Ekene never said anything about
cooperative.
loan. He said a teacher was working and built a house. That was what Ekene said. He never said anything about loan until you came to talk about loan. That was why Ekene now switched the topic to the woman she took loan at Ajali Koko.
All right. I don't think we can expect that a teacher solely on their salary will build a house in Nigeria. Maybe over the course of the entirety of their career, maybe, but not those teachers. You find that they have other side businesses, maybe more than one, and that might well be where the affordability is. But strictly on their salary, I don't think it's a reasonable expectation to expect. And somebody drawing equivalency between a teacher and a senator, I mean, come on, what does that even mean?
I don't understand one man, because for me the thing it didn't even make any sense at all. What I'm trying to say, I had this conversation with Ajali Koko a very, very briefly a while ago. Look, with all these things we are saying now, yes, things are not good. Things are hard. We understand. So what you need to look at the purchasing powers of Nigerians today compared to at any time from the 80s to now. You will even find that
this is the richest that Nigerians have
exactly.
ever been.
You will even find that as bad as it is now, a Canadian that is talking right now, you have been able to do things that even your parents could not do. We grew up from areas where a lot of parents could not even afford a television, a TV, a black and white TV. A lot of parents could not afford it back then. What are you telling me here now? Whereby you now have a situation where you have one in your room, you have one in your living room, you have one everywhere.
Akin, what's the point that you're trying to say that APC
The
has?
point I'm telling you
that
is that this is the richest that Nigerians have ever been.
The purchasing power of Nigerians today. The purchasing power of Nigerians today is greater than it was back then.
Am I allowed to come in and say something?
Please, I just came to interject one more, and I'm dropping.
Sorry, Bishop. Let Uptown go first. Uptown.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. I just came to interject briefly on this. It is
Uptown, please, before you continue, please. Are you Uptown on Twitter?
He is the one always causing trouble. Yes.
I saw you in one space this morning.
Yes.
I saw him in many spaces fighting the road nose, as he calls them, doing tribal jingoism and whatnot. But carry on, Uptown.
Maybe you saw another Uptown. I'm listening to my fellow compatriots here on this platform right now. I don't know whether they are trying to make jokes or they are really being serious. Right now, I'm undergoing a training service, a teaching service as a way of giving back to my community. I went back to my secondary school to apply to teach there for 2 weeks. Arrangement I had with my principal without pay. And I know I've spoken with teachers. The same way I spoke with a couple of people from the force a few weeks ago in Abuja, from the police and all of that. And I know the conversations we had. And people coming online to I don't know if the reality you guys are living, but I hope Nigerians on ground are not listening because they will be so depressed hearing you. I don't know the reality you guys are living in. I don't know whether you really believe what you're saying or you just want to defend the government with every blood in you. Because I'm sure the government does not pay.
The situation predates this government, so it's nothing to do with the government.
No. Is it going to say something that we can understand in the first place? After, are you going to say something that will make sense first?
Allow me. First of all, the main reason why I even came in, even without the people arguing about teachers and all that, building 4 bedroom, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom. If you go to all the Apaka, all the 3 Nsugbe axis in Onitsha and Anambra State, there is a long stretch of land. Everybody knows majority, 80% of people that own our lands are teachers, mostly from the government schools, CKC, DMGS, and all of that. They are able to buy these lands by setting out a percentage of their salaries. The point Ekene is making now is that it's almost impossible to do those setting out of salaries again, because people are no more, that threshold has shrank so much that the thing within the threshold now is affordability of eating 3 square meals and affordability of paying school fees. That's all. Nothing is in that salary again. Before now, my auntie, who is a teacher in a government school, St. Charles to be precise, she started building when they were living in a rented apartment. It was almost at the lintel level before the husband's logistics business started picking up, and then the husband assisted and they completed it. They did that within 2 years. And she is a teacher. She cannot do it now. She cannot do it now.
Uptown, you're not being honest. You're not telling the truth. You did not tell the truth. Don't just come here and make it up.
Why are you saying he's not telling the truth?
He's not being honest. Come on, stop it.
You want me to give you an example of my cousin?
No, Uptown, listen, tell me. No, Uptown, tell me what year you're talking about and how much your auntie was earning then. Just explain to us. How much was she earning then, and what year was this?
This was just about 2017, 2018.
Okay, how much was she earning at the time?
I believe she was earning right about 100K, 120.
100K, 120.
A month?
Yes, that was what she was earning.
And she was able to build a house within 2 years.
No, one man, hold on first now. Which school, government or private school?
No, it doesn't even matter.
Why are you asking? Why must it tell you?
Hold on, everybody. Let's stay with that salary. 100,000 a month, and you are saying she was able to afford to build a house within 2 years?
Yes.
On 100,000 naira a month.
She bought that house from the savings. Now, when
from savings, you're able to save on 100,000 a month.
Yes. No, one man. You must
be joking.
No, one man.
That's 2.4 million naira. That's 2.4 million naira is 2 years without spending a couple out of it. Without spending a couple out of it. Without spending a couple out of it, that's 2.4 million naira in 2 years. And you want me to believe that one?
One man. Can I have a little bit?
You want me to believe that one?
It's just made up
stuff. Can I have a little bit interjection?
Hold on, it's made up stuff.
Let me just finish my intervention.
Land that point, Uptown, and then let Bishop come in.
Yeah, let me finish my intervention. It's really sickening how far people are disconnected from reality.
No, but your narrative is far-fetched. It doesn't cohere.
No, one man. Don't say
what we don't know
to this guy.
100,000 a month is 2.4 million naira in 2 years.
Let him stand. These people save over the years. That is what you people don't know.
No,
they have cooperative for years. They put cooperative for years, and they get loan from that cooperative.
Wait,
you guys don't know.
Allow me. Let me finish what I'm saying. My auntie teaches in St. Charles as a chemistry teacher. Then there's somewhere called White House. Now, then parents, average parents, I'm not talking about rich parents, could afford to bring their students to lessons after school in preparation for WAEC, both junior and senior WAEC. Now she's a chemistry teacher, and she also gets almost the same salary.
Come on, get out of here, man. Let's have a different conversation now.
Woman, can you tell me that guy to allow me to finish what I'm saying? What was this now?
Yeah, so but that is no longer a salary. That is extra income we're talking about now.
Allow me. Let me tell you the where I'm landing to. Now, if you go back to White House where that lesson is being done, you'll find out that place has turned to a ghost town. Why? Because parents are no more. Before, parents can pay school fees and still pay those lesson fees. Now they are struggling with school fees, and the lesson fees have been wiped out from the to-do list completely. Now, people like my auntie, the chemistry and physics teachers, that one is out already from their salaries. Now, even their salary has shrunk by over 60 to 70% depreciation in terms of purchasing power. And you're telling me
how is that? Sorry, how is that?
Go to Channels TV today and look at the data Sheung presented, the 8 years, 10 years span data, and compare it. One man,
their salary has shrunk over what period of time?
From that 2017 that I told you that they did this thing till now. You get what I'm saying? Now, the point is, one man, we cannot even make this argument. If anybody wants to make this argument, they should prepare and bring a section of 10 hours and we flesh it out. But the point is that I suspect that most of you know what you're doing, because you are going to actually come to the public and make this argument. But then maybe it's all police or whatever it is. But the point
Uptown, you don't need to say anything again. Forget about this thing. Let him continue. My uncle drove Mercedes.
You cannot be doing that. When I say hold on. Bishop is waiting to come in after Uptown.
Yeah. One man. The last point I want to make is that, I listen every day, almost every day actually. There's a point I want to bring to your notice in case you don't know. And it is with the issue of gaslighting Ekene. And I've taken that point over a couple of days now. And I said, okay, let me just come in today because I happened to tune in today. And the first thing I heard was that same thing. The fact that Ekene does not speak big English does not necessarily mean you will dismiss him. No, one man. Let me make this point. It's something very. I didn't say it the first time. I allowed it to linger for a long time before you know how I do. I come and tell you my mind as a listener. Now I'm not talking about as a panelist. Now I'm not talking about as a listener. Now, several points Ekene comes here to make, which are really genuine points. You dismiss it on the author of you don't know what you're saying. In fact, there's a comment you made yesterday. You told him that Ekene, if you don't know what you're saying, maybe you should stop speaking. And what Ekene was saying yesterday, when you make that comment, which I think is really very
demeaning. I think you are the one that is now, I think Uptown, with all respect, you are the one that is now gaslighting. No. I think you are the one that is now. No, this is not fair to the platform. I don't think we should continue.
He can defend himself.
You can reach out to Woman if you want to.
You are sowing seeds.
You are sowing the seed. You are putting. You are really trying to destroy. You are trying to destroy. No, this is not fair.
Allow him to talk, but
this is not. You have allowed to.
I give him space to talk now. You want to express his feeling now. He has been on the.
It's not you that should be saying pushing for this.
Even not by everybody.
One man, let me say something.
Listen. Let me make the point.
All right, before you make that point, let Ajale Koko go first.
Yeah. Who is speaking now?
Uptown. He's trying to sow seeds.
Yeah. Uptown. Yes, I think one man said something similar to what you said, but not exactly as what you said.
No, I quoted him.
Hold on,
I made sure I quote him.
No, let me say the verbatim the way you said it. He said, Ekene, if you don't know what to say, maybe you don't need to say it. I heard him.
No,
that is exactly.
Baba, I disagree. I made sure I quoted him.
No.
We can go back to the yesterday section. I made sure I used his exact words.
Yes, that is what he said. He said, Ekene, maybe you don't need to speak if you don't know what to say.
One second,
okay,
please.
Wait, Baba.
Even if I'm coming 1 second. Even if the sentence is Ekene, if you don't know what to say, keep quiet, don't say anything.
No, you didn't say keep quiet. No, you didn't say.
I'm assuming. I'm just assuming. No, please understand me.
What Bishop is talking about is context.
Exactly. Even if he says so, we don't need to now try to twist it like you are trying to humiliate. I beg, let me say it. Even if that is what I beg now, please, let me just put in this. Even if just 1 second, please, I beg you. Even if what one man said is that, look, can I beg if you don't know what to say, keep quiet, Joe. I'm assuming.
No,
we don't need to come and hold on. I'm saying assuming. I'm not saying that was what he said. I say worst case scenario. We don't need to come and paint it like he deliberately want to run down and humiliate Ekene, because that was not the motive or the purpose. And that's exactly what you are.
He's already put it out there. So
that's exactly what you are trying to. That's exactly the picture you are trying to paint.
Don't worry. We know what you are doing.
I'm hearing what one man is saying now, looking as if maybe I deliberately want to run anybody down. I didn't.
You are trying to sow seeds.
I'm not trying to. I don't even have the capacity to sow seeds. That's first of all first point to make.
But your introduction to the conversation. Your introduction to the conversation. It already give it away that is what you're doing.
Say what I want to say. Since when don't we have the capacity to say?
Hold on. Let me show you how they see this starting to germinate. So this is the seed germinating right here. Can you see? So thank you, Uptown. Let's just move on from there. Thank you, Uptown. Let's go on from Uptown.
No, that's unfair. No, one man.
You've done it.
One man, please. Don't look at what the useless comment of what do you call Pansat to want to punish.
It's not. I know that. I know Pansat is a fool. Hold on. Yeah. I know Pansat is a fool. But what Uptown was doing is what he's picking up is amplifying the seed that he's sowing.
No, I don't want to agree with that. I think he took offense, to that statement, but he didn't heard it well. It kind of sound the way he's saying it, is presenting it now. That is where
it's putting a spin on it. But that's what I'm saying. That is sowing seeds.
It's very unfair to me. That is very unfair.
I had it yesterday. Let me say this. Uptown, I heard it the first time I heard it. I said, "Oh, this statement is not good enough." But this morning, when I was listening back to what happened, the session again, and I heard it again, then I heard it well. It is not. It just said, "You what you don't know, don't say it." That is the way he said it. But if you listen to it for the first time, it might sound,
if you listen, sir, if you listen to me, Baba, if you listen to me when I came on, I didn't cite one example. I didn't say just what happened yesterday. It's a cumulative thing. And I wanted to express myself, and I said that the culture is growing, which he might not know, that the fact that he's always dismissive of Ekene, where he I would
say you are wrong.
Ekene is one of the most prominent voices. The most prominent voices on this
platform. One man never always Ekene like that. No.
Baba, you should have end the conversation and let's move on to something else.
Yeah, let's move on. I think you made your point. Yes, I would not.
Those of us who
I would not accept that Ekene's voice.
Those of us who frequent platform, we know it's a ridiculous. No, don't make the conversation anymore. Can we just move on?
Ekene is not crying. Is it crying?
Can we just one man, please? Let's move on.
All right. Yes, let's do exactly that.
One man, if you move on, it's very unfair. You won't.
No.
Let's move on. Uptown, we don't want to have this conversation. You are being unfair to the platform. Can we just move on? What point are you trying to make here now? What point are you trying to make? Let's move on. We don't want to have it.
Ekene is loved by every one of us.
No.
Uptown.
If I didn't have my point, it's going to end that I think and that's very unfair to me. That's the point.
All right. Hold on, Uptown.
Woman, can I make a statement?
Yeah, just everybody hold on. Uptown, if anybody is somewhat trying to be patronizing, it is you. Because Ekene is as sharp as they come. Ekene is one of the foremost voices on this platform. Ekene pushes through and is very assertive in his opinion, and Ekene takes the pushback and he pushes back as well. So for you to claim that you're riding to his rescue is to try to diminish his capacity to understand his own environment. But thank you nevertheless, and we will move on. Let's move on.
No, one man, it's not even fair to say we move on. What Uptown did just now for me is so. I don't even know what.
One man, can I say something?
First of all, you know what? Do you even listen to Uptown? He said just because Ekede cannot speak good English or does not is not able to put.
I said Ekede cannot speak good English. Me?
Yeah, that's what
you said.
That's what I said.
His English might not be coming in a way. What kind of talk is that? So you are the one gaslighting, and then you are accusing other people of gaslighting. What kind of talk is that?
One man, can I chime in real quick?
One man, can we
move on? You see, let's just move on.
Let's just move on.
Can I chime in real quick, one man?
No, not on that.
No, not on this topic. Bishop, I think Bishop was saying something. Not on the topic. This topic is contentious.
I said not on that topic.
One man, please, I want to speak on civil servant too.
All right, coming on that, Ife.
You are jumping him over me again.
Oh, okay, you go first, Bishop. Yeah, Ife coming after Bishop.
Okay, very quickly. I wanted to respond to Ajaneko who actually came back, and please permit me. Just 2-3 minutes. Now, yes, things are really tough in Nigeria, and we are feeling the impact. That's a fact. And I will say, unfortunately, it's like almost everywhere. Things have not been the same since after COVID. Back to the issue of civil servants building house. Ajaneko, statistically, your facts are not right that only 1% of cement production has reduced. Cement production has actually increased over the year. You can go and check it. I'm talking of facts now, tonnage by tonnage. We have someone that is in the cement industry here. He can come and testify to that fact. And the argument that when cement was actually going for 18 naira, I bought cement at 18 naira in Nigeria, people will smile. I mean, they will laugh at it. They will even watch really good. I bought a carton of pig milk at 18 naira. 18, 18, not 80. A carton, not one single something. I bought a cow, a full cow for a wedding in 1983, for somebody's wedding, my sister's wedding, for 280. So, but even at that time that they were selling a bag of rice for how much, people were still buying cup of rice, not dairy cow, milk cup. Some people can afford to buy Congo, some people can only afford to buy cup. And that's how we live our day to day. Now, and that's where we have austerity in 1980. Now, somebody made a very infamous statement that after all, people have not been eating from the dustbin, or neither have they been picking corpses of people dying of hunger on the street, as bad as it was. Let me reinstate again. Situations are very tough now. Now, back to the issue of civil servant. We seem to be missing something of when we are talking of teachers. Every work in this world, every work or job, what do you call it, have an entry point. We cannot be using the entry point of every job to rate everybody. As far as about 12 years ago, there is a school. I don't want to mention the name. It used to be in Antoni. They now moved to Lekki. It's a private school. My friend was earning well over 600,000 in a month in that school. Now he's a teacher. He was a teacher then. I don't want to mention the name of the school or his name. And there were people that entered teaching with grade 2 before they stop it. Now everybody must move up. So people that enter at entry level of grade 2, whether to just start something and they grow up, maybe they do associate and do their AFCON and they do their NCE through whatever, and they grow gradually. Remember, entry level of grade 2 is 6 levels. Is it level 6 step 1? Entry level of grade 6 is just a little of grade 2. It's just a little bit higher than school start, just tiny bit higher than school start before it was abolished. For people that know what I'm talking about, grade 2 now. When we want to talk of teacher and you are using entry level teacher to measure, the fact is this: any entry level teacher that wants to start building a house is either a thief or inherited money, or he has other source of income. One. Now, at what point will a teacher save enough or even belong to a cooperative? You must have grown in the civil service to either level 10 or beyond, which is a couple of years. That's if you enter as a graduate. People Today, people are still building houses. I'm not even talking of teachers. I'm talking of roadside sellers. Mama Rashida, that is selling rice and beans. Yeah, Kafila, that is selling mala. Suraju, the organizer, or Michael, the tailor. Artisans are buying. They won't buy in the open places. Everywhere, in every city, places are open up. I said something here a couple of days ago, and I'm sure I thought somebody was going to challenge me, that there are places you will buy an acre of land for 150,000, 200,000 in Oyo State today. And it's not really like in the bush. I can mention if you are interested. Depending on how close you want to come to outside, farmland in Ibadan today goes for, in some places, as low as 200, 250,000 for acre, not plot. So people that don't mind go into those places, buy their own one plot for 100,000 or 200,000, buy their one plot, and they start building in their way. It is still a house. All they wanted is a roof on their head. So people build. People are still building today. When cement was 1 naira, some that be 10 naira, people that could not afford it will still not afford it. People, the rice today that we are saying, even when rice was 3,000, 2,000, 1,500, there are people that could still not afford to buy it in bags. Everybody is talking today, oh, rice of bags. Bag of rice is now 70,000, it's now 6,000. Even when it was less, that is the contest, not the contest that Ajale Koko was pursuing. We are not saying things are not hard. We are saying, even as it is today, cement, and the argument of one man that, look, cement production went up. I read that cement production statistics a few months ago, maybe middle of last year or last year. I deliberately looked at them. The factories that were producing, what were producing, their tonnage, the metric tons they were producing, and the rest. And ironically, despite the fact that there was a spike in the production, there was still scarcity because people were just buying it. Some people were even buying it to smuggle out. Go and ask people in the border countries. They buy Nigerian cement to smuggle out to neighboring countries a lot. We had an argument the other time that people came up here and said, oh, cement was selling for 2,000, 3,200, I'll be 2,500, I'll be 1,500 in Benin Republic. And people, that thing caught like wildfire. I remember I took some time out to ask, and people were defending it on this platform, and they were arguing that eventually it turned out to be a blatant lie. None of the people that pushed that narrative very strongly. So let me end it by saying, I agree. Things are tough. I agree. Things can be better, and things should actually be better. And the people in government should wake up, because it is all about the people. But what I'm saying is that even in the midst of these challenges, in the midst of this hardship, some people are still making it. In fact, not just making it small. Some people are making it big time. They are buying lands, they are starting business, they are building houses, they are establishing, different level of cottage industries, and life is going on. Hopefully, things will get back, because everywhere that we are, I don't know where everybody is. You cannot say things, everybody that is on this platform is at the moment. You cannot say the things are still at the same way they were before COVID. Yeah, in your country, the statistics might be that inflation
is global, but
you can say inflation is 2%, but that, that's a lie. America is saying inflation is 4.1% today. Everybody know the amount of money you used to use for grocery.
Let's not go to America.
I know. The amount of money you use for grocery, how many years? 3 years ago, before COVID, 2020 or 2019, it's not the same thing we're using now. So narrative, yes, we should put context to everything. Thank you.
All right, Bridan, if I listen from you.
Yeah, what I just want to, I agree that things are hard, but we should not, because some people are still building, to now use it to generalize. Why am I saying this? Let us look at the inflation rate from the time we've seen, and the spike in exchange rate. The spike in exchange rate within the last 7 years till now has been the highest Nigeria has ever experienced, and which has led to irregularities and instabilities about how pricing of commodities are generally. So what has happened to the earning power of an average Nigerian in the last 7 years, where has not been a review in the minimum wage? You find that projects that can be done, let's say in the space of 10 years or whatever, 6 years, has now need to be rescheduled. And unfortunately, the rate of job loss within the past 7 years from the time that's been happening is more in the time we're looking at. So we shouldn't be comfortable using isolated cases to judge what's it called, the larger population. It will be very, very
What do you mean
unfair.
isolated cases? The
Isolated cases
the
in
cement
terms of
industry is
wait,
growing,
yeah,
and
isolated cases, because some people are still getting on in the economy to now say that
no,
it
no,
has
not
suddenly.
some people. It's a massive industry space, and the demand is outstripping the supply,
Yes,
even
because
at
the
this price point.
population, look at the population, you have to put everything in context too. Then we have to look at the population increase between then and now. Is the tonnage in cement as at those timing period equivalent to the what's it called population increase
Do
now?
you know?
Remember,
Do you know to the contrary? Do you know to the contrary?
contrary to what?
Do you know to the contrary that the tonnage in cement at that time to meet what demand was at that time is not incrementally what it is now?
I'm not sure, but I want to believe
What?
What's it called? Nigeria had population explosion, which we all agree. So if Nigeria had population explosion, I want to believe the number of tonnage has not increased proportional. In fact, Nigeria had more cement brands during those time period than what we have now, right? So that's
Cement brand,
Wrong, wrong.
not even right or
okay.
wrong. Cement brand is not cement tonnage. It was an import industry in those days.
And now it's an export industry.
Well, I think we are all speaking on data we cannot verify, but what I'm sure is Nigeria had population explosion. I don't want to believe the tonnage is not commensurate to what we should be having in the country.
And yet they export, right? And
Then,
some of them are telling us here now they export. When we
then
don't
another thing,
No.
wait.
Hold on. You cannot say that and just gloss over it. You don't know that to be a factual statement, and it's not substantiated even anecdotally. So you're just saying it as a glib, a gloss over to land a political point. You don't know the tonnage of the Nigerian cement now, vis-a-vis what it was, commensurate to the population increase.
Said, one man.
Yeah, then in the same case, what you are also
He
saying,
said
you
they
don't
had
have
more
the facts
brands,
too.
which is more labels. Label is not tonnage.
Yeah, okay. What's the tonnage in the what's it called time period we are looking at in maybe the 80s, 70s? Do we have it?
I don't know. Do you?
I don't know too, but I want.
Why are you not then? Why are you then saying that that the increment is not commensurate with the industry space?
Because I know that we had a population explosion, which everybody knows, and that's why what's it called? People always say there's congestion on our routes now, right?
So, can I ask a question, please, if that's okay? So, listen, do you have any information as to what number or percentage of our cement we used to import in those days you're talking about when we did not have population explosion?
I don't know.
Okay, if you don't know, but you agree.
You people are
so just hold on, but you agree that we used to. Rational might calm down.
No,
Rational might calm down. No, hold on.
Calm down now. I'm calm down.
Just
I'm asking you a question. You that is asking somebody a question.
yeah, just
So
hold on 1 second. Let me. I'm going somewhere. So if you don't know, but you agree that we were importing cement at that time, right?
Yes, I agree.
Exactly. So do you think we are still importing cement today?
I don't know if we are importing, but we are not importing. Yeah, we are not importing.
Okay. So does that not tell you what you need to know? Does that not answer your question already?
how do you know we're not importing cement? How do you know?
Now,
Oh my God.
now
Because
it
we're
does. Do you know?
exporting, we're
Akin, do you know why it does not answer?
Lafarge is what? Is a French company now. So most of
Lafarge
the
said
cement,
they have their plants in Nigeria. Do you want us
So
to?
are you saying all the cement that they use is from Nigeria? They don't import any from
Why
other
would they? Nigeria has an abundance of cement to the point of exporting.
But then we used to have Benue cement, but yet we have Portland cement, we have Benue cement, we have all this kind of cement.
Those were imported. Many of them were imported cement. Rational mind.
Now those are brand names. Those are
They
not
were
plants.
many of them were imported cement.
Let's not convolute this topic. We are making this topic so convoluted.
Are they cement plants? They're not plants.
No. We're not talking about plants. We used to have Benue cement.
And then they stick their label
They manufacture
on it.
locally. Hold on, they manufacture locally. You said what? Benue cement. Benue cement used to. I think this guy bought it over. What's his name? Or this man Dangote, he bought it. Or he bought the Benue cement. So we used to have different kind of cement back in the time past. But we used to import cement into that country.
Rational mind. Nigeria is a net exporter of cement today. As of today, we export cement. We don't import.
How can you be exporting when even your local production you're not able to fulfill it?
We have more than. Do we have shortage of cement? Rational mind. Do we have shortage of cement?
I'm not.
Answer the question. Just answer the question. Yes or no? Do we have shortage of cement?
I'm not answer that question. Yes or no. My point is.
Why not? If you say we cannot meet up our local consumption, if you say we cannot meet up our local consumption, it means that we are short of cement. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not disputing the fact that you're not exporting, or you are importing, or you're not exporting. I'm not talking about.
So what are you talking about? What's your point of argument?
My point is this. Is that the local consumption that we should be having, people cannot. How many people can afford to even build homes? When you have in a compound, you have like 20 people living in one single room. You see like 35 people living in one room, and you and I will live in the countries whereby you have a whole apartment to yourself. And most of these apartments it's all built with cement, with concrete. So my point is this: is that our people, the market there, people are not making enough to be able to the housing market in Nigeria is not really what it should be for our population.
What do you mean? It's a booming industry.
No, that's the truth. Well, man, that's the truth. The housing, there is housing deficit in Nigeria.
But the industry space is now booming.
Why is it booming? Who are the people booming this thing you're talking about?
They are building estates.
You know how many homes are in Abuja that are empty? Most of those homes.
Well, there you are then.
But how many people can afford it?
Hello, please. Why I want to?
On one hand, there's not enough homes. On the other hand, homes are empty.
Hello, Akim.
How many of these homes that are empty we're talking about?
Hello, Akim.
But I'm saying it's so high that nobody.
All over Lagos as well. There's estates everywhere. Nobody.
One man, I want estate. I want finish money laundering. I'm in Loleku. One man. All those estates you are referencing in Lagos are most for money laundering activities. But let's.
That's not the question. Are the houses there?
Say that, you know.
Akim, I want to speak on. Akim, I want to speak on the civil service. They can build as they cannot build as issue.
I did not say civil servants. I did not say civil servants.
Okay, teachers. I think teachers. Yes, you said. Now, I was fortunate enough. My mom was a teacher. In fact, she started with the same grade 2, later NC, and improved herself, did the degree before she retired. She used to teach in federal institution. one of the federal primary school. She was not earning enough until Obasanjo came in 1999. Or was it 99 or 97? Whichever time Obasanjo 99.
1999.
Obasanjo reviewed the civil service and paid attention to the teachers. Now they got lots of allowances apart from their salary. Most of them got into cooperative, saved up, and got enough money to do whatever they want to do. Luckily, she got some landed properties, then developed it, and she's a home owner. In fact, it was because of Obasanjo she used her first car that she used and subsequently changed other cars. The same thing was applicable to my friend's dad. The dad was an hierarchy teacher in the secondary school in Lagos State. Their dad owned their own house. In fact, they even moved to their own house before ours. So what am I saying is teachers own properties in Nigeria. But as at today, looking at the prices of commodity, the prices of land, okay, how much did our parents purchase the land then as at 97? They purchased a plot of land less than 30,000 naira. I'm telling you, that same plot of land with the salary of upwards of 100k, that same plot of land today is going for at least 1 million naira. How much are they still paying teachers? I'm telling you, some teachers are not earning up to 150. With an average family of 4 or 5, and with the prices of commodities now, can a teacher boast of the same type of apartment and quality of work our parents did when they were still in service? Oh, I doubt. Impossible.
You live in the UK. You live in the UK, Ife.
Before I moved, when did I move? I moved 5 years ago.
No. That's not where I'm going.
Okay.
And I can bring up the charts. What has been the property movement in the UK in terms of affordability? Every average Joe could have afforded a house in London just 10, 15 years ago, certainly 20 years ago. A millionaire cannot afford a house in London now.
How much?
What's the point, woman? What's the
the point is that's rose tinted back look. When you are saying
wait. Rational my way, please. If you working in London and you earning, say, gross of 60 per annum,
yes,
and your partner to either girlfriend or married is maybe earning 40, if you're combined, it's about 100.
Right.
If you save up for, let's say, 3 years,
yes,
I believe you should be able to go into mortgage, right?
To buy what?
To get an apartment.
An apartment? For how much?
I don't know the price of houses in London, but let's go.
There you are. So you don't know.
Wait, then let's go to Nottingham. But with Nottingham, with a terrace of 3-bed flats.
But hold on, let's stay in London because it doesn't really matter where we stay. But let's stay in London.
No, it really matters. It's housing. No. One man wait. Housing matters.
Just hold on. We're talking about economic movement. If you take that same scenario, two working partners, and if you set them back 15 years, they can easily get on the property market. But with 100,000 naira household income, you cannot even buy a parking lot in London. You know that.
One man. If you want to use that scenario, I think it will be unfair. Do you know why? Do you know why I say it will be unfair? it will be unfair because the same amount of money somebody is earning in London as at the time you are talking about, it's not the same amount they are earning now. One, there are what's it called, government subsidies for housing in London, where you can go into the council flat system and you'll be given flats at a discount price.
I'm not talking about
Yes,
that.
yes,
No.
yes.
I'm talking about open market purchase.
Now, then, if it is open market purchase, remember that the civil servants then, they were going into the less developed areas to get the houses, right? So we can still say somebody in London.
No, they were not.
Wait. No, yes.
Who told you
They
that?
were not buying their houses in the cities. They were moving into the less developed areas. So we can say that somebody.
Shall I tell you what
Wait
is going on?
now, Mama, let me make my point.
Okay, make that point, and then I'll
Yes,
really
so
tell you
we
what
can
is
say
going
that
on.
somebody who is living in London will move to a less developed or where
Well,
the
that you can say that, but that would
housing
be
is.
wrong. I think
No,
maybe
it's
I've lived.
right because
I have lived in London, so I'm not quite sure if you have.
I've not stayed in London, but I can work in London, coming to London, work in London, but stay outside the outlier cities in London, right?
Can you command?
Hold on.
Hold on.
I was waiting for him
I
to
want to
land
quickly
to
ask
make
a
a point.
question.
Oh God.
Can you command the level, the same amount of income wage that you get in London to
No,
in
don't answer that.
Nottingham?
Don't answer that because that's a different conversation. Let's stay where we are. The point that I was making is that the pressure on the London housing market is as a result of an explosion in London population, one, and then a real spike up in the income of London, two. There is real heavy money coming into London, and those heavy monies, they are contending with that housing market. And that is what has priced the average person out of affordability. So take that as a model and transmute it to a place like Lagos.
Okay, I'll give. Yes, I'll give.
Hold on. Let me land it. Lagos is the hub at the heartbeat of Nigeria and probably West Africa and the African region.
Which part of Lagos, please?
The entirety of it.
Including Badagry, Epe, Ikorodu.
What are you talking about, Wama? What are you talking about?
Hold on. It's a cascading. Let me just stay with that question, but let me answer it. It's a cascading effect. So let's take Victoria Island, just for the purposes of the conversation. Let's take Victoria Island as the epicenter of it. So now, if we look that model from London, we bring it into Lagos. Heavy money coming in. That heavy money goes into Victoria Island, and then it prices the traditional Victoria Island buyer out of Victoria Island. The traditional Victoria Island buyer goes to Surulere and prices the traditional Surulere buyer out of Surulere, and it cascades all the way down to Badagry, Epe, etc., etc. It is big money coming in, and that is what we're saying.
So now, do you know why your analogy will not work from London and we can superimpose it on Lagos? Do you know why?
It's a global phenomenon. It's an
it's not a global. Wait, I will tell you why it's not a global. I will give you the what's it called, the discrepancies in why we cannot superimpose it.
Before you go ahead, can I just chime in real quick? One man, let me just chime in real quick, if you don't mind. I have a question. Yes, so I think we've really overflogged this issue of, a teacher can build a house or they cannot build a house. Of course, we've forgotten. I mean, I think we're missing a point here. The point is, it depends on where you're building that house. Is it in Lagos? Is it in Oyo State? Is it in Karanamoda? Is it in Sokoto? Okay, and of course, it depends on how much those lands, how much they cost, how much they go for, right? And yes, teachers are able to build houses, and it depends on what kind of houses you're talking about. Are you talking about mansions? Are you talking about, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom? bungalow, you know. So it depends on what you want to build. It's not about who is having that financial power, whether he's a teacher or he's a farmer or he's a a trader. It doesn't matter. The point is where that house is built, be it in Lagos, like I said. It could be in Karanamoda, it could be in Sokoto, So it depends. Those are the areas we're supposed to be looking at. Because if we don't look at those areas where those affordability all those resources are. For example, you go to Karanamoda, you buy a piece of land for say 50,000 naira. I'm very certain that you will not get that same piece of land in Lagos. For example, the place you mentioned, maybe Victoria land for 50,000 naira. It's not going to be so. I'm very certain everyone will agree with me here. So
yeah, we are even looking at Lagos to London now. One man is using Victoria Island.
If we go to Lagos, if we go to London, we are going too far because of course.
Sorry. You see, when I started this conversation here, even on the premise on that, even look at it this way. Say you have a free plot of land. Say you have a free plot of land, right? You have an income of 100,000 a month. That's your income.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to then take a bag of cement to 2,000 naira for a bag of cement, right? Just the cement only. We're not talking about the sand, the roofing, the wood, and all that. I'm just saying, based on a bag of cement at 2,000. So the smallest house that you can build, right? Can you just give me a rough estimate? 100,000 salary every month. How many a minimum bag of cement that you need to build the very smallest?
No, we're looking at somebody who has gotten a loan. I'm Akim.
Listen, I think this is where we are getting it all wrong. A loan is almost like a fast track. Forget it. We're talking about can you build that house on your monthly income? That's what we are saying now.
On monthly income?
Yeah. That's your monthly income. Can you actually build that house? I'm saying take it now to 2,000 naira a bag of cement. What do you think is the minimum?
No, they cannot build. Most civil servants always depend on loans.
Exactly. That is a loan is almost like a fast track. So it's no longer your income. It's something that is almost like you have taken your salary 5-6 years ahead of you.
Yeah, but Akim, when you wanted to make the point, you should have factored this in, because you just said that teachers cannot build, and everybody just came for that point.
No teacher can build a house on their income. No, you don't have that income. That's the same thing one man said. He said it's not feasible.
The only thing one man is now saying is
somebody came here to say his aunt was receiving 100,000 and built a house in 2 years, 2.4 million naira.
No, the only thing is this: he may not have understood that maybe the auntie got a loan. Most times, we all know that even it's a what's it called, an anthem in civil service, that a civil servant that does not get a loan will never be successful. Because
but if you look at it like that, yes, okay, somebody that took a loan. Somebody that took a loan of 5 million.
I want us to move from there. So
somebody that took a loan of 5 million, say about 5 years ago. So if you also factor the inflation today into consideration, then after making repayment of that loan, it's also going to be in the same position as somebody who hasn't.
All right. Let Ife respond to that, and after that we have to move on to Ekene, because we've been looping around that conversation.
The thing I just want to add finally is the problem with London housing is not only because of people in London. London housing is an international market where everybody, the drug dealers, moguls buy properties there, so it will easily price out London is an international space, but it will not, that same analogy will not work for Lagos. Yes, most multinationals buy, but the market for housing in London can never be compared to what we have in Lagos. And the VI scenario is actually most people that get properties there are all these multinational companies that build for their employees working in Mexico on the island. That's what I just want to add.
All right, brilliant. Thanks. Ekene, you're up next.
Oh man, are you hearing me?
Yeah, we they hear you now. They say they bully you, so it's up to you. I can't say anything to you now, so carry on.
It's not that I know where my brother is trying to go, but the issue is this. You know, if you know me very well, you know I don't care whether you bully me or whatsoever. I don't care because I know what keeps me going. Because I don't have to sing your praise. I don't have to beg for anything. So, for that reason, I'm not ready to lick anybody ass just to get a favor. That's my lifestyle. And I think that has made me to be an optimistic person in life. And I thank God for that. God who has given me that grace. So no matter what you say, bully, from now till tomorrow, I don't care. I don't care about it. Because I had one uncle who said to me, guy, all you need is to make money. Have a business. Employ first-class holders. Employ PhD holders. You know? And when he made those statements to me, he said, look at me today. I don't have a university qualification. I don't even have secondary school certificate. But I'm a millionaire. I have first class people working for me. I have PhD people working for me. A lot of them working for me, paying them good amount of money. So when I see him, I see wisdom talking. And I learn from him a lot. To show you that it's not that it's as if education is bad. But there is difference between education and wisdom to survive, especially in our country. So if you don't have that wisdom, you don't have that tactics, you don't have that energy, if you don't have that positive mindset and endurance and patience, you can speak English from now till 10 years. Nigeria will remain where it is. And I will continue to make that statement. Anybody can say, I am not educated for saying that. Continue. We'll see where it will lead us to. I'm a very strong man, strong-minded somebody. I don't fear anybody. Whatever I stand in, I stand in it. You see somebody like Felix Mwaka coming to TV, television station.
Today, stop praising yourself. Say what you want to say. IPOB, idiot.
Gani, you're my good friend. God bless you. A very foolish human being.
Sorry, hold on, Ekene. Gani, the next time you do that, I'm going to ban you permanently. Carry on, Ekene.
So, you see somebody like Felix Mwaka, all these APC all these APC hypocrites, all these APC, what else? Why will I use to qualify them? In short, punch up hypocrites coming to give me grammars to believe that the government is doing well, trying to alleviate the poverty that they are inflicting on the land with good design English without any positive actions. A lot of question was asked to the CBN governor today and the finance minister. They couldn't answer it. You could remember that starting from the time of this government, the promises they laid out, the CNG buses, the billions palliative money to be given to the private sectors to improve their business, money to be given to the people that wants to go into manufacturing and all that. The money they say they attracted from India, from Dubai, from up till this day. Where are they? Who benefited from it? And you want me to come?
Sorry, hold on, Ekene. What is your understanding of all of these trade deals and monies that they're announcing from India, Dubai, etc.? How have you understood that? What was your expectation when those announcements were made?
You mean when they made those announcements of those money, they said they benefited?
What do you mean they benefited? What is your understanding of what was said in those spaces?
For me, only thing I see is propaganda and all those things. The only thing I know is that they're just.
No, you can't just say that now. Well, you see,
no,
this is the thing now.
That's my mind and my opinion. Anything that doesn't anything you say that doesn't exist is a propaganda.
Can you hold on? It's not about your mind or your opinion now. It's about facts and what obtains and what does not. It's not about your prejudice or mine. It is about what obtains. So what is your understanding when they made those announcements that these achievements has been achieved? What's your understanding?
One man, I've told you what I understand. You cannot change my mind for what I understand.
You haven't told me what you understand. So tell me, when they went to India and they met with the Martels or the whoever, and then they announced a package of however many billions, what was your understanding of what they were saying?
What I understand is that they announced what is not in existence, an agreement that wasn't made.
Oh God. Okay, carry on.
Yes, that's how I understand it. What do you want me to believe? An announcement that was not agreed on.
But this is a reversal to yesterday's conversation now. You can expand beyond your understanding and you can expand beyond your prejudices. You have to open your mind to that expansion. They said they've agreed a set of trade deals that will ultimately bring this much money into the country's coffers. So what? That's not then to say that that at that meeting they got a signed check from the Indians to come and deposit. I'm sure you know that. You know there's a whole raft of processes involved in that sort of memorandum of understandings, trade agreements. There's a whole. This could well be a process of
one man. If you know me very well,
so it's not just
if you know me very, if you know me,
the money. That's not.
If you know me very well, you know that. If you have followed me very well, you know that I'm somebody that doesn't care in too much explanation. That has become my lifestyle since even to where I am today. There are ways you continue to explain things. I'll just look out to you. I don't even care to learn more again. I'll just, oh man, this guy just talk rubbish. Let me just face another thing. If you know me very well, I don't too much explanation. It angers me a lot. Too much explanation. And that's what we are doing in Nigeria. There is nothing bad to come out and say, this is what you have done and show it to the public than to say you do something and tomorrow you come, that thing is not there.
But that's exactly
it's as simple as ABCD.
No.
What are you telling me? Even if I want to have a business agreement with you.
Hold on, you're an international businessman, so I will not accept this level of naivety. You cannot, that cannot be your fault unless you are paying a politicized move, which I suspect you may well be. When they go to India and they get a trade commitment, and you are saying then on the flight back they should be banking checks at the CBN. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Emma, come on, guy. Come on.
one man, let me tell you, you cannot change my understanding the way it is. That's my understanding. Because
Okay, then you want them to show you the money now.
yes, you see, all these guys are just they've played Nigeria too much. I've come to a point that these people don't want to do anything. It doesn't take anything to strike a deal. It doesn't take anything
One
to strike
man,
a
I
deal.
understand that Kene is tired of explanation. He wants to see action quick.
So if
Everything
you're
else,
telling
he
me,
wants to
if
see
you come here
one
and be
thing.
telling me they go there, the process to free the ban on Nigeria traveling to Dubai, it will take us 3 months, 4 months, and all that. We are still on the process. When you have come out to tell us that this thing has been achieved, then it's a gradual process. There are still criteria to be met. Which criteria? Doesn't take anything to
All
strike a
right.
deal.
If you want to take that expansion, they call things like that an agreement in principle. That's what they call it. So there's always a process involved in everything.
I
All right.
know. Even that agreement in principle, I know. Well, I will not say that I'm ignorant of an agreement in principle. That's a fair argument. But for me, it doesn't take anything to strike a deal. That's what because even the CBN governor himself still say that they are expecting foreign investors. So those investors are eager to come. So where are the ones that have already came, which they told us? So you people are the one trying to play to the gallery to explain things for them. Things they've already come out to explain to you, trying to tell you that the investors are still wanting to come. Maybe they're on the way. They are still at Oshodi. They never enter the office. So they are still there, still expecting, they are still clearing ground for them, trying to clear backlog for them so that they will boost their confidence for them to come. Then they now start to strike deals with Nigeria. And you still have, when they've given you this clear explanation, you still have to come and explain it more to them that those investors are there. Yeah, you see, all these things it doesn't get into me.
Let me show you this screen, Ekene. This is just a rudimentary, just of to where the conversation is. So there's just an abstract example just to make the point. These are lithium, the lithium space within the Nigerian space. So you get a commitment that XYZ country from ABC, XYZ company from ABC country has committed 20 billion to the lithium factories, lithium refineries or the lithium space in Nigeria. So you get that from this sort of images. So from this sort of images, and then you get a whole, so that announcement has been made that there's a package of $20 billion coming into the Nigerian space, into that particular industry space. So you get that on this platform here. Then after that announcement, there's a whole raft of other workings of international, bilateral, whatever. And then you have a whole raft of feasibility and whatnot. And then you get into this sort of phase when you start to get boots on the ground, and then you get to this sort of phase when the structures and infrastructures are then coming out, and then you get to this sort of phase when the groundbreaking is taking place, and then you get to this sort of phase where production is starting to take its flagging. So all of this, from this point here, this red picture, where they tell you that that $20 billion is coming in, all of those processes have to be gone through in order to land at this point. So you know that. I mean, come on.
Asari Dokubo say na photo. Photo government.
Right.
Photo na photo you dey show us. Now what Asari Dokubo talk? Don't me talk am. One man.
May I
remove the photo from the screen. Photo. Let me say this. Let me say this, one man. I'm not saying that the government is not doing it. I'm not saying that they are idle or they're not doing anything. At least I have a video. I would have sent it to you. Oni of Ife, one of his video that I just listened today. I don't know whether it's a current video or an old video, but I think that video is a current video. The man was angered and he was speaking about the system we are operating. And it was even the same point I'm making here that he made in that video, that you see, the system we have here, we are deceiving ourselves, that we should find a way to change our system, either by restructuring or any other things. Let us not be deceiving ourselves that our government can achieve little or nothing with this system. He made it clear. I have that video. Maybe after this session, I will send it to you. Maybe tomorrow you play it. It's only of Ife, the one you know very well. Then you listen to him. It's almost the same argument that I'm making here, that he made there. I don't know whether it's a recent video or an old video, but I think that video is a recent one. That with the system we are operating and what we see in our government and the kind of corruption going on in our system, that the government, even the current one, will achieve little or nothing. And I picked that point from him.
Well, you
I hold on to it.
You shouldn't. Corruption is
no.
the lubricant. Corruption is the lubricant.
When I see point that are simple and clear.
You cannot have development without having corruption. Corruption is
no. When somebody makes a simple, when somebody makes simple explanation and clear one, I pick it. That video was short, simple, well explained, and I pick it. You understand? You don't have to show me all this analysis and all these things. He just made his point clear, and I pick it like that. You understand? Because I don't want to get into confusion when you are bringing all those your grammatical explanation and all that. It doesn't mean that I don't understand you, but maybe you may think I don't understand you, but the only thing is that I don't care about it.
Understand perfectly. Look,
the only thing is that
I'm not fool. You are an international, well-traveled businessman. I am not fooled by you. You are one of the sharpest brains here. So forget.
The only thing is that I don't care too much about explanation. So it doesn't mean that I don't know, but I don't care about too much of explanation. It angers me. I don't even know the reason why it angers me.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah, you can.
You keep saying you don't care about explanation, and you're a businessman. Okay.
I said too much explanation, confused analysis.
All right. So let me ask you. Now I'm going to Obi. If Obi were to be the president today, what do you think? What's your expectations, okay, of him? What do you think he could have done differently? I'm not siding this government. I don't like what they're doing. But I'm asking, what do you think he could have done differently?
Well, if I think I will not have much opportunity to say that because I don't want to drag Obi into our discussion. You understand?
No, go ahead. I'm listening.
The only thing I know is about our government. The three candidates that contested for this election. You know, the problem we have is that we only care about. In fact, many people don't care to listen when they are campaigning. You understand? But when somebody like Atiku, if I have to vote Atiku, I have to vote him in one reason: restructuring. Because he has explained it to the way I understand it very well. That is, if I have to vote him, I will not even vote him based on economy or fight the insecurity. I will vote him based on restructuring. Then Tinubu, the people that voted him based on, which he also said, based on revenue generation and all that, which I see even he's trying to do it now. But, you know, Nigeria is a very big space. You can't compare it to Lagos. You can't compare it to Lagos. The way Tinubu is trying to increase that, to me, that his target of, is it 1 trillion economy also? He is trying very hard to meet up to it by devaluing our naira. All these things are not the way to make the, because when you are doing those things, you don't know that the common man on the street will feel hot. You understand?
He said $1 trillion economy or not 1 trillion naira economy.
Okay, $1 trillion economy. Okay, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
Which is
and
double the size of the economy as it is now.
I don't know, but when you devalue the naira is 2,000 naira. You are trying to make you said you want to achieve. I don't even know what you are going to achieve there by making the dollar 2,000 or 1,005 to achieve your aim. Doesn't make sense to me.
It's
So,
making the economic space more competitive. More user friendly.
Well, to you that is what it is. But for me as a businessman, I know how it works. I know what I know the difficulties in that. You understand? Because you see, if I have to give my analysis during the time of Goodluck Jonathan to this time, and why people like us supported Goodluck Jonathan administration very well, is that a lot of African countries around us take Nigeria as their Chinese hub. You understand? Even though we are still importing them, but they make Nigeria their home of business. You can't compare it starting from the time of Buhari till date. That those things are not there anymore. Our business is just within the space, within the country. Just few people, maybe things they cannot get outside the country, then maybe they will be looking for it in Nigeria. Those difficult business that they cannot trace outside the country. Maybe a businessman in Nigeria has an idea, then they trace it back to Nigeria. You understand? But during the time of Goodluck Jonathan, most of these African countries don't know anywhere in China until Buhari came in. Then Tinubu carried where he stopped, and they are. He said in one of his videos. I don't forget that video. We further slow down the economy. We take him more task, and this and all that. That's what we have to do. That video, I think he was playing, but that is what he's playing out today. You understand? So, coming on to Obi and his campaign and all that, it's all about, he emphasized more on human capital development. You understand? So, in that area, I know he will surely do well. And if you tell me the need of the country is that human capital development, which a lot of us argued about it yesterday, and I continue to hammer on it. You cannot keep your people uneducated and expect the country to grow. It's never done anywhere. It's never done. A huge quantum of Nigerian population is out of school, out of job. You don't give them.
All right, start to bring it home, Ekene.
One man, allow me to speak.
No.
I don't speak too much. I don't speak too much.
Carry on.
I'm a man of few words. In just few minutes, I'll just hand the mic to you. Right. So those things are the indices and the campaign promises made by these three candidates. But we choose based on generating revenues, all that, which even the revenue generation is not coming. Because if you compare our nation with other African countries that don't generate half of what we generate, they are better in electricity, in healthcare, in education. You understand? So, but the only thing is that Nigerians are very brilliant people. Even in terms of in times of hardship, you still find them strive on their own to survive. Both in education, you see parents do all they can to make sure that they get their kids educated. That's the only thing I love about Nigerian people. Nigeria, not even the government, I mean Nigerians themselves. The education that they achieve today is as a result of the struggling parents out there wearing one wrappers, a pair of shoes. They deprive themselves a lot of pleasure of this life to be able to make sure that what they pass through, not being educated, that their children don't go through it. And I commend a lot of Nigerian parents for that. Because they love the education, but the government is not making it easy for them to achieve this. Then the ones that cannot cope, that's why you see a lot of out-of-school children, a lot of unemployed youth and all that. But that's how it is. That's what it is. We are not gaslighting Nigeria. Nigeria is a very nice. If I'm gaslighting Nigeria, I will not be living in Nigeria. I must survive here. And I am surviving. It's not about me or any other. It's about generality. How to make the Nigerian space work for every individual in every region. It's not that I'm surviving and my neighbor is suffering. When you see your neighbor, because you're opportune to travel abroad, you bring in some dollars, then that person is not opportune to travel abroad and bring in some dollars. You now be giving that person high shoulder and be speaking big grammar to that person. I am surviving. The government will get better. This and all that. It's very ridiculous. And that's why I said anything called education that is not accompanied with compassion is an illiteracy, more illiteracy. That's how I count it. Education must be accompanied with compassion. You don't come and tell me because you earn some dollars abroad, then your neighbor or your uncle or any other person, you will not desire good governance for them. Or maybe because that's the lifestyle of Nigerians. I want to suppress others with my wealth. That's their lifestyle. I want to show them I can buy a car. I want to show them I can build a house. That's their lifestyle. And once you are able to do that, life is so comfortable with you. And you feel that other people don't have God.
Other people would like to talk.
So let's come together, have a good mind towards every Nigerian from east, west, north, and the south, and fight for good governance. And I will continue to say that. Thank you, one man.
Oh wait, can I say something real quick, please?
Yes. All right. Thank you, Kenneth. Yes. Let's hear from you. Just a brief. We've lost Ajan Lekoko. I was going to go to Ajan Lekoko. All right. Let's hear from you, Reola.
Yeah, it's just going to be a brief one. Do you realize that a lot of people think just like Ekene, which is actually great. I think it's a blessing for this platform because we can actually see how a lot of people think. Because the fact is, what he's saying, I can see how he doesn't really care about the process. He just wants to see like physical things. And I won't blame him or any other people that think just like him to the fact that we've been lied to so much. So people just don't care about the word of mouth. They just want to see stuff. So that's one. And the other thing about him, I think we focus too much on the currency, like the exchange rate. We focus too much on it. Look up Indonesia, and there's so many other countries as well. Indonesia, like their $1 to their currency is about 15-something thousand, but they in terms of GDP in the world, they're number 16. Their economy is $1 trillion. So when it comes to looking at the GDP or economy factor, how economy does, it has nothing to do with currency. Even China, they had to like they manipulate their Chinese currency. So, but I like the way, because I like his perspective, because it makes me understand a lot of people in Nigeria, because the way he's talking is easy for politicians to give people like money, like right there. If I give you $100,000 or 100,000 naira, vote for me, because people can see it. So I see like the way he talks. I don't see anything wrong with it, because a lot of people talk about they see things like that, and it's a joy for the politicians. So that's what I think.
No, I agree with you. Ekene is one of the sharpest voices on the platform, always has been, and one of the leading voices here as well. So I'm not quite sure what conversation we're having today. But come in, Bishop. Bishop, let's hear from you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Let me just start by saying, yes, Sometimes it gets heated up, but I believe that our discussion, conversation, and argument can actually go a little bit beyond simplistic analysis. Everything is not about brick and mortar, even in economy. Yeah, there are certain realities that are not pleasant. They are not really, really good. But we must be bold enough to own up and face up to them. Challenges we're going to face, challenges of growing up, challenges of nationhood, and the rest. And as they used to say, one of our coaches said many years ago, he said, by stumbling and wobbling and stumbling. How did he say it? But at least we really learn to walk. One famous man said, look, if running is too strenuous and too difficult, we will walk. If we cannot walk, we will crawl. The important thing, we must ensure that we are moving, probably not moving at the pace at which other people are moving, but are we moving? Yes. Have we been so unfortunate with, one step forward and 3 steps backward? Unfortunately, that is true. Have we had other challenges of development that somebody was really hammering on overpopulation or population explosion a couple of minutes ago? Yes, we had that. And while that population was exploding, we were not making adequate preparation for the upcoming, for the people that came up in that generation, especially in the late 70s to early 80s. Okay, let me take it to late 80s to early 90s. Population explosion was really, really, and our economy was kind of stagnant. And now we are feeling the impact of those things we should have done 30, 40 years ago that we did not do. Can we correct the ills of 20, 30 years or 40 years in 5 years, in 10 years? I don't think so. And that's the perspective I used to look at it for. I get very sympathetic with the issue, the situation of Nigeria many times. I'm very passionate about it. It doesn't matter the amount of abuse that people throw at mine. And I don't really want to go the popular way. It's not because everybody is saying it, I want to say it. No. If I have a different opinion, irrespective of the kind of opposition, I want to stay by opposition. If I'm going to be one among 1,000 people, I will still stay. It is that you don't agree with my position, but that's the position as I see it today. Am I willing to change? Absolutely. I'm the first that will change. And it's very funny and strange when people say we defend APC, we never see anything wrong in APC. I don't think that is really fair. I have come here, even Buhari, if we can go back there at times, I have called Buhari's government house when I believe certain things he did were very silly. I remember when we were discussing about Emefiele, I said one of his biggest error was, apart from retaining Emefiele, reappointing him for a second term. So I have been bold. Even Tinubu, that is the current president that I so much campaigned for, I have spoken against him several times, not in other places, on this platform. So when people come and say we defend, and I dare to challenge people that supported Obi. They've never seen anything wrong, even when it goes. They've never seen anything wrong because they have clothed him with this messianic something. I don't do that. Recently, I still called Tinubu out. I felt it was completely senseless and insensitive for the president to be in France when all those things were coming up, no matter how important. I said it out. So that we don't see anything wrong. Like some people, I don't want to mention everybody's. I always want to point out and I disparage other people. I don't think it's so. I have listened to Kulata here come very hard on Tinubu. I've listened to Enigmatic do the same thing. And that is the difference, except we want to deceive and lie to ourselves. Bishop has never see anything wrong with him, no matter they behave like hallelujah. They don't see anything. So you are being very disingenuous. How do you call it? If you think there is, if I see anything that is good about the government, I must not mention it just because you hate the government. And it is very, very dubious of you to think that everything the government has done is wrong. I said to someone who were having the conversation, I brought out the video when Obi said that he will remove the subsidy from day one. I am quoting him verbatim electoratum, like the Latin people used to say. He said he will remove it from day one. He did not say he will remove it through a process. He used the word from day one. And I asked, what were you expecting if you remove it from day one? Were you expecting that there will be people with single Kumbaya and everything will just fall into 3 days, 1 month later? No, the same inflation we're having, we have experienced it. The same high cost of food and the rest, because we have not been able to up our food production. Industries, produce are dying down. I know we had this conversation here when some people supported that they should open the border. They should open the border. They open the border now. Our local poultry are dying. They are really dying. The effect of the open border. Oh, the price was going up, and that effect of the open border has not brought down the cost of food. I sympathize with people that are in leadership because sometimes they just want to try. They have the best of intention, but hey, they are not magicians. They want to try which one. So if they try this and it doesn't work out, they will still, because we are human. Nobody can say today, okay, this is the silver bullet that will solve all the problem of Nigeria. The insecurity we're talking about. 90% of these people that are perpetrating this insecurity, they are Nigerians. They are our brothers and sisters. They live in people's home. They arrested some people about a month or two ago. It is a woman, an old woman, that was helping them to feed people that were captured and were kept somewhere. A woman, a mother and a daughter that were the one preparing food. And they know that those people were being held against. They did not go and find a way to inform the security. And they've been doing it for not for 1 month, not for 2 months. They've been doing it for more than 1 year to help to feed people. So there is a role that every one of us has to play. If we are not playing this role, look, there is no magic about it. We need to go through the process. The process of childbirth has some pain. Some people, sometimes it has to be induced. It is what is the level, the measurement of pain. How, what is the bearable level that will not lead to fatality? But even growth itself has some pains. It comes with some pains. So for me, it is not like I in opposition to. I have the right to disagree with some ideas. If I'm not convinced about them, it is your responsibility to explain and re-explain to me like I am a 3-year-old. So for me, I want over explanation. If it's going to make me to have a deeper or a better understanding of what you're trying to let me say. If I don't want explanation, that means I'm fixated. That means I'm not even open for conversation in the first instance. And I don't think that is the kind of conversation, a discussion or conversation I want to indulge in. So that's that. One man, unfortunately, I missed on the readout. Is there 1 or 2 topics you want me to speak to?
Yes, we were speaking to the Mietti Allah president being arrested by the authorities, and now a press conference being held by that space, threatening that he has to be immediately released or there will be repercussions.
Well, okay, I can do with that in 2 minutes. Honestly, we can let them bring on the repercussion like yesterday. Let them bring it out. Let him remain in custody. Don't let them detain him beyond his constitutional right. If they have reason and basis to charge him to court, let them do it. But that they should release him because some idiots are having a press conference, I don't think that's how he plays. That's not the way he plays. So if they want to bring the violence, let them bring it. So if everything is cool to Gabaru, let it begin to Dabaru now. Let it split and let it be yam pepper scatter. For me, I don't think that conversation, that press conference worth or deserves any serious response. If the security agencies have reasons, I don't want them to just hold him on speculation and they will now be looking for evidence. If they have reasons, concrete, actionable intelligence to show that he has something, then let them charge him to court like yesterday and go and retain him in Kirikiri, remove him from the DSS office, except the court says let them keep him at the DSS office. So for me, I'm in support of that arrest, 100%.
All right, let me take you to the space. Northern Group blames forex racketeering on ex-President Buhari government officials trying to hide ill-gotten gains. So a lot of people don't actually give consideration to this, but a lot of people actually believe that the spike in the Naira exchange rate is as a result of illicit money chasing that liberalized Naira space now. People that have been hoarding money for the 8 years of mass looting that we had under Buhari are looking to legitimize that money and to reduce the bulk as well, So they just throw all this stolen money at the naira, at the dollar, at whatever price. And a lot of people feel is what is spiking up the exchange rate. So do you buy into this as submission by the Northern Group?
Okay. Let me say this first. A couple of weeks ago, I read a report by the currency in circulation. That is the quantity of currency in circulation in Nigeria. It's not, we don't have too much, according to that report. I did not write it. It was written, and I think there was an international, one of these international, they gave the percentage rate of how much money. Now, the issue of Buhari, if you remember, immediately after the election in March or something, I said something here. If you remember, I said perhaps Buhari was the price we had to pay for a Tinubu, because there were so many missteps of Buhari. I don't know if you remember. Maybe that was the price, because Buhari got a whole lot of things wrong. He did some things very well. He was so fixated and focused on building infrastructure, and he practically neglected, absolutely, because maybe he did not have the wherewithal to grasp it, the microeconomy, even the macroeconomy. What do you call it, to suffered, but the micro aspect really was just completely neglected. Like I said earlier on, he was probably focusing more on the brick and mortar part of government or governance, that he completely neglected some of the other parts, and the inability to supervise closely some of his appointees, and they were just on a kind of a looting spree. That was a low in Buhari's administration. I said here a couple of days or thereabout ago on the issue of the money, even when this man, our guest, came. That issue of money was a misstep. That thing was going to lead to a complete breakdown of law. If that continued, NSAS would have been a child's play compared to what we would have witnessed. So putting a hold on it was the right thing to do, because already we were pushed to the precipice. It was just a small thing. Look, if during that time we have had one person that did what was that guy that started the Morocco crisis, that set himself on fire in the market. What's his name again? Oh God, the one that led to the beginning of the Arab Spring.
The name is not really. Carry on.
Okay, so the one that led to the Arab Spring. If you had somebody that pulled that kind of a stunt in Nigeria, God save Nigeria, nobody would have been able to pray. So the halting of that thing was the right thing to do. Could there have been, or were there costs, to it? Yes, maybe. Maybe some people took advantage of it. In every good situation, some people will take advantage. In every bad situation, even more than in good situation, some people will still take advantage of it. But when we weigh it, when we put it side by side, I think it was a good thing that they put it on hold. Some people took advantage of it, unfortunately, like human beings. Yes, they will. Now, should we now just resign and say, oh, they have done it? I don't think so. One of the facts of the matter is everybody know that we were subsidizing dollar at the expense of the larger economy. We were subsidizing just a few persons, maybe just 10 or 20% of the, not even up to 5%. What am I talking about? Kind of 20%. Maybe not just only 5% were actually benefiting from this thing, and they helped in dollarizing our economy because they were benefiting from it. So the decision to win them off this benefit that they have so enjoyed for long is not going to come easy. They are going to push back. They're going to fight back. They're going to find a way to frustrate it. We only know what they have done today. We don't know the strategy they are planning to unleash on the country tomorrow. So for me, the people that are crying out now about that, some people hoarded money, they do this, they know what they are talking about. They know what they are doing. They know exactly that whether they are being sponsored or not, but the fact remains that some people have so much money in their custody now that they can use it to destabilize the system, the country, just to be able to have their way. So are they doing it? Maybe yes. How much or to what extent are they doing it? And what can be the impact? What can be the the likely consequences of their action? Except the government wakes up. I am not throughout Buhari's era, I never scored him more than 51%. I used to say I won't score him 70, 80%, but I won't call him 40, less than 50, at least in certain critical areas that he invested in. I never scored him 80%. I never scored him even 55%. I would say at least I'll give him 51%. So the same way Tinubu can make impact, he would need to score more than 80%. Now he's just struggling with 35, 40%. Even my 35%, my 40% is being generous. That's the truth. But I will say maybe it's too early to rule him out, because we are in a very, very difficult, if I'm more than difficult, precarious situation. But I'm open enough to be able to look at, okay, there are the challenges, here is where we are going. So how is he going to navigate this point that you just raised is left to him. We have information, what these people have. That is why he is the commander-in-chief. Before we get information, he should have had access to them and be able to sometimes nip some of them in the bud. So if we are getting this information, I want to believe he has gotten it way, way, way back. Otherwise, he is not fit to be called the commander-in-chief. But I believe he is. I believe we are in troubled waters. We are navigating through the troubled waters. When we get out of the troubled water, maybe it should be time to go. I said one example some years ago. It was under Obasanjo government. I had a meeting somewhere behind with some people, foreigners, and somebody said something on the paper there that Obasanjo brought Nigeria to zero level, and the foreigner, obviously a white man, a Caucasian from whatever, he said yes. That both. The question is, where were we coming from? That we're coming from minus under the military, even though the military, now some people were actually praising the military, forgetting that we were completely a pariah nation under the military. So that, but we were coming from zero. That zero itself is a positive. We're coming from minus zero, from below. So he has taken us to a level now that if we had good government, somebody that is, we can continue to grow from there. Unfortunately, the first thing Yar'Adua and Jonathan did was to engage in reverse. They engage in reverse of certain policies that at least...
sorry, are we still with the Naira policy?
That's what I'm saying.
All right.
I mean, if you except you were off for some few minutes. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, if you are not off there, if you have followed what I'm saying, it's completely in. And I'm putting the whatever squarely on Tinubu's table, on his feet, not on his lap, not even table now. I'm putting it squarely on his lap. Now, he should, this information that these people are sharing now, I went and put myself, that this information that these people are giving out now, as the commander-in-chief, he should have had this information. It's not something that should be coming as it's news to us, but it shouldn't be news to him. Now, what is it doing with that information? How is it dealing with it? Knowing that some people are deliberately sabotaging the effort of the government. You can just sit down and fold your hands and say, well, they are doing it. And so, are they supposed to be doing it? Is what they are doing, is it legal? Is there a way, any part of the law that criminalizes what they are doing? If there are, then what is the government doing about it? So, for me, yes. If the northern group blame the forex racketeering, the government should know where did they take the money from? Where is it going? So, come out really hard on those racketeering. Yeah, it's okay, they have brought the information to us, but the government should not just fold his hand, whether they are Buhari's friend or wives or children or husband. If there is a law to put them in where they belong, which I strongly believe is behind back, so be it.
Are you there?
Are you hearing me? Yeah, I'm talking. Yes. I don't know if you're hearing me. So if there is enough evidence, let them deal with them with the strong arm of the law. Let the Lord take his course. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, we do. Bring it on.
So the group. Yes, thank you for the information, but hey, it should not come to the government as news. This should have been on the desk of the commander-in-chief way before now. And the question is, what is he doing, or what has he done, or what did he do with that information? You and I cannot do anything. We can just agonize and complain and lament. The commander-in-chief can surely do something about it. The CBN listened to his interview, was it 2 days ago? Quite a brief of something. Yeah, they're going to, obviously, the man is saying they're still going to come with some policy that, and those policies are necessary. They are necessary. Unfortunately so. They are going to come with some degree of pain, but they are necessary. The only area the government can do to intervene on the people, or the ordinary people, is let there be availability of food. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Excellent. So that's the majestic Bishop. So from Bishop, we go on to Uptown. But on our way to Uptown, I want to flash up a session that is coming up on Friday. So it's going to be in Friday afternoon, and it's going to be a short, no more than 2-hour session. It's a beginner's guide to trading options with an experienced trader, a gentleman called Kanu. So we've done a lot of groundwork around this session. So I can say with confidence that it's going to be quite an informative session. So because we're going to be opening up that space, conversations around trading, around money. I don't know, as some of you may know, I have a hobby channel where I talk about things like trading cryptos, things like that. It's not even anything that I flash up that often. But that was actually the space I was actually going into when I was doing, but we are going into this space now with a real expert in that industry space, a guy called Kanu. So we've put together the structurings of a beginner's guide to trading options. So that is going to go. We're going to go live with it on Friday. So here is the link to that session. If you're interested in that sort of thing, i.e. making a profit, then that is exactly the session that you want to follow. A beginner's guide to trading options with experienced trader Kanu. So come join us. That's the link to it right there in the comment section. So bookmark that as we go on to Uptown, who are hopefully still there. Uptown, you still there? Uptown, don't go sleep.
Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So to the conversation, where do you want to come in into the conversation? But not with the Kennedy. So let's not do that person or something.
Anybody that knows me knows that my shot is always a one-take shot. I don't go round and round and round. The way I came to express that was over for me. So I believe that I had already made my point, even though people try to twist it to suddenly make me
You say
the bad
people are
person.
twisting it. Are you looking at the comment section? Because
yes, I am.
Yes. So I'm not sure. I'm confident that your intentions are not malicious. But if you see how it's being played out with characters in the comment section now, you'll see then what I mean by sowing seeds. But let's leave all that and go to the politics. What are you looking at in the politics today?
Yeah. So one man, our comment section has always been an alternative universe, and all of us know that, and I appreciate them. And everybody on the platform knows that I'm not up to anything malicious. I just felt a strong feeling about something. I just said it, and I believe all of us have done that before in the platform at one point or the other. When we feel, oh, this person and this, oh, I didn't like how this happened or that happened and all that. So I think that's what the platform is about. Yeah, so that's it on that point. Just tell me the lineups we have.
All right. So to what Bishop was speaking to just then, because there's a lot of things going on within that currency space as the naira continue to spiral out of control. So there's a narrative to say that the naira is looking for its true value, but all of the financial houses tell us that the value of the naira should ideally rest between 7 to round about no higher than 800. That is where the speculation was that the Naira is going to settle. So for the Naira not settling there, then there has to be extraneous reasons why the Naira is spiraling out of control. And one of the things we had Shegun show me here just a couple of days ago, and he was speaking to exactly this sort of space as well, that the illicit money are stolen under the Buhari administration and abundance. You have to remember that Nigeria is one of the top 30 economies in the world, and these guys stole solidly for 8 years. So there's just a humongous amount of wealth stored in vaults up and down the country. So those illicit money is now looking for legitimacy, and that is what is spiraling the Naira out of control. So this is being theorized by a northern group. Do you concur?
Come on, asking me if I concur is just saying that maybe people are not paying attention very well in the platform. You said Egbon Shegun said this when he came to the platform, I believe maybe a week before now. But I said this months ago, before even Bola Tinubu came to government. When did I say it? I said when I was arguing for, when at the onset of that Naira redesign policy, when people were lashing out, people like me, I defended it. I said these are the benefits of this policy, and where I get it, where I object to it, is the fact that I didn't think Emefiele was doing enough in the implementation part of it. It was not well thought out. And again, the political elites, we are sabotaging the process. But do we need to mop up the Naira in the system? Yes, we do. If we do not, with the figures Emefiele reeled out in terms of monies outside the banking system, it is a dangerous thing. And that we are heading, and if we allow
that volume of money could easily destroy the economy, and it's already is in the process of destroying the economy now.
You know, the problem is we play politics way too much. People like me, sometimes I binge on even NTA. Some people run away from NTA, but sometimes when you go to NTA, you get to listen to full speeches of some of these ministers and all of these people. You get them talk at length. You actually listen to what they are saying. But some people are not interested in that. People just want to play Chelsea versus Man U, my candidate versus your candidate, my party versus your party, and all of that. Nobody really gets a grasp of anything. Because I know I listened to Emefiele when he was talking about that policy. I was listening, taking line by line. Okay, and I found out, okay, I think I should throw my weight behind this. I mean, I see some failures here and there, but let's hope that in the implementation stage, he'll be able to. I mean, for him to decide this, I had the backing of the president. In the advantages I saw was more, but people chose to play politics. They say, "Oh no, it's because you want a candidate to win. You're just supporting sufferings of Nigerians." No, nobody was supporting the sufferings of Nigerians. The defense was, the policy was good. We needed, that was a dangerous. I listened to Emefiele talk about that volume of money outside. I'm like, we are heading for disaster. And now that those people that have that money have been shaked with the threat of the possibility that they could have lost that money if that policy went through, what is going to happen is that if the policy fails, all of them will rush to go and change that money to dollar. Is that not what's playing out 8 months later?
Yes, Shegun Shomi was actually saying that Tinubu should have, even though it was a bad policy, Tinubu should have actually stuck with that Naira change.
Good.
And then kept
better implementation.
Yes, better implementation, a more realistic timeline, but you should have stuck with it.
Exactly. But people chose to play politics with it. Candidate versus candidate and all that. Nobody wants to know the intentions. Nobody is interested. Just the same way all throughout the campaigning period, I was telling us, let us discuss manifestos. People were interested in Yoruba presidency, Igbo presidency, Fulani presidencies. I said, have you guys talked about Atiku's manifesto? When have we delved deep into this? Not about just one person going to read and coming to give us their version of it. No. Let somebody come and let's say this is the policy position of this person. This is policy. No, nobody was interested in that. It was banter. Igbo people, Yoruba, this and that and that. Look where we all are now. The point is, Tinubu has to continue with that Naira redesign. Because what happened was that the elites, they sabotaged because of their links with the banks. They sabotaged grossly that process to the detriment of Nigerians who were dying and dropping dead on the streets. And now everything has been heaped on Emefiele. Yes, and I agree, because it is his job to think that policy through, even before he submitted it to the president. It is his job to bring out the strategy of effective. I think he should know, as a CBN governor that has been there for over how many years, that such a policy will be sabotaged. The elite is going to resist it. You should know that. So you can't say you are taking unawares. No. So that's on the ground of which I blame him. But he's not the only person to be blamed. The elite and the politicians sabotage that. The governors especially. And for Mr. Yemi Cardoso that is telling us about focusing on education, he said education tourism and health tourism are driving out. Yes, they are part of it. But Cardoso, I didn't hear him talk about the governors. I didn't hear him talk about the elites. I didn't hear him talk about the fact that where I stay in Ozumbambadiwe, just the next street at the back, that there are a couple of houses there that no car has ever driven into those houses for over a year, but the light is always on. And when the light goes off in a microsecond, the generator comes in, and those houses are highly protected by mobile police, but nobody drives in and comes out there year after year. That is the problem we are in. What is the security people guiding in their house, lighting it up, keeping that house? Nobody lives there. The Bentleys and the Porsche and the Rolls Royces parked there that you can peep through the other compound, their tires are flat. But that house, the light is always on, the generator is always on, is highly guided. Who is being guided there? That is what I expect Cardoso to be doing. I expect Cardoso and the EFCC to understand that people like Ekene, or people like
you
Femi,
expect Cardoso to be doing the work of EFCC or police people?
No. EFCC cannot do it in isolation. It's a coordinated thing. That's why I didn't say I expect Cardoso. I said I expect Cardoso and the EFCC. The DSS, instead of the DSS to be chasing clout online that they have arrested this blog, DSS is online, busy, chasing around bloggers. DSS in a country where monies are stashed in Ikoyi, dollars are stashed out. So what I expect is for people like Cardoso, the EFCC, Mr. Wale Odun, who I admire, actually the only person I admire in the entire cabinet with the other guy. But I expect them to understand that people like Ekene in Alaba, people like Femi in some markets in Oshun, people like Ganiu in Kano, and the dollars they are changing to get commodities are not the problems we have. Even if they have one child out of 5 children that have managed to sell their land and send abroad to train the child to at least bring prosperity to the family, those are not the people driving our currency haywire. The people driving our currency haywire is the governors, the politicians. These people, they receive allocations, security votes, and what have you, and they immediately run to the malams to change these monies to dollars. You get what I'm saying? Now they have even added more to them by adding the subsidy removal proceeds in addition to what they were getting before. So more problems. So I expect when I listen, and that's why I defend people like Ikene when they talk about the practicality of it. So in this country, a lot of people have spoken bigger grammars. We heard from Kemi Adeosun, we heard from every other person that came before Kadoso, before Yemi, everybody coming to say memorandum of understanding, photo ops with the Indonesia, we are expecting so and so. I mean, we've been hearing this since 1999. The point is in the implementations. The point is in the both policy formation, which we've been doing, but the realities on ground, how to translate it to the realities on ground, and that's where we're not getting right. So for me, one man, what will gladden my heart is that these people involved understand that you cannot cover up sacred cows and expect to do magic. Now, when I listened to Cardoso, I was hearing more of complaints. I was hearing more of blaming. Now, it's easy for these political elites and political class to always shift the blames to Nigerians. I've heard people on this platform, people I call the political class children, that's defenders of the political class.
You know, we did a reaction video to Cardoso's appearance on
one man, I was able to join it briefly with your reaction video, just a couple of minutes, but then I listened on my own later.
Yes, so he said a lot. They're doing a lot of stuff. The liberalization of the IMO space, paying down the country's debt. So it wasn't just complaining; it was actually telling you what they have done, what they are intending to do, and where they're hoping to land.
Yes, one man. I would be more surprised if Cardoso came in and he's not able to tell me that he's doing anything. I mean, he's been CBN governor for a couple of months, so he's doing something. The point is, how solid is what he's doing? How coordinated is what he's doing? And then how measurable is it? Now, Cardoso didn't tell us at how many percentage of our debt has been reduced. So we need the figures. We need
He gave us the figures.
Oh, okay. How many percentage of our debt has been reduced?
It told us that the country broadly had external debts of in excess of $7 billion. It told us that they invited Deloitte and Touche to interrogate that debt, and they identified amongst that $2.4 billion dollars were dubious.
Sort of inflated.
They were dubious.
Dubious, they're not really. Yeah.
Yes, and they invited the people claiming the debt, and they never turned up. So that should be a police matter. And then of the $5 billion left, they've paid down in excess of half of it. So what is actually outstanding now? Roughly $2.5 billion. So he told us all that.
External debts.
Yes.
External debts, as we said.
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, one man, until they tackle the corruption side of this FS issue, nobody's going anywhere. You know, some days back, we came here to start celebrating that, hey, now dollar will go back to 800. It's working. I said, no. It will probably just shift banks. You bring out all the dollars you have and sell it off, and all that. It's just going to make some moves backward and then bounce back and all that. No. And I listened to somebody. I think the person that spoke before me or before the person that spoke say something about, and please, let me just use 1 minute to say this. Let it not exceed 1 minute because I wouldn't want to bring in politics to this. But then this 1 minute is kind of political because I want to attend to what he said. He said, could Obi have done differently? Yes, he could have. Simple, because why he asked that question is because he's probably one of those that was occupied with ethnicity and some other banters during the election that he didn't care to look at the manifestos of the candidates, both the one he's supporting and the one he's not supporting, which people like me, I did. And clearly, apart from even the manifestos, the man clearly said that my policy position is that I will not float concurrently with subsidy removal. Rather, I will only devalue to 600, hold it there, and then we tackle the corruption side, which is holding 50% of the problem in that FX. We tackle it aggressively, visibly, and measurably, while we are pushing on the production area, which is a little bit more of a long term. So if you check that policy position alone, you find out that that will probably reduce the problem and the complications we are having now by half, because now we are faced with double edge of subsidy removal and this FX issue that is driving up inflation and driving up a lot of things at once concurrently. So that is his policy position. Why do I know that? Because I read his manifesto in full. Why do I know that? Because I read the manifesto of other candidates. Why do I know that? Because I listened to their different policy positions. So that's answer to the guy that talked about that. But then one man, like I say, on this FX.
Did you listen to them at the London Economic Forum? Obi appeared, Atiku appeared, Tinubu appeared.
Yes, I listened to them.
Yes.
You want to bring something to my attention?
No, carry on. I just checking.
Okay. Yes, I listened to them.
Wait, can I ask you a question real quick?
Okay, but go on. Even though
so the house that you mentioned, have you actually reported that house to any security agency?
I'm actually even regretting saying that on a public platform. I didn't think that through very well.
I think you should. I think you should, bro. I think when you see something here, you want a better.
This is a common. If you stay in VIA and you know that that is not a rare sight.
Then when you see something, say something. That's when you now say something and nothing happened. It's actually better when you now talk about it that I actually said something and nobody did anything. It would make sense to all of us, rather than just you speak over it like it's nothing, but it's actually something, because we all together in this. If what you saw is actually going to cause us another problem in the future, for you not saying anything, it just like we're going back into the same problem that we're trying to fix. So I think you should actually say something.
Okay, thank you, my brother. I understand the points you just made. And of course, if I have a channel, or if I come up with a channel to make a report, maybe even an anonymous one, maybe I might want to do it, consider that. But the point is the fact that some of these guys in charge, my friend, most of them, all of them actually, pardon me, they know and they are fully aware of what I'm talking about. So it's not a case of ignorance. It's not a case of, oh no, we didn't know it exists. No. They know. The problem is the political will there to get there.
Sorry, Uptown. Gentlemen, I have to bail. I'll hand over to Mike, who's going to do the other phase of it. So thank you, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Back to you, Uptown.
Yeah, thank you. So, my brother, they know. Let's not allow these guys to deceive us. These people that have this are, most of them, they are people they do businesses with on daily basis, people that they issue contracts to, people that issue contracts to them, people that bring them to political offices, people that fund their elections, whether it's from the Senate to the House of Assembly to presidency. They know. The problem is the man with the ultimate power going to form the political will to damn the consequences and fix this country? Anybody that want to fix this country, my friend, must be willing to probably not return for a second tenure.
All right, let's look at it like this. How many is that person or people that has the power, and how many are they? Imagine that the way you see something, you say something. I happen to go around there. I see something. I say something. A lot of us, we just go around. We see something. We say something. We see something. We say something. Do you think we won't overpower them
by saying it?
The thing is, by actually saying it. That okay.
No, people say this all the time
to the security agencies.
They're only going to call you a whaler. In fact, before you know it, the DSS will come, arrest you, and say that you did something. Let me tell you, just just in December. See, you guys, I don't know, you guys need to. Sometimes when we in Nigeria are talking about some realities on ground, some people is very, very disconnected. On December, my friend was driving me and we were arrested by the police at a checkpoint to check us and to search us. I was one driving, but it's my friend's car. That's what I meant. My friend said I should not stop. I said, why? I don't have anything incriminating on me. Why would I stop for the Nigeria police? The guy told me, hey, bro, you're still doing this AJ button. I thought I have my license here. I'm sure you have your particulars because this is even your mom's car. And everything is intact. So as a patriotic citizen, my friend, I stopped for these guys. I was bringing out everything they needed. All of a sudden, one of them from the other post ran and said, arrest those boys, arrest those boys. I'm like, what do you mean? He said, put these boys in the car now and drive to the station. I was like, I mean, we were just all friendly and yummy now, and all of a sudden, what do you mean by arrest? On what grounds? The guy was like, bro, just enter inside the car. Let's go to state. This is my superior talking. He knows the reason why he's saying it. Bro, the guy just changed it for me. I had to enter the car. The guy entered the car, and we were driving. My guy was trying to do stubborn. I told my guy to calm down. Let's just get there. I didn't even know I would have listened to this guy. I wouldn't have even attempted to go to this station. Immediately I drove into the station. They took my car key, and we went inside. This guy started lecturing us. And I saw other boys there. He started lecturing and say, are you a Yahoo boy? I said, I'm not a Yahoo boy. Is your friend a Yahoo boy? You know a Yahoo boy. And I said, see, the way we do here is like, if you're a Yahoo boy, just tell us you're a Yahoo boy. We'll just tell you the fee you pay and you go. We don't have to talk too much. But if you claim you want to be stubborn, then we'll tell you that you are already in here. And nobody knows you're here. I'm like, that sounds to me like kidnap. What do you, I'm saying, I didn't say it out, but like, that sounds to me like kidnap. You're telling me nobody knows I'm here. And I was seeing other people that was admitting, okay, I'm a Yahoo boy. They will just go by the side. They will pay up something, and they will even exchange numbers, exchange pleasantries, say, call me next time. So by the time I was able to clear myself that nothing incriminating on my phone or anything, my friend was having a little bit issue because he was stubborn about opening his phone for reason best known to him. But me, the guy told me to go. And I told my guy, and I told the guy, officer, can I have your number? Since you have established me as a law-abiding citizen, let me have your number, you know. Guys, the guy said, no, I'm to give people like you number. Say you will not be of any use to me. I was like, okay, the correct citizens, the ones trying to do the right thing, you don't really have a business with them. The people you want to have on your WhatsApp as your buddies and your guys are the criminals. That is the police system we have. That is the police system we have. So this is the same people you go and complain to that so thing is happening. You'll be the one to enter the jail before that big man enters there. So, like I said before, my friend, anybody that wants to fix Nigeria with what personal experiences I've had it all. Somebody close to me has been kidnapped by SARS. I didn't mean kidnappers. By SARS, spent 2 weeks there for doing absolutely nothing. In fact, when my mom turned up with a senior advocate of Nigeria, they threatened to kill the senior advocate of Nigeria if he does not leave the premises. And he will warn my mom that the next time he will return there with a lawyer, that they were going to kill my dad. And nothing will happen. Oh, sorry. They used to add that when they're done talking, they say nothing will happen. So when people like me, I speak passionately, when I participated fully on NSAS, it was not all for vibes and inshallah. It was from a deep place of pain for my country. From things I've seen, I'm like, how can this be going on? How can I be more scared of the security forces than I am scared of criminals? And let's not get it wrong. I have a lot of police friends. I have a lot of police people that are even more concerned than I am. Some good police that feel bad that a lot of people in their space is tarnishing their own image and all the effort they put into making this country a sane place for the citizens. So this is not a general or whatever for the police force. I needed to make that point. But my friend, what I talked about I don't know if I'm still being heard though, but when I talked about the Ikoyi stuff, everybody, this is a general knowledge. Everybody know there are 8 states in Banana Island, Ikoyi, that nobody's occupying. I'm not talking about a house. I mean 8 states that no single soul is occupying, and they are still existing. They have not been shut down. You get what I'm saying? So what I want to hear from Cardoso and his band of Lagos boys is concrete steps to fix this. Then when you're taking the concrete step, I want to see Asuwaju, the president, making concrete moves also on the long-term solutions. I don't see any reason why he has not traveled to Aba yet. I don't see any reason why he has not traveled to Kano and Onitsha and Ibadan. Our major commercial centers, the production centers and production warehouses of this country, we need to submit a policy position. This is what we need to do to move from consumption to production. I know the guy that talked about consumption to production is not in office today, so that's past tense. But that doesn't mean that this government cannot adopt it. They have the power too. Obi does not have any patents or anything to it or whatever it is. So they can adopt it. Because at the end of the day, that's the only thing that's going to save us. So let's see what they're doing with the manufacturing. The report that came out, 50% of poultry is in Nigeria have already shut down in the last 6 months.
Why?
You see?
Why?
Because of the affordability of the feeds. They cannot afford the feeds and some other things that they use to run the business. Is a report. It's online. It's on Vanguard. Well, it's published by Vanguard and Premium Times, I believe. And apart from that, businesses are shutting down, my brother. Small businesses are shutting down. They cannot afford the prices of shops again. I know of shops that has moved from 800,000 to 6 million in the last 7 months. Rent.
Okay, can I ask you a question? So because I have my own thinking when it comes to this. And I see your perspective, especially when you're saying production to consumption. The
Consumption
thing
to
is,
production.
yeah, I don't think, I think we're missing a lot. And let me paint my own picture to you. So every single thing that we have in Nigeria that is made in Nigeria or is grown in Nigeria, did you know that majority of them, they have to import something to grow them? So let's use poultry or cassava or any food, for example. You know, the fertilizers, they're not really made in Nigeria. Majority of the fertilizers, they're being imported. So that's one. That would, whatever price, at the end of the day, when they grow those products, whatever price they're going to charge, that already importation of one of the resources that grow that whatever the product is imported. That's number one. Number two, oil. When it comes to moving from farm to whatever, oil is imported. You see, so it's more like a lot of things in Nigeria. The reason why I came in was more like when they're talking about cement, and I'm like, see, the only thing Nigeria has is the limestone. In order to do processing of cement, for example, there's a lot of other resources that has to go into mixing and processing. They are not made in Nigeria.
Of course.
You see now, are you seeing the problem? Like, we have these resources. What's wrong with us being the miner and also having a processing plant for all of it? So, for example, like the cement, for example, they need product like they need so many other mineral chemicals and they need like iron ore, for example, for mixing of this cement. A lot of those things were being imported. Now, are you seeing the reason why a lot of things are so pricey?
Yes,
Cassava, for
yes, yes.
example, for us to grow cassava, for example, the fertilizer is not in Nigeria. That's number one. And a lot of things you can make out of cassava. The only thing Nigeria is producing out of cassava is just gari. What about starch, flour, biscuit, a lot of things that you can get out of cassava. We don't have those plants. So don't we eat bread in Nigeria? Flour, the wheat is not even from Nigeria. You can make flour from bread, from cassava to turn it into bread. It's not made from Nigeria. Are you seeing that a lot of things? Because I'm seeing a lot of us, we're talking about manufacturing, all of what about the simple food that we eat? The little things like we're not even we okay, for example, the corn that our chicken they eat in order to produce egg. I just read that about 500,000 to 5 million tons of maize was imported. Can you see that? But we have a good way to. I mean, we have good land. We have good soil to actually make maize, to grow maize.
We have
Can
vast,
you see that?
massive
Like
expansion
why?
of land.
So why do we need to import
No,
maize?
because we don't have vision.
Are you saying like the little
We
things that
we
we
don't
let's
have
care
vision.
about those
See my
little
brother.
things?
See my brother. See my brother. These little things you're talking about now. Every economy in the world is being driven by their MSMEs, aka little things that you're talking about. But the problem is, what attention are we giving to our MSMEs? The Minister of Solid Minerals, with the mineral thing you highlighted when you were speaking, the Minister of Solid Minerals came out to tell us that vested interests are the reason why some of the riots happening in the in the mineral industry is happening with illegal minings and what have you. But just like the former AGF, he refused to tell us those people involved. Just like the former AGF that came to tell us that they have the list of people financing insecurity in Nigeria and they were going to release it in a matter of weeks. That interview was in 2021. His weeks is still running till now. It has not been done. Every single problem we have in Nigeria is tied to this same issue. And with the manufacturing you talked about, you must be deliberate. The problem with politicians, see, is vested interest. Now, there are reasons why people like Dangote and some other select few are doing massively well while the country is going in an almost inverse proportion. That's the better they are doing, the worse the country is performing. The reason is that it's not that what the government is doing for them is needed for that sector, but the government is only choosing to do it for a select few because those few, most of people in government and the elites have interest in those businesses. So they just do the one that they have interest in. But let me tell you the only way you can drive manufacturing, and that is also coming from our policy position. There is, for example, let me just cite one of the these things. Again, not trying to be political in any way. From what Obi suggested, what he was going to do with his stimulus package of 4 trillion naira, where he said that he was going to immediately push in 1 billion to 1,000 manufacturing across the 6 geopolitical zones and 1 million to 10 million MSMEs. The summation of that project will amount to 4 trillion naira. Now, what that's going to do is that is immediately going to reshake the economy for the economy to have some sort of a bulletproof to the shock of things like subsidy and some of the policy reformations that's going on. 1 billion to 1,000 manufacturers. We do a lot for those manufacturers across the 6 geopolitical zones, targeting our manufacturing hubs. So that means you target Kano, you target Aba, you target Ogun, you target Newi Onitsha. Do you know what can
when
do?
you say manufacturer, when you like me, I don't like the point you're making. I kind of understand, but I don't get it. Like
No, just
when you're talking about
ask.
manufacturer, what are you referring to? Are you referring to the the common food that we eat in Nigeria, the vegetables, the gari, the beans, the rice? That's what I care about, because there's no reason for us to be importing all
But
of
that's
those
just
things.
part of manufacturing now, in the larger space now. If you are running agriculture, yeah, you know what I'm saying? You're running agriculture and you want to start getting mass production of vegetables, like I'm just taking the instance you made, and a couple of things, and you want to get it to a mode where you will be exporting these things in mass.
No,
Yeah.
let's care less about importing now. Let's care about us, because our people are
I'm not talking
starving.
about
Let's
imports.
care
I'm talking.
about us in house, in local.
No,
We
we
want to
have to
feed
meet.
all
Yes,
of.
we have to meet the demand first. Home.
Let's
Yeah.
let's feed
But
ourselves
we
first.
also have to. We cannot care less about export because we need every dollar right now in the system. So, because what led us to this conversation? What led us?
What
What
do
led
you
us?
need dollars for? What do you need dollars for?
No.
Like
How can you
the
say what
reason
would
why.
we need
See,
dollars for?
yeah. What do you explain to me? Explain to me what you need dollars for.
No, we're not a communist state. So anybody banding the illusions of what do we need dollar for? That's just
Tell me
some
now.
fantasy.
Tell me what we need dollars for. Tell me.
How can you say we don't need dollars? Where you people your
Tell
cadosos are
us
running
now.
around,
Wait, tell
across the country
me.
looking for every
No,
dollar
no,
they
no,
can
no,
grasp.
no. No, I will tell you why we don't need dollars, but I want you to tell me why we need dollars. You want me to go first? I can go
The
first
reason
if you
why
want me to.
I'm coming, the reason why we need dollars is just back to what you highlighted some few minutes ago. When you talk about manufacturing and production, and you talk about the fact that producers and manufacturers also need to import from raw materials to certain equipments and what have you. You know what I'm saying? So if we're able to stabilize our FX and then we're able to stabilize dollar supply, now these guys will be able to import these things they need to strengthen our manufacturing here back home. And then we can sustain ourselves and even move direct to export. The fact that 80%, if not 90% of containers that come into Nigeria on a daily basis leave our shores empty is a source of worry and is a source of the problem that we are in right now today. And all these things are connected. It's not like one can exist without another one. You know what I'm saying? So you are also right with what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? But we cannot jettison the fact that Nigeria, as it is positioned today, we suddenly say, oh, we don't need dollar.
Okay, now
We
let
don't
me
even
explain
need.
to you.
You know what I'm saying?
Let me explain to you why I think we don't need it.
Okay, please go on.
Cassava, for example. The only thing you need to grow cassava is rain, or if you don't have rain, create a water what they call irrigation system that can actually water your plants, and you also need fertilizer. And majority of those fertilizers, they came from manure, and we have a lot of cows, we have a lot of chickens, we can do that. Those are what when it comes to farming, well, let's say like the vegetables and the tomatoes and all of those,
You
the
know
manure.
Dangote has a
Wait,
fertilizer plant in
yeah,
Lagos, yeah?
I understand. So what my point is this: we don't have business in importing manure that we can get for ourselves. That's number one.
Correct.
Number
Correct.
two, so that is already cut off. Like, we don't need to import anything. Save the money for Nigeria. Number two, grow a lot of chickens. The problem is we're importing corn to feed them. Now, why don't the money that is going to invest on worrying about importing corn, Why don't we grow the corn and create a storage?
But
Because
who
that's
will
the
grow
thing.
who will grow the corn? Who will grow the corn? Farmers,
The
right?
farmers. Yeah, the farmers.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do you know
and
what's going
create.
on? Do you know what's
I
happening to farmers? Do you know what's happening to farmers in Plateau
I know.
and in the middle belts?
I know.
So these things is not something. It's not something that could be. You can say no. We just have to do this. And
So are you
no.
saying?
It's
Are
a
you
generous
saying?
thing.
Okay, so you're saying to me that the money, instead of us growing maize, we should import maize. Is that the point you're making?
I'm not saying we should import maize. Again, what I said is that the only thing allowed to be imports is certain raw materials that we're not currently producing here. And I don't even see reason why we're not producing, because I don't even see reason why places like Ajaokuta still it's not working today. Even with all the monies has been sinking to that place. Do you know what
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay, hear me now. Okay, thanks.
So here's what I think personally. Like, if I ask you now, like, what's your Nigerian dream? Like, would you be able to tell me, like, oh, this is what I picture Nigerian to be? Now, if you are able to tell me, I can bet you that 99% of our politicians cannot picture a dream Nigeria that they want. Exactly, like, this is what I would like it to be. Good road, good pharmacy, good this, good that. There should be a road connecting this. They can't picture it. So that's one. Number two, Ajakuta, that you're saying, that we don't. So the problem is, like how you have a dream or you design something that this is exactly how I want something to run. And now you now give it to engineers to, like, okay, this is what I want you to design for me and carry it out. That's not, I don't believe that that's what they did. They just tell them, we want to mine or manufacture metals, and you guys can come and put a plant in place for us. We don't have that vision ourselves, and now tell people to create that vision for us. And when you're doing that, people will manipulate you. That usually happens a lot when it comes to Nigerian contract. A lot of things in Nigeria. Like, for example, if you or if I or yourself want to build a house, like we get architecturals, what's the other ones that would design the type of house and would tell them this is the type of house I want. And now after they design it, and that's what I really wanted, that they helped me design, put on paper, and now pass it out to the people, the civil engineers that will build the house for me. That's the thing. We don't have that vision to say, okay, this is exactly what you have to do. Make sure there's a plant that's able to produce so and so, and now somebody put it down. No, I'm guessing what they're doing is they go to these foreigners and ask them that, what can we would like to manufacture something. Can you do it for us? And they will be the one, like, telling us, oh yeah, you can do this and you can do that. And you can see that with the Siemens deal. It's not like us going to them that, okay, I want you to generate 100,000 megawatt of electricity for me. Is them telling us we can generate this so amount for you. That's the problem. We have to have the vision.
I agree with you, but I kind of disagree a little bit with what the problem actually is. I don't think it's totally the vision. Yeah, the vision is here. A lot of people don't have vision, but then we kind of know what we want here. But the problem is the vested interest that will stop those things from materializing. You get what I'm saying? Let me give you. Do you know? I told somebody that there are places in Nnewi where some people are manufacturing parts, motorcycle parts. I didn't say importing. They are manufacturing some parts, fundamental parts, technical parts of some cars and some motorcycles, and they're doing it completely from scrap. You get what I'm saying? Now, those people are putting a lot of work and a lot of ingenuity into that. But guess what? They don't have a government that supports them. they don't have a government that is interested in going into markets, funding ideas in technology and in science. Our schools.
Okay, see on that point, I think sorry, Uptown, you're talking to the wrong person in the person of Oriola because he doesn't believe that government should intervene in private businesses. So
No. Then your economy is not going anywhere. It's not. It's not. When you're talking
No,
about Tesla,
that's not true. No. Don't go there yet, because I want to critique what you just said about them
okay.
manufacturing stuff. Here we have to be honest with ourselves. In order for you to make what do you say, like the engines and the parts for motorcycle or cars, like the raw materials, for example, you need metal. Does Nigeria mine the iron oil, and do they process that iron oil into a metal? No.
Why?
No. Do we?
No, but why? No, we don't. But why?
Exactly. So how can you tell me that people in that region that you just mentioned, they are manufacturing parts? No, they're not. All they do is
they do from scrap
assembly.
metals.
How? Okay, where do they get the metals that they put together to create engine and chassis and all of those parts? Where did they get it from?
Now let me say it again. I didn't say anybody was manufacturing engine. I said people were manufacturing some critical parts, components of
like
some
what?
motorcycles.
Okay, give me an example of parts. Because those parts they require either copper or metals.
That's what I'm saying.
Where are they coming from? Where?
They are using scrap metals that is recycled. And that is quite inefficient. Yeah.
Wait,
but they are just making.
Nigeria can recycle. We can recycle parts.
Yes.
Do you mean from how? How?
From scrap
Tell
metals.
me.
Scrap metals.
And they were able, so they have the processing plant to turn it into a newer one to a newer metal sheet, and turn that metal sheet.
They actually do. I could send videos to you.
Yeah, that would be nice to see, because
the problem we have in Nigeria.
This is a very critical and a very how would I say, it takes. It's a very technical and very.
It's a very technical thing. In fact, there's one, my brother.
It's not easy to do.
It's not easy at all. There is one. In fact, there is one that it is all women. In fact, the owner is a lady, and she's employing only ladies in Nnewi.
Okay. Let's land. I'm not. See, I don't want to dispute you 100%, but this is.
Nigerians are incredibly talented.
Wait.
They don't just have a government.
Wait. Let's talk this out. What I want to know, what type of parts, because for you to put any parts in any either car or something, we have to know exactly what type of parts. So, for example, in a car, you have like the fan belt, you have like the engine or whatever. There's so many parts that go into it. I want to know: are you saying that they just take from? Because this is what I'm saying. There's a car that on used cars, they take those parts and refurbish it. If that's what you're saying, I would agree. But if you're saying they take a scrap metals, turn them into another metal sheet, and now a car that they didn't manufacture, a motorcycle that they never manufactured, and now they were able to create parts. For those,
let me chime in real quick.
Yeah,
so,
see, my brother.
Hold on, one second, Uptown. See, to what Uptown is saying, actually, I do believe that in Nnewi they are able to manufacture parts. Yes, they can. But you can call it custom parts making, because they can see a part from a Japanese motorcycle, for example, and they can reproduce it like from scratch. Okay, they don't have to be extremely technical, but they can get the parts enough that will fit the motorcycle. Okay, just like in the West, there's some part shops manufacturers we call small custom manufacturer. We call them what do you call it? Workshops. I think that's what they're called. But anyways, if you go to them, for example, there's some vehicles what they call like motor vehicles that the parts are no more. You can't get them anymore. Okay, and people that have this as a hobby to make cars from scratch as a hobby, right? They go to the shops and they tell them the parts, and sometimes they don't even have the parts, but they can give them an idea and they can look at it and give you a custom parts from scratch.
I think you should use China as an example. China in the 90s at the beginning of the economic revolution.
You said China?
I think China is a better example for you to use in what you're saying. Like Chinese
Well,
in the 90s,
China
in the beginning
is
of
a
the
very
economic revolutions.
Yeah, it's a very good example, actually. Yeah, it's a very good example because they did a lot of manufacturing also in a what you call in a crude or crass way, but nonetheless,
In a crude,
yeah. See, realize not everyone needs that engineering specification for a part. They can look at the part. That's why these guys are creative and ingenious, quite frankly. Unlike the politicians, they can look at a part of a vehicle and design the parts from scratch, and it will fit the vehicle or the motorcycle, for example. They can do it. It's not that.
Prince Daddy, they cannot. They have to follow the specification. See,
they don't have to. They don't have to.
Let me land. They can't. So anybody can create anything, for example. But in order for you to like do so, let's say a car manufactured by BMW, for example, and you want to duplicate one of the parts and use it. Yes, you can. But in order for you to do that, you need a specification that BMW use. You get? So that's what Chinese people are doing. That's
not always the case. That is not always the case.
You still need the schematic. Yeah, that's how it is. You still need that.
I just told you that's not always the case.
That's not always the case. That's always the case.
Even with that, that does not take away the fact that these guys are manufacturing, which is the point. The heart of the point.
I think they can, but the thing is, where's the raw material? But now you're telling me they're doing what's the word you used?
They're doing recycling of scrap metals.
Yeah. So
hold on, for example, can they manufacture like a key, a simple key, without any? Okay, can they do it? Do you think they can do that?
Yeah, if you have a copy of the key.
Yeah,
okay. That's a great example. Now, that's a great example you just mentioned. You know, like in order for you to do a carbon copy of a key, you have to place them on top of one another. If you look at them, they will actually map it out. Like, do it exactly how that's how it works.
So
like
they can model it. See what Upton is talking about. We're not talking about maybe a really advanced technical parts that you have to the precision has to be exact. But trust me, they can use modeling.
I'm saying that there is something to build on.
But how would they work on
if you want to?
Well, how would it work if you don't have it right? So if you want to create a part for a Mercedes, for example, you create your own part. If you don't model what Mercedes actually created, do you think that part will work on the car? No, you still have to follow
it will work.
Specification.
Okay, so I know you're familiar with the OEM parts for example, let's say okay. At the same time, all those what they call the aftermarket parts, especially for vehicles. Sometimes they tell you, oh yeah, this part is for I don't know, the BMW whatever, 2005
right.
whatever.
Exactly.
Okay, sometimes if you buy those parts and you try to put it on the vehicle, they don't fit exactly. They're a little bit off. But nonetheless, it can be managed. But those are aftermarket parts. Those guys in there, which they can do the same thing. They can absolutely do the same thing. That's exactly what Upton is talking about. It is doable. It's absolutely doable. It's not. I mean,
see, I agree with you what you're saying, but I'm still saying they still have to follow. They might not follow the specification 100%, but they still have to follow some type of specification in order to make sure that it's not way too off. At least it's maybe fall in the middle, but not way too off. You still have to follow some instruction. You have to follow the schematic they have. You have to still
Well,
follow the
see,
model.
I
You still
agree
have to
with
do
you.
that. Yeah.
I agree with you from your level of a high engineering background. Absolutely, that's the way to go about it. But following something to replicate something also can be by simple observation and just like drawing something out. They can observe it and make like what you call it a model of it using I don't know some kind of a molten kind of a material um, to get the shape. Dude, these guys
Yeah.
they're smart. You got to give them credit. They can do it. It's not that complicated. It is complicated, but
Yeah, it's
they can
not.
find a way to go about it.
Yeah, I agree they can do that. I'm just saying that, okay, in order for you to do that, you still need a material. So material for you to do that is where now I understand him saying that they're recycling like old unused cars. Yeah, it makes sense, probably. But here's the thing, there's a lot of machinery that you need in order, because unless you're saying, so what I understand by recycle is this. So let's say metal, for example, they have to grind that metal first and turn them into a new one. Those process, I'm thinking, are they doing all of those? Or you're saying that cars that they're not being used, they just what they do is they clean them up, sharpen them, and just
Or
reuse
like
them.
2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, when they were making metals into different items, what do you think? What kind of technology or process do you think they were using then? If they can melt metal back then,
Yeah,
two
yeah, yeah,
thousand
yeah,
years
yeah.
ago,
Yeah, we do
they can
though.
do the same
Yeah,
thing today.
yeah, right. If it's telling me that's what I want to know. No, I'm not saying we can't do it because a lot of those things came from us. Like I mean, I've mentioned this before. We have Ogun, for example. Like we all have those things. I understand we can still do that, but I just want to understand the process they're going through because I don't think a lot of Nigerians actually are doing those things. Just like I said, like mining. I mean, we should be miners. We should be mining those iron ore from the ground ourselves and now turning into the material that we needed. But we're not doing that. So, but I understand if they're doing what you just said, like they're still doing traditional way, but it's not saying it that way. So that's why I'm kind of like confused. I want to understand that we're doing all these things, not like we're depending, because we might still want to depend on foreigners to get those parts because we're not I mean, we don't mind. We don't have miners. Foreigner does it for us. They will take all our stuff and go out to their place, turn it into metal, and bring it back. So that's what we need. Like, what I think we just basically need is like able to grow our own stuff. Number one. Number two, all the natural resources that we have, the mineral resources, we should be the miners. We should be at the forefront. We should own the companies. Then we can turn those things into we should have a processing
Yeah,
plants.
but what is
Now,
stopping us? What is
I
stopping us?
don't I don't know. I don't know. I guess we're not serious enough. I mean, I know you want me to say the government, but see, government is always slow on everything. Government don't have brain. Like when it comes to innovation, brain government sucks. They don't have brain. They can't think. It's people that has to do those things. That's why I'm like, when it comes to like just the food, like the cassava, the maize, can you imagine we still importing corn? Like we can have that. I mean, everybody at their backyard they can grow corn. Like a lot of things that I feel like we can just do in house, and that's why I don't understand why we focus so much on this currency thing because it means nothing. By the time that we feed ourselves and we care less about all the because a lot of things in Nigeria, like just like I said, corn, in order to grow corn, you need manure. The manure is being shipped in, you import it. Now, in order to take it from the farm to the the local market or to Lagos, you have to use import oil. We don't have that. So why would food not be pricey? It will be pricey. A lot of stuff they just imported. Like it's not like it's locally made. So I feel like we should just focus more on that. And I understand the security aspect. I already mentioned it. What I think, I just think we should fight for ourselves too. Like the government will come on board at the end of the day. You still there? You still there?
Oh yeah, I'm still here. I agree with you.
I
Waiting
thought
for
it
the
was me.
government. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that I understand you guys when it comes to government, but I just think that we weigh on government with like way too much. Uptown left. I want him to explain more on that thing. I mean, I don't know what the topic they talk. Oh yeah, did you listen to the one with the cement and every single thing like being pricey? And do you have any perspective on that as well? I don't know.
In the discussion earlier with
Yeah,
is that what you're talking about?
yeah. The
Yeah,
one about the cement and yeah, and everything being too pricey. Yeah. What do you think?
yeah. I was listening to that argument, but I think one man and Bishop was saying, okay, well, but people are still building, and the price of cement is still, I don't know, it's not, hasn't gone up that much, but I think they've been factoring a lot of things. It's if the price of cement remains about the same, but the price of a lot of commodities, they've gone up, from foodstuff to housing and other appliances, and even other building material, just like somebody else said earlier. So and also the substitution effect. Of course, if price of cement goes is remain constant, people that have money that will want to buy or build houses, right? They have to use their funds for other things, because because of the inflation and the hike in prices due to the foreign exchange market. So it's not a good barometer to use to measure if the economy is doing well. The people that are doing well will continue to do well, but an average person must definitely feel the impact of the economy. It has to be. I mean, it's just
Um,
crazy.
right, but look. Do you think it's their fault for like the cement to be costly? Because so I was looking this up. Like, in order for you to actually manufacture cement, these are some of the things that you need. So listen to some of the things that you need. You need calcium, you need silicon, you need aluminum, you need iron, you need shell, you need limestone. That's the only thing that we have. You need chalk, you need clay, you need slates, you need blast, you need fornax. Do we have any of those? Are we manufacturing any of those in Nigeria in order for you to have a cement? Are you saying why everything is costly? And on top of that, they still have to run their plant with electricity, meaning they have to buy diesel. Are you saying why it's
No,
so
but
costly?
Dangote is manufactures cement, right? And Boer, or the other guy, in Nigeria, they manufacture cement. Obviously, they must have all the ingredients to do so.
Yeah, but the
Uh,
ingredient is not in Nigeria though. It's
no,
not.
no, what,
Every
no,
single thing
no,
I just
what,
mentioned is not.
no,
The
no, excuse me.
aluminum.
I mean, let me hear what you mentioned, because what percentage of the raw materials required or needed for the manufacture of cement is sourced locally? I can
Okay,
bet with
can
anyone that it's well over 90% or
okay,
close to
can I
90%.
name them and tell me if you know company in Nigeria that actually manufacture this locally? So
Which
one, no, I'll name them. Common material used to manufacture cement include limestone. We have that. Shells. Do we have shells? Shells, shock, combined with shale, clay. I know we have clay, slate, blast, fornax. Do we have fornax? Do we have silica, which is silica sand? That's silicon. Do we have iron ore? We do have that, but do we mine it ourselves? Those are the things that needs to be mixed. Do we have those? Bishop, are you still there?
Maybe you have a connection problem, but
Yeah.
it's not possible. It's not possible that at the capacity or the quantity that Dangote and Boer manufacture cement, that they have to import more than 50% of those material. That means it's not at the price point in which they're selling it for right now will be probably 3 times or 5 times more. Yes,
No,
now, yeah, go ahead.
But do we have any of those? If we do, then
we do. What I think we don't have is what do you call it? You don't even mention it. Is it gypsum or something? And what's this binder called? I don't know if you mentioned it.
So you need. So these are the chemicals you need. You need calcium. You need silicon. You need aluminum, and you need iron. There's a company in Nigeria manufacturer that locally made. That's the chemicals. Now the material that you need in order to manufacture cement, you need limestone. We have that 100%. Shells, chalk, shells, clay, slate, blast, fornax, silica, which is silicon, iron ore. I know we do have that. Are we manufacturing locally all of this material?
What is blast furnace?
I don't know. I'm reading it. I don't know what these things are.
Come on. Okay, now. Okay, I thought you were talking something. Okay, because I'm trying to understand what is blast furnace.
I'm just reading stuff that you need.
Maybe you mean blast furnace slag or something.
Yeah,
not
they
just
say
blast.
blast furnace slag. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, blast furnace slag. Okay, not blast furnace. Now, what we're saying is this: all these things you mentioned, what percentage of it are sourced locally? I can say, like I said, over 80%.
By which company? Which companies?
Which companies are so? Dangote has subsidiary that produces some of them.
Okay.
I remember many years ago,
I don't know, but
limestone and gypsum were being mined somewhere in Taraba and the other part of Kogi State. I mean, gypsum and barite.
Mined by who?
Barite.
You know, like when you mine, that's just the raw material. Then you have to you have to process them. Do we have those processing plants? We have to be sure about this. Do we have that?
No. Hold on. Processing to what? Look, if you want to do poultry feed now, I mean, let me talk about something I'm a little bit familiar with.
Okay, poultry feed. Let's talk about that one. Yeah.
If you want to use poultry feed, for example, I know that the main ingredient is maize.
Yes.
After maize, you talk of some offers, whether it is corn brown or wheat over. Then you talk of some other things that you are going to add, like GNK or GKC, you know, granite cake or palm kernel cake. Then you talk about some 50 other things. Now, what part of that? You talk about salt, you talk about shell, you talk about bone meal. Then there is a component that you import. It might be a little bit expensive, but it just forms like about 2.5 to 3% of the component, which is lysine and methionine. Especially if you are doing for growers, that's day-old chicks, and for layers, lysine for layers. Now, if we are now saying, oh, we are not importing, we are not manufacturing in Nigeria because we are importing methionine and lysine, I mean, that is being a little bit disingenuous, because what percentage of animal feed or poultry feed does methionine and lysine constitute? Probably about 1.5%. So in cement manufacturing, just like you said, majority of the things you mentioned, and they don't need any special processing. All the processing takes place right there in the cement factory. All the processing, just like we used to do in the days of fertilizer. When we manufacture fertilizer, there are two categories of fertilizer we were manufacturing in those days. That is NPK and ammonia. Now, ammonia is basically gas that is used for urea. So when the ammonia gas is processed to form urea. Urea now form the base of what you use for NPK, which we just call blending. So when you are taking the urea, which is the raw material, it goes straight to your fertilizer blending plant where you now get NPK. What do you mix with NPK? Basic things. Limestone that you just mentioned, some stone, some kind of stone here and there, some kind of sand here and there. So all the mixing is the processing. So the way you are saying that who processes them here in Nigeria, they don't need any special processing. Some of them
Wait,
just need watering and washing.
I kind of miss out on things, but before you go back there, the maize that you talked about, like the feed for the chickens. So do you realize that in 2022, about 500,000 tons were actually imported into Nigeria of corn?
No. Okay, hold on. Now I used that. I'm not using it I use that as an example, just to get, just to explain the ingredient and the mixing, the process of the cement, the raw materials that you were emphasizing on who manufactured those raw materials. I'm saying 90% or 80% of those materials does not need any additional manufacturing. They get them from where they are mined and they are transported to the factory, cement factory, and that is where everything is mixed in proportion to what we import. What we need, what I know we need is gypsum. I don't know if we need any other thing that is imported, but I know the component of cement manufacturing is not my field. That required is so any manufacturing that you own, or more than 80 or 70% of the raw materials are sourced locally. That can actually be attributed to that country, because the majority, what constitutes majority? Yes, say that again.
I was going to interject real quickly, but go ahead.
Go ahead.
Now I was going to say that pretty much answers your question, real, because according to what Bishop just explained, they didn't have to. There's no need for any value added on processing for those raw materials to make cement, for example. So they just simply what do you call it, a mixture in the process of making cement. So those manufacturing that is needed or that you think is needed is not really needed, because it's like a direct material to making cement. So that's my point. Go on, Bishop.
What's going on now? Are you moderating the show, Prince Daddy, or what's going on?
Mike, is Mike there?
What happened to Ori?
I'm here, you guys, man. I'm following you guys.
Mike is there, and I think Ajani Boko is around too. So basically, I mean, let me just let my thought. I just wanted to, because I was listening on the one. Like I do say, I don't want to sound like a broken record. There are issues we need to deal with.
I missed a lot of everything you said. I don't know what's going on with my phone. Like I just kept breaking, but I'm listening.
I think perhaps you should stop using all these Chinese phones. You need to
no, I'm using iPhone, man. What you talking about?
No, iPhone from where? Which version? The cheaper one or the original?
No. It's using iPhone with the iOS 900 certification.
Guy, I'm using iPhone. I'm using 14. I'm not using 15, but I'm using 14. What do you mean? I don't know why. Like I keep breaking.
that same thing happened to me the last time too. I don't know. It's just like someone is out there cutting me off. I'm listening to Bishop though. Because I don't understand how you're saying that all the materials, like, we don't need processing plants to turn them. That's not how natural resources works though. The mineral resources, you still have to, like iron ore, for example, when you mine them, they're not like metal. You still have to process them into metal. Do you know that, right? And it takes a lot of work because when you mine them, that's a lot of old work to turn them. That material now they take it to a processing plant that will now turn them into the material
Yes.
itself.
When you broke up, I was explaining that I don't know how to make cement, but it sounds like based on what Bishop said, right? To make cement, most of these ingredients or these raw materials, minerals, you just mix them up. They need little or no additional processing. No value added processes needed. Just directly.
No. So
it depends.
what it is, you know, like silicon, there's sand, there's a
pretty much,
sand.
yes, sand.
You
in
know,
its
like they
raw
have to
form.
process it. They have to process it to become a silicon. Like
Well,
they
if
don't
you want to
come their
make,
sand.
yes, if you want to make, you can ask about if you want to make a large breast, yeah, you need to process the silicon to that grade level to be able to
Right,
use
that's
it.
what I'm saying.
But
Do we have
but
those
but
processing
but in a
plants to
different
do
form,
it?
no, in a different form to use silicon. In a different form to use silicon, you probably do not need that extra additional processing to use it in other in other
What you
forms.
actually need? Is that Prince Daddy? Or are they
Yeah,
Prince
Daddy.
Daddy. You see, what you're actually saying silicon. It is not silicon that is needed. Maybe you mean silica sand.
Yeah.
Now,
Right. Okay. So there's So wait, there's a silica sand, and there's
yeah,
also a silicon, which is the
exactly.
chemical. No, there's a
Silicon
chemical they
is
have
the
to use.
is the is the end product when they process the sand. It's
No.
like saying I need. Hold on. It's like in poultry, you don't need granite for the feed. We need a protein supplement. So we use GNC, granite cake, which some people call kuli kuli. The one they have already extracted the oil in the palm oil. You understand? So it is
I
the
know what you
it is
mean. I totally
the
understood
same
what
thing
you
for
mean. It's chemistry. I know what you
PKC, palm kernel cake. Now the palm kernel cake is like the byproduct, the waste when the palm kernel oil has been extracted.
Right. I know
That's
what you mean.
exactly the
Yeah.
silica. So the silica sand is a product when they have removed the silicon.
Right. So remember,
So it
there's
does
a
not go through
process in order for
additional
that to
process
happen,
anymore.
right? Yeah, but
No,
there's a
it is the
process
people
in
that
order
need.
for that to happen.
It is the people that need the silicon that have removed it. So it's like you are going to buy the waste product, just like I'm going to buy the PKC, palm kernel cake, after they have extracted the palm kernel oil, which is useful. I don't know if I hope that's a better way I can say
So
this.
you're right. So you're telling me that at Dangote plant, they have a section where they can process those things and
I don't know,
turn
but
the
they might
silica
not.
sand
No, they might
into
not. No.
and get the
They,
silicon out of it.
No, they might not be the one that does that, except they have another company.
Yeah,
They are
but do
now
we have
taking the
any company in
byproduct.
Nigeria that does that? Do we have any company in Nigeria?
Maybe I can investigate that. I don't know.
We
I
don't
can't. I
have.
don't know.
That's the point I'm making. That all this natural material that we need to produce cement, a lot of them are being imported. Are we?
But
The
I asked the
chemical
question. I
like
said,
the
what percentage? What
aluminum?
percentage? What percentage? Let's put percentage
I
to it.
don't
Out of
know.
1 to 100, what percentage of what we needed is being imported?
Okay, everything that I mentioned, how many of them do you think are made in Nigeria? That would like okay. Let me
What
just
constitutes the
mention
major component, the real major? You see, when you are talking of you want to cook
limestone is the major component.
yes, we have that one. When you're talking of like, I want to cook a bag of rice now, and you're talking of ingredients, okay, pepper. We know salt is important, but if you are importing salt, it's a negligible percentage fraction of 1 kilogram of rice. Because what we want to manufacture, for example, the base measurement back here in the days when I was a farmer, and that was many years ago. I mean, really many years ago. I was a farmer. When we want to manufacture 1 ton of feed, which is 1,000 kilogram, which is going to give you 20 bags of 50 kg. So we know that 1 ton, you need 1,000 kg. So we now begin to add everything: 400 kg of corn, 150 kg of corn brown, 100 kg of wheat over, 50 kg of bone meal, 25 kg of palm kernel cake,
Okay, so
25
that's for
kg of
manure,
pancake.
right? That's for manure.
So you say for what?
To get your manure, right?
No, to get my feed for my layers.
Yeah, for your okay. So a majority of those things that you just mentioned, your wheat,
Yeah.
your corn, everything
Yeah.
is from kernel, everything is from Nigeria, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So what's stopping
So
us
no,
today?
hold on.
But
So
what's
towards the
stopping us
end,
today doing
I've
that?
not finished. No, I've not finished now. So when you now get towards the little ones like methionine and lysine,
The
which we don't
chemicals.
manufacture, they are just additives. They are like, protein concentrate. I know we used to have one that is 64%, and there's one that was 58% that time of lysine, which was basically being imported from the Netherlands and from Israel. Now, if because of those two components, I think there is one more thing, something vitamin that was also imported. All of them constitute less than 50 kg out of 1,000 kg. So for somebody now to now say, oh, we don't have the capacity, why we actually have about 950 kg of everything we need, but we are just importing like, do you understand what I'm saying? Everybody, we depend on
I
ourselves
understand. Wait,
in the
I
world.
understand what you're saying, but the point I'm making, you're not getting it. So the little thing that you needed, the chemicals that you had to like import it, how much are they? That's number one. Number two, every single thing, like the corn, for example, the manure that grew your corn, your wheat, are they also manufactured from Nigeria? We have to, because
The manure or the
you have to
fertilizer.
factor the price, because at the end of the day, if you have to sell your products, you have to factor in every single thing that you imported, especially if they cost a lot for you. That's where I'm looking at.
That will now, okay, let's be very holistic now. So that will now come in when we want to now debate what is the price of the end product in Nigeria compared to other countries. Either they are also importing parts of the ingredients that is needed, or they have them locally. What is the cost on the global? So let's take, for example, now a bag of cement in Africa, in Nigeria, compared to South Africa, compared to Egypt, compared to Ghana, compared at least everywhere that there are cement that they manufacture, because we use cement a lot in Africa, even in the advanced. So we put a price to it. What is the average price? Just like we're always debating the issue of petrol. That's why we found that we
You
manufacture.
cannot do that. You can't look at it that way, because your
So
currency is not the same. It's more like
nobody,
it's like you're
our
comparing
currency,
apple
their
and
currency, hold on 1 second, please, if you don't mind. The currency is not the same in Egypt also. The currency is not the same in South Africa. It's not the same in Namibia. It's not the
It's
same in
actually
Indonesia.
converted
It's not the same in India. But all of
yes,
us
so
are
yeah.
you
in the
can't compare
international market and
price.
international space. No, I'm not comparing,
Yes.
I'm not comparing because I want to ridicule. I'm not comparing because I want to justify that it's expensive. You understand? But somebody that said something here a couple of weeks ago. He said, look, we get a little bit emotional. To produce a kilowatt of energy anywhere in the world is the same process, and it costs the same thing, whether it is Nigeria or in any other place. That to produce a kilowatt of electricity is a kilowatt of electricity. To produce a liter of diesel or petrol, whether you are producing it in the fields, oil fields of Texas or New Orleans in Louisiana, or you are producing this in what's the name of that refinery that this guy that is operating in Kwale now, or the one in Imo? What's that refinery in Imo? Walter Smith. It is still the same process of fractionizing and what do you call this chemical process? So it's still the same process. So I'm not using the price because I want to justify that. Oh, no, I'm not using it. I'm just using that to be able to arrive at a unique cost. So we don't know whether those other people too are importing part of the ingredients they are using. I don't know in other countries. But if we are able to come up with 90% of the parts and we are importing 10%, well, I mean, we can find a balance without necessarily,
But this is hypothesis. This is not fact. Your hypothesis is what you're giving us. That's what you think it should be. But I don't think we have
What do you
90%
mean?
because we
How
do.
is it? How do you?
A
No,
lot
no.
of
Let's
people will
okay.
be
Let's
at
speak to.
job right now.
Let's speak to facts. If you have access, you
Okay,
can use your
can I
Google. I
answer
don't have
again?
access to use my Google now. If you have access to you can't say it's hypothesis. What do you mean it's hypothesis?
Well,
Do
say
we?
That was
sometimes
why I used the illustration of the area I'm very familiar with, the poultry. So if you are
Yeah,
saying it's
but
hypothesis,
you
I don't know what you
you're
mean.
using that time
well,
probably
1 second.
20, 30 years ago or even 40. But now today they don't. I mean, I just read that about
Uh, um,
500,000 ton of corn were imported. That means we're not growing enough corn in Nigeria.
That's not the
Let
argument.
me
I use
respond
it
to
as an
before you go
illustration.
further, Bishop. Say, based on Bishop's explanation, you can deduce from what he said that it's more likely that he is right than wrong, because it's not possible. It's not possible if you just do the math to import 90% of the components or the ingredients to make cement, for example, and sell it at the going price or the price point right now. It's not possible. So it's more likely that most of those ingredients or the minerals needed to make cement are locally sourced. It has to be. It has to be. That's the only sense it makes. Dangote is not going to make cement that costs him 10,000 naira for a bag, then sell it for 3,000 or 4,000 naira. Why? Why would he want to do that? Why does he want to subsidize cement selling? No, he's not going to do that. So it does make sense. And I was going to
Okay.
add
Let me give
also.
you
I was going to add
example.
also.
Your
China, the big manufacturer, just like imports a lot of stuff also, especially raw materials. They do too, and a lot of components. They do. So it's not strange that a great manufacturing hub like China imports stuff. Everybody does.
Wait,
Everybody does.
but China import raw material. They will steal our raw materials, and the processing plant is in their country. You have to understand, mining is different from processing, and processing is different from taking it to factory and turning it into products. See, the only thing that we have is mining, and we are not mining. Other people are mining
No,
for us.
I
Now the
know you
processing.
have this very low expectation, which I
Do
don't
we
blame you
mine?
anyway. You
Okay,
have a very low
tell.
expectation of Nigerian
I
ability,
don't.
which is
Don't
well,
do that. I know I
no.
don't.
But
But
I'm
am
telling
I lying?
if
It's
if
not true.
Dangote, what you are right to a certain degree, but you got to believe also, perhaps in smaller scale, that we also do a lot of manufacturing. Just like Optima was saying earlier, that in there they do manufacture some components for motorcycle. It is doable. Say it would be great if we can do them on a large scale, which we don't. Okay, to do that economic of scale, we don't. But
Prince,
yeah.
by the way, do those things for me, do they meet the ISO standards according to our day? I'm just checking.
Of course not. Of course not.
Well,
They don't.
whatever. They still have to there's a standard for everything. They still have to make some sense. I know those ones don't meet any standards, but we still have to meet standards for anything. Even though you guys are joking about it, we still have to meet standards. Can you hear me? Oh man, I'm out again.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh,
Yeah, we can.
I thought I was gone again. All right,
No,
this has to be standard though. But I understand what I'm not putting Nigeria there. I would never do that. I'm just saying that the way I'm saying like everything is so pricey. Like, okay, for example,
No,
the cassava.
sorry, you're not put. I didn't say you put Nigerian down. I say your expectation it's somewhat limited. Not at all. You're not putting Nigeria down, but because you doubt a lot of stuff,
Yeah, but
and it's
it's kind of the same
rightfully
thing. If
so.
you're saying my expectation is low for Nigeria, it's still
Well,
kind of
rightfully
like
well, because and I don't blame you, because a lot of things. If you look at it, if you look at our capacity and the human capital and everything that we have to offer, and our performance is so poor, I don't blame you for the fact that you have that that disregard, so to speak, for things that we could do. Okay, that we don't do very well. but we do. They do manufacture in Nigeria. They do. So that's the funny thing. They do a lot of
Yeah, I'm
manufacturing.
not saying. Hear me right. I'm not saying we're not manufacturing. The thing that we need to use to manufacture. So, in order for you to manufacture something, you need some parts, some material to do that. Those materials are they coming from Nigeria? Because that's the point I'm making. Like, if we have to grow anything, like vegetables, corn, tomatoes, all the manure, the fertilizers that we need, it's not even we import a lot of them. So you see how like problem occurred. Like, for example, rice. When you grow rice, you still have to process it. You had what's the thing that they had in order to color it? They still have to do the processing. Those chemicals, do we are they being manufactured from Nigeria? Because I think that's why a lot of things are pricey. That's the angle I'm looking at it from. Like,
Are
if
you
we're
saying Are you saying everything they used to America used to manufacture all come from America? Or name a country in the world where everything they use come from there.
no,
To
no,
manufacture.
I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that. But majority of stuff that we manufactured in Nigeria is not. Those materials that we need to manufacture them with. They're not from Nigeria. That's the point I'm making. I'm not saying that other countries are doing everything 100%. Imagine that you.
But you wouldn't know though. I mean, well, I don't. I
Well,
mean, you do a lot of you make a lot of assumptions somehow. Like
no,
there's
but
some
if we
things
do
that
have them, we would know though.
you would know. I mean,
No, we should know. I just look up a lot of stuff that we so like you can Google it as well. Like Nigeria actually put out stuff that we import like 2022. A lot of what I just mentioned now were listed there. Everything. We even import furnitures. We import a lot of stuff. That's what I'm saying. I'm not I mean a lot of
well, they
house
make furniture though. You know that, right?
I exactly. So why do we need to
It's
import
an
furniture?
open market. The thing is, just because you import something doesn't mean you don't make it. There's some things that it's an open market. You understand? It's kind of like saying we import car in the US, we import Toyota means we don't make cars in the US. So it's an open market. Now I'll tell you another thing. Let's say I live in or your state borders Benin Republic, right? Now let's say in Benin Republic, whichever state in Benin Republic that border or your state, let's say they produce you give an example of corn or something like that, right? Or one food like that, right? They produce it there. And then let's say in Nigeria, in somewhere in Sokoto, we also produce the same thing. Now, where do you think Oyo will be buying most of that particular thing? Is it from Sokoto or from next door, Benin Republic, which is right next? They will find it. They will be able to buy cheaper from that particular village that's right there in Benin Republic, that's right next to Oyo, than they will be able to. Than they will buy from Sokoto, which is far, like almost, very far away. So sometimes when we import, it's not
But
because
if
it's not
Shokoto is
because
it, but Shokoto can be less expensive though. If it's less
no, I think
expensive,
actually the one in Benin Republic will be less expensive to in a market in Oyo there because the distance, the transport distance is just right there.
what
They will
what
just
if
follow it
what
across.
if the material that Shokoto uses was being subsidized and the price is lower?
Well, they don't subsidize things like that. Government doesn't
No,
subsidize.
the analogy you're trying to use, I'm just trying to like tell you that this
But
different
they
things
don't
because
subsidize agriculture in
government
Nigeria.
government yeah for now, but
It's an
if
open
we are
market unless you want to shut. That's why Buhari shut down the borders and things like that. That's the only way you can really have full control of trade and things like that. If you actually don't make it open market,
yeah, but the
the
point
free
I'm making
market.
is
There's people that impose free market economy that they want killing us.
all
The
right.
West because they
The
do most
point
of the. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
the point I'm making is this: if we have the raw materials, we should be mining and processing those raw materials into products that whoever needed it can buy those materials and use them. Now, I'm saying is this: a lot of materials that we're importing, We have those material, have raw materials available, but we don't have the processing plants to turn them into materials that we need in order to use them for manufacturing. So a quick example, like the rubber, for example, like tires and all of those. If Nigeria is manufacturing tires or other things, we have the raw materials, but because we can't mine, we don't have the mining capability. We can what is it? We can't process it into that raw material. Now we have to go to people that don't even have the natural resources at all to get those products from them to now turn it into what we needed. That's what me the point I'm trying to make here, that if we have those raw materials, there's no need for us to be going outside and order and importing those materials. And there's a lot of them. We have what is it? We have cocoa. We still, in order for you to make tea in Nigeria, those that actually manufacture tea, I don't use the cocoa itself. They're not able to process it into the material that they need to make tea. They have to import that. If we have to make clothes, I think clothing or the wool and all of those cotton, some of them come from Nigeria, but we don't have the capability to process them into the material that they need to make clothes. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, I agree with you. You know, well, that's the root of our problem. We're not very productive in a lot of ways, and it's not like we're not. Sometimes we could be maybe productive, but we're just not coordinated. You know, that coordination is not there. So we have a lot of things to. I mean, there's so many things we have to really analyze and understand that why we're very disoriented, you know, in the society. I know a lot of it has to do with no one is showing interest, and people
And
don't have that
and
sense of vision, or like you have. It's a vision. You have a picture right now. You picture things. You picture like we could do this, we could do that, but to actually get up and make it happen, it's going to take a lot of
Yeah,
sacrifice. Like
yeah,
you
Mike.
now, you have it in your mind, just like millions of other Nigerians. But to actually get up and say, okay, let me make it a reality. Is my when if you right now decide that let me make this a reality, you realize it may take you 10 years, 15 years, 20 years to actually get there. But when
there's
you
nothing wrong with
we,
that. There's nothing
no,
wrong with that.
that's the problem we blacks in our nature. We don't have the patience and the
Right.
will
See,
to go through
Mike. Sorry,
what
Mike.
is necessary to make things happen. If you study those in other society, Europeans, Asians, you go and read books of people that made things happen. You find out that it took that individual 20 years to make it happen. He
Mike,
literally sacrificed so many
Mike,
things.
you trying to avoid to mention mentioning the government. I know you don't want to say that. You don't need government.
But okay, something that's going to take you 20 years to make happen, to put into fusion. So is he a president, a politician that is serving 4 years that's going to
No,
get out
no.
of office? That's
Why you
busy.
make it so simplistic? No, why you make it so simplistic like that? Of course not. But see, if we talk about other countries, why they do this and that. See, when government puts restriction or incentivize a certain sector, people naturally or entrepreneurs naturally go into that sector. This is part of government intervention or
No, the
government
matter,
policy
the
we're
case,
talking about.
the thing is discussing here is not really entrepreneurship. It's more of innovation and uh, figuring the capability of how something can come into reality. That's not really entrepreneurship. Entrepreneur is like
What do you mean?
let me tell you, entrepreneurship is like your entrepreneur has money in his pocket, wants to get into business and make profit right now. You want to get into business and starting a business. That's entrepreneurship. Now, to become a creator, you understand, right? To become a creator, it takes research, findings. It's kind of like becoming a student, right? Like if you want to become something in life, let's say you want to become a doctor, you're not an entrepreneur at that moment. You have to go to school, you have to go to education, to become that doctor. And in that process, you're not considered an entrepreneur. But now when you become a doctor, now you become now you're in the industry, it's time for you to start making money. So what we realize then is that in Nigeria, we don't have this, we don't have that. So we don't have the capability to mine, to build mine equipment, to become that kind of people, that kind of yeah. So I'm like, okay, he has
Well,
it in his mind.
I
Hold on, he has
disagree
that
with
vision
that.
of, hold on now.
No,
He has that vision of something like that coming into reality, where we become these people that just have the capability to mine. So for him to make that happen, he has to go into research to figure how that can be done. He has to go into engineering, research, all those kind of things. At that moment, while he's doing that, he's not an entrepreneur. You can't be thinking like an entrepreneur, because an entrepreneur want to make money. At that moment, you're not thinking about money. You shouldn't be doing it because of money. You should be doing it because you want that kind of thing to become a reality. By the time that thing comes to reality and becomes something to become a something where money will start coming in, he's not going to be able to benefit the money to start making the money. It's going to be maybe the children coming behind him, a new generation, because by that time he's not even, he's going to be old, So, but who wants to do that? How many black man wants to go into something that'll take you 25 years? By the time you be like, oh, I'll be
okay.
75,
Well,
I'll be going to my grave. By the time this thing will come to confusion. So that's the
well,
thing.
I say I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, I think you give a narrow definition of an entrepreneur. See,
Really?
so yes, you did. So tell me, based on
So
what you
you're
just
telling me,
told us,
okay, hold on. Are you saying Einstein is an entrepreneur?
no,
Exactly. That's what
Einstein
I'm
was
saying.
not.
People that
But
creating, they're not entrepreneur.
okay, no, but see, you left the other part that how did so Einstein, okay, he's not an entrepreneur, so he got up by himself and built a research facility and did all this thing by himself, right? Is that what you're saying? Well, the answer is no.
No.
Okay, the answer
Yeah,
is no.
no. Scientists, listen. Scientists, they don't have any connection with government. The only time I'm talking about people that invent things. It's not government that set them up or make them. They
See,
make themselves.
Einstein, no, see,
When
no.
government comes in, hold on. When government will come in, is when your idea is not coming to fusion, like coming to, it's been,
No,
it's not. Hold on, that's when
that's not
government will
true.
see you and say, "Oh, this guy here
That is
has."
not true.
What
That
do
is
you
not
mean
true.
that's not true? No, don't get me wrong
Because
now.
government funds some things from scratch also. Don't give the public the wrong
No,
information.
don't get me wrong now. Government can set up programs, research program, and
Okay.
fund it. I get that. That can happen. Yes, we get it. But before government can put money into research program, they have to have the researchers first. Government will know that, okay, this.
No, you can do a quick research.
Wait. Hold on. Let's say you're president of Nigeria today. You say we want to put money into research program. There's no researchers. There's no scientists. You're wasting your time. You're wasting your time. You'll be like, okay, you're wasting your time. But the thing in the other society is this, like American government, for example, if they want, let's say they want weapons, new research for weapons program, where do they go? They'll go to what's it called, the Lockheed Martin, because they know that company, hey, they are big, they do research there, that's what they do. So they go invest in them. Say, okay, we want to fund your weapons program, I want you to help us figure this out. Or if they want to do anything in that other area, they go into the people that do it, the scientific community there, and say, hey, we the government, we want these kind of things to come. Can we put money into funding your research? They put money there. But we the Nigerians, none of us are like, for example, now
So
if it goes
okay,
into that. Okay, go
okay.
ahead.
Before I go further, okay. So it just, I mean, it's they go to the scientific community. They tell them they need this and that. So when they go there, they just go there with a mouth and just talk. They don't put money or some kind of a funding behind it.
That's what I said. Now I said they sit and they
Okay,
go there and say,
exactly.
okay, we're gonna put money, we're gonna fund your
Exactly to the
research.
point. See, yeah. See, when we say government, all we're talking about really is the money, the capital that's going to help establish or elevate that program or the research. That's what government. It's all about money. So Einstein that you mentioned, Einstein worked at a university that was funded by the government in Switzerland. When he went to Germany, also, by the way, the Nazi Germany.
I think we're saying two different things there.
No, we're
I'm
talking
not.
about the same thing.
Hold on. But before Einstein, right? Before they start putting money on Einstein, right? Einstein had to become a scientist first, right? Right.
Yeah,
So
it was a scientist.
was this
Yeah,
the government that made him a scientist, or he made himself a scientist? He made himself. That's what the point I'm making is you have to make yourself a scientist first. Display what you're capable of, and government will see you like, okay, we have somebody who now they cannot start putting money behind you. That's what I'm saying. But you can't
No,
say
no individual gets up. Okay, because number one, Einstein was never rich anyway. Even when he won the Nobel Prize for physics,
I never said
guess
it was
what?
rich. I don't know what is
He gave
relevant.
he gave the money to his wife. My
What's that got to
understanding.
do with
So
what
that
I'm saying now?
what they got to do is that no single person gets up unless you get the money in the first place and start to do research on a
No,
large scale.
people do
We're
it.
not talking about
Hold on,
Mike.
hold
Hold
on.
on, you'll be talking. We're not talking about trying to go to school and go to engineering school or go to learn about physics. Okay, we're not talking about that. A
That's
lot of
not what
people
I'm
do
talking
that.
about either.
You don't.
I don't even
Yeah.
believe
So
people that go to school
we
are the
don't
one
need
that can
government for
be.
that. We don't need government for that. We don't need government to tell you to go to school to do engineering or physics. But when it gets to a point when you want to do something elaborate, something more larger, I mean, that's when people go seek for grants and submit
Yeah,
their
I
research.
get that. But before, hold on. But before you become that person that goes seek for grants, you have to become that person that's capable of doing the research. That's become that scientist. Like for example, me, for example, I know nothing. I haven't figured anything out. I can't go to the government and say, "Hey, put money on me. Let me do research for you." They're gonna look at you like, what do you know? You don't know anything. You haven't even built yourself. Hold on. You haven't built yourself. You haven't built yourself to be that scientist that's very vast in this area and have that vision. You drawn something you're capable of your vision into drawing, put it into paper, right? Like let's say if you want to design one particular aircraft now, you have to draw in the paper first. It doesn't cost you anything, right? You see, and can explain it, you understand that thing. Now to make it reality, now it's not when you approach government like, okay, I'm a scientist. I have this vision. I have this thing. I've done my studies. I've developed myself, my intellectual capacity, and now I know what I'm talking about. Now put money behind me for me to make this actual to actual product, to actual reality. And that's when government can say, okay, this is potential. And they will now put money behind you. And that's how people like Einstein will became important to government because they saw they're like, wow, this guy is he's done his work. They now put money behind it. But you can't just wake up on your own money, be an empty brain guy, and approach government and say, okay, put money behind me. Let me go and do research for you. Like you're empty barrel. So we are not saying much different things. I agree with you that, yeah, government kind of put money behind research, but the researchers have to exist before government can put money behind the research. And that's why we're having issue. Many Nigerians that are gifted, like Oriola here, has a vision of creating this mining equipment and by all those things, capability to mine. He has it. Boy, he needs to get up and make himself that scientist that go dig and figure out how to do it and put it into paper. And then government can say that, this guy have done
Right.
Oriola has spent 10 years researching this thing. Now he can show us something that is found. Now we see that he's close to making it happen. What's left is to now put money behind Oriola to make it happen.
Right. Okay.
But Oriola
I'm
cannot
not.
sit here like I've known Tunaja on the internet for 10 years and he's been giving ideas for 10 years, but he haven't stepped foot in a lab. So actually go and draw it out.
Yeah, I asked him for us to go to Nigeria. He told me no. I'm like, this guy, let's go. Why are you scared? Like, let's go. But the thing is, a lot of these things, they have the patents, the schematic, everything is out there. Like the thing is, we just need that the effort. We just need to put that effort into doing it. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if we ourselves, like, we can put something together, then we reach out to government that, okay, this is what we to be honest with you, if we're able to do small something like that and we get entrepreneurs that are rich, like you reach out to those top Nigerian billionaires, they will put money behind you as long as they know that these things will come to life and will make money.
Exactly.
They will invest in you. So the thing is, just like the lights, there's so many ways that we can create light. Like, why are we sitting?
Yeah.
There's already ways out there that we can use. We can just copy but the thing is, you have to have the technical know-how to understand what it is. Then we can put it to use. But the thing is, we're waiting for the government to do
Oriola,
everything for us.
Well,
do
okay.
you
So okay. I know you guys will disagree forever, but the reason why many economies, especially in Europe, we're talking about, maybe if this guy was here, Remy, he probably would talk about it. And even the Chinese were talking about. If you knew, you think the Chinese government, their development is strictly on from the private sector? No, not at all. Most of the money, most of the capital in the freaking Chinese economy is coming from the government. They spend billions of dollars every year on research for the private sector, because they know at the end of the day is to the benefit of the Chinese government or the country.
Yeah.
So you guys continue to discount. Hold on, you guys continue to discount the involvement of government.
But no one discounted though. Has anyone done that today? No one did that.
Well, you not directly, but you try to limit it by saying that.
No, I'm not limiting it. What I'm telling you is,
do you know many times the government constitutes researchers on their own. Hey, we want to do this program.
They have to find, the researchers have to exist. That's what I'm telling you.
But that's not an argument, because why? They go to school just like we do to Nigeria. We have engineers, we have doctors. Why did good to your point? Why do you think many countries like I don't know, in United States, Canada, and Saudi Arabia, where Simba is, they source Nigerian doctors? Tell me, Mike, is it not because they went to school in Nigeria?
No, they source them to come out. No, they source them to come and work. They don't turn them into research.
Hold on.
Now, they don't.
Where did they go to school? Where did they go to school? Is the question.
What's your argument, man? You're arguing blindly. Come on now, listen to you. What I'm saying. Listen to what you're saying. You're creating different blind arguments. The thing you're arguing against it's not my point. I'm not telling you. Point? You're saying they source them. They source them to work. They're not sourcing them to come.
You were saying earlier that people have to go to school. They have to be engineers for. They have to be no. And my point is that you're making a mute argument.
Hold on. You say I say people have to go to school.
Obviously,
wait.
They all go to school.
Repeat that. You say I said people have to go. When did I say people have to go to school?
From Nigeria, they went to school in Nigeria.
Say it again.
So the doctors the Nigerian doctors around the world, many of them went to school in Nigeria.
Okay. So what's your point?
So the point is not about, you must have gone to school before to become an engineer or a doctor or a physicist. No, the point here is that
you don't have to go to school to become a doctor. That's not even relevant to my point. But
no,
listen to yourself.
No, listen to me. If you pay attention to understand. You're talking about, your argument is that they have to go to school first. You have to be first educated.
I didn't say that. When did I say that? I didn't say you have to go to school
first. You said that earlier.
No, I said you have to make listen. I said you have to make yourself a researcher first. I didn't say you have to go to school. That's not what I said.
Well, I did.
I used Oriolize an example I use. I said he has a vision. He has a picture of something he wants to make happen. And I said he can go make himself a researcher. I never said he needs to go to school, go and get a degree. I didn't say that.
Well,
I don't know what
what kind of research are you talking about? Do you not go to school to become a researcher to understand the material?
No, you don't have to.
Oh, really?
And you don't have to. Most inventors in this world today, they didn't get the idea from school.
Give me an example of a really, really big project like engineering, like space program. Then the damn people did not go to school before they become researchers. Tell me one.
Most inventors in the world did not go to school to learn what they created. It's just gift. It's just talent.
Give me an example.
Education is good. Give you an example. What are you talking about?
Give me an example of a great inventor that didn't go to school.
Give what example of?
Give me an example of a great inventor that did not go to school.
Yeah, I'll give you the Oracle guy.
Wait. You're saying that? Wait. They learn what they invented from school. Is that what you're telling me?
Just give me an example.
Nobody learned what they invented from school.
Well,
you didn't go to school. Your professor told you how to invent it.
Let me give
what are you talking about? That's what I mean by education has nothing to do what you invented. Education is good. Listen, hold on. Give me a second. When I say education, let me not mistake you. Education is not school. School and education are two different things. Education is just you educating yourself. Your process of research is a form of education. Digging is education. But school and education is two different things. You can educate yourself. In life, you are educating yourself every day. School is just an institution where you go learn one particular subject or one particular and this thing to get a degree.
Yeah, Mike,
Hold on. Give me a second.
Don't
Give me a second.
deviate.
Let me learn. Let me explain something to you. School is just the place where you go get a degree for one particular field.
Yeah, don't
That's
explain
what
that.
school is.
I get it.
So that's what I mean by you don't have to go to school, but to become an inventor or researcher. If Oriola here, wait, let me learn. Give me a second. Let me listen. If Oriola here has the vision of creating a mining this whatever equipment and things like that, all he has to do is just go and dig on his own what he needs to figure out, because it's already in his mind. He doesn't he can go pick up some books about this and that, put things like it's already in his mind. So
that's simple.
So he would do his own independent research. He doesn't have to go and apply in one university say I want to go and become this and that a person to invest something. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, let me explain my point.
So you're not putting what in my mouth that I said someone has to go to school when I never said that. Come on now.
Well, no, okay. What I'm trying to say is that we're not talking about a crude. I don't know what you mean by research, anyways. But my point is that you acquire the technical knowledge. That's what I'm talking about. Of course, you can be educated in whatever way, informally. But the point here is that to the kind of program we're talking about or the research we're talking about, you have to go to.
We're not talking about any particular research. We didn't say particular research. We're just saying research in general. So don't say this research we are talking about like we're talking about a particular one.
Let's be specific. Okay, I can agree with you that you don't need to go to school or be educated to invent kuli or whatever.
You have to be educated.
Is that what we're talking about? Is that what we're talking about?
Educated and school are two different things. Educated.
Okay, let me help you. What I'm talking about, you have to acquire. Is about acquiring the technical skills and the ability, to do certain things. Don't discount that. I know you're an engineer. Don't discount that. So there's certain things you can't just wake up and do certain things.
You acquire technical skills for a job. You don't acquire technical skills to invent something for you, to figure something for yourself.
Well, the technical ability, maybe I shouldn't say skills, but the technical ability to be able to.
No, all you need is a talent. All you need is a gift. And typically,
what about all the damn talent we have in Nigeria? How come? What are we doing with it? Tell us, Mike. Well, all the damn talent we have in Nigeria, we don't have any talent.
Yeah,
we don't have any talent.
And that's our argument. That's what I'm saying. Like those that have talent don't have the desire to make things happen for their society. They're sitting around waiting for government. They got it wrong. They got it wrong in their head.
Mike, to have talent to have talent is one thing, but you need somebody that can coordinate, that can support the talent and
invest in you.
Yeah. So it's not the talent.
And we don't have a culture of investing in ourselves.
So forget the talent himself. Is the person that sees the potential in that talent to knows how to explore or to maximize whatever you have, your potential to benefit his own company.
I agree with you. Hold on. I agree with you on that point, and I've made that argument before. That because you're skilled or because you are. My point here is that the reason why America, for example, and all these other countries, the reason why people come there or go there and they turn out to be something great or do something great is because of the environment, the culture of the country, and what they encourage. See, a person is not great by themselves alone.
Honestly, I would say I wouldn't even say the culture of the environment. I say it's the probably the race of people. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to say this. I mean, it's not ridiculous. It's a race of people because in the same America, hold on. Dude, bro, we have to face that reality. I think we black as a people, we just have this nature of not having priority in terms of intellectual area. We are more entertainers, and we're more things we gravitate towards more things of entertainment and pleasure. That's just what's killing us. Whereas this, I'm just saying. I'm sorry. We don't have that culture. Babati, Nisuru. For example, we don't have that culture of investing in the next human being. For example, Babati gave an example like it's not the talent that's the problem. It's just who invests in the talent. Even to as little as one small boy in the neighborhood in Ajegunle, that everybody knows this boy is messy, and everybody in that neighborhood cannot see that let's put our money together and invest on this kid to become that messy. No, everybody will ignore him. But whereas we go to a white
What
community,
about we have an institution that takes care of that?
Hold on. Yeah, that's another thing. Even government, they are part of the people. The government are the people. So
Now
the same
it's good
mentality.
you
Hold
acknowledge the
on,
government.
I don't think you and I ever disagree that government are not investing. I don't think I ever disagree with you on that.
Okay, quickly,
I think where you and I fundamentally disagree.
The reason why free education and the reason why the western part of Nigeria, the Yorubas, okay, specifically, right, why they have advancement or perhaps advantage over other regions was because of what?
No, that's education. But
Wasn't it because
invest in research? Did they invest in individual?
Hold on. It wasn't because of Awolowo and his government
You are shifting
policy.
argument, man. You are shifting argument. We are not talking about investing in Nigeria. Let's investing in education for everybody. We are talking about focus investment, meaning focus on particular special talent and investing in that. That's what we are talking about. Focus on invention. We are not talking about general charity investment. We are not talking about that. It's a different argument. That one is easy.
Okay, Mike. America, for example.
Wait.
Hold on. America, the West. Hold on. They are a robust society. What I mean by that is that look, it's easier if you have an idea to go to a venture capitalist or to get funding, or go to certain places to get funding and help. Even go to the universities or some institutions, right? But in a nascent country like Nigeria, for example, we're not up to that part yet. We're not there yet. And just like China,
there in what sense? We're not up to what? Say it again.
We're not up to that level yet. Just like
what level?
China,
What level? I didn't hear.
The level whereby it's easy for you to go to an entrepreneur or venture capitalist to get money to do some big research. As big as China is, China.
So you're saying it's difficult for? Hold on. Are you saying it's difficult for me to go to Dangote and say, Dangote, look at this? Just invest a little bit of your money on my project. Are you saying I can't do that?
Well, you can.
We don't have the desire. Even as little as hold on, I just give you an example.
That's the word that I use was that we don't have such a
even as little as a person that has the talent in sports, a kid that has talent in sports, we still don't have the mentality to understand that we have to invest in him. People will not do unless it's their child. Literally, Nigeria will say, "It's not my picking. Don't be my picking." No, it's not my picking.
No. Why don't you bid? For example, I understand what you're from, but why don't we have more like an academy, right? Instead of worrying about the community taking care of the child. If the talent is spotted, why don't you send the child to the damn academy to improve himself? That's a good thing.
Wait. Your community start from first, your nuclear family, right? Start from your parents, and then start from your neighbors, your streets. That's where you start from. Until you now become your city, your family first to get behind you, and then your neighbors, your street get behind you, your street get behind you, then your state or whatever community get behind you, and then before your country now get behind you. It starts from that. Your immediate environment is where your progress starts from.
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree.
The investment in your life starts from your immediate environment, and that's what culture we need to promote. Because I'm telling you, the reason why I say it's the black people's problem is because I've lived around different communities of people and I see the way they do things. It's just different. The moment when I live in white neighborhood, the moment one kid, one person,
Mike,
they have
isn't
that
what we are
invest.
Mike, would you say like that at one point in time? 1 second. Would you say at one point in time, the Yoruba people were more respectful or more ingrained in their culture than today? Would you say that? And the reason I'm asking that question is because my point is that
the culture we practice blackness is very from culture today.
Well, okay. But my point is that look, at one point in time, the people responded to that.
Sorry, can you make it? I think, Mike, just to clarify, do you think that the average Nigerian, they do their business services, they want to invest, but they are more geared towards short-term investment? They don't understand they need to invest down the road 10, 15, 20 years from now. They don't understand that they want their money, they want that quick return on investment. So they're not willing to put in that work to set the parameters for a long term. They don't.
And that's what I'm saying. The question you have to ask is, what's the reason why a Nigerian wants to make money? You all know. He in his mind, King Kole, King Koya Ojo, King Bimole, King Badun. That's why he wants to make money in the first place.
But
he was never. Hold on now. I'm saying it's psychology of a person. You have to. That's why psychology is important. You need to get in the mind of people to understand why they think the way they think first. You can see a Nigerian that's busting his ass wants to make money, and you can see a Chinese that's busting his ass wants to make money. But if you get into their mind and ask that question, like, why does the person wants to make that money, and ask that Chinese person, why does he want to make money? You will understand. You will answer. Babati, that will answer your question. Babati, wait. That will answer your question. Why the Chinese guy
I know,
can invest in
I'm
20
saying
years,
that
but whereas hold on, whereas the Nigerian guy wants to invest in only 6 months.
Okay, so basically they don't know how to build legacy. They don't know the
care
legacy.
about. They don't care about legacy. That's the thing.
Okay, right. Prince, over to you.
Well,
No,
see,
I disagree with
Mike,
that point.
really, before you go, see, Mike, what you say is because what you're saying is actually not unique to Nigeria or Nigerians, not at all. See, the Chinese man is equally as
black people is more common.
Yeah, black people. The Chinese man is equally as greedy as the next black person.
But we're not saying greedy though. We didn't see you do
it's
strong man argument. You're arguing about greediness. We didn't present anything
Mike,
about greediness.
When you say what do you mean by
do a lot of
short-term?
strong man argument, Prince Daddy. I don't know why you do that. We'll be arguing about one thing. You start arguing about something different.
Like what? You just said
you're arguing about greediness. Babati, are we talking about greediness?
No, very short term. You don't like my interpretation?
But that's not greed. Greed is different from selfishness. Or greed. I mean, greed is different from being.
So let me clarify, Mike, so he knows what I'm talking about, Prince Ade. So a clear example would be that of like a Microsoft or Bill Gates. At this point in his life, it's not about money anymore. It's building something bigger than that, and it's also bringing new markets that are benefiting from working with Microsoft. Younger talent, new skills, that they will still feed the bigger machine, right? They will feed Microsoft. They will make the big machine will still make money off of them, but it also gives them the opportunity to also come up as well. That is legacy, right? So you are building something bigger than yourself.
And the guy is still working every day, working like 10 hours a day.
Yeah, the average
with all his
Nigerian,
billions.
The average Nigerian big man limits that wealth to himself,
so enjoying his life.
But he's not planning to raise the next himself, the next Dangote, raise the next big person from you. He's not willing to do that, or he's not capable of. He doesn't understand the need to build that empire, that kind of legacy. To say, okay, I came through this person. I am the next person. I am the next Dangote. I'm the next Femi. I'm the next. There's no. They can give you lectures, give you scholarship, but the actual skills, the actual access to what they know, the mindset is very mindset guided so much. So you don't have
hold on. So it has nothing to do with that. So answer the question. So it has nothing to do with our selfishness, but incompetence. Is that what you're saying?
No, it has to do with desire. And another thing, Babati, is I will tell you the reason why they don't do that. Because to get up and do that require work. They have to put in work. So now the thing is, hold on. For him to get up and begin to build that next person, it requires him to get up and put in some time into building that next person or building that next future for the next environment. The question he's going to ask himself is, why would I not be wasting my time when I could be using that time to be enjoying party, enjoying women, and enjoying marrying extra wife, marrying more. So that's where the problem is.
Okay, Mike, what you just explained right there, codified. What is that trait? Explain it. What is that trait?
The other trait is a desire for so much pleasure, for pleasure.
Okay,
that's
pleasure.
You can't deny that no other race of people have so much passion for pleasure than we Africans.
Prince, I hope you get where we're coming from. Nobody's saying that we don't have the entrepreneurial spirit, but to the average American entrepreneur, he likes to just say, through me, 1 million people came out and became. They love that story where through their company or through whatever they created, birthed many companies, they love that kind of thing.
And Mike said the answer is because he didn't like the word greed or selfishness earlier. So Mike said
selfishness
it's because of pleasure. He said because of the one more pleasure, and that's why they don't do it.
Greed is different from selfishness.
Okay,
Selfishness. Let me explain the difference between greed and selfishness. Selfishness is just like me, more worried about myself than others. Now, greed is I have this much, I want more and more and more and more. And actually, greed will even be a better mentality to have than selfishness, because greed will be like, I want more respect, I want more this. So that can even push you to even want to make more name and more things. But selfishness is more like, I know I have what it takes to be the next person, the next me, the 10,000 more and change community. But because you're more, but then at the same time, you're like, but that would take so much of my time when I could be using that time to be enjoying my life by marrying like 10 more girls, sleep with as many more women, those kind of things. You're like, I'd rather enjoy my life than sacrifice.
Mike
I'd
is
rather
the
use that
same
time to
thing.
enjoy my life
Greedy
than
and
sacrifice it to be
selfish
trying to
is
be
the
the
same thing.
next
Yeah.
me.
Okay.
So that's the point we are making. That's selfishness. That's not greed.
Greedy and
Let's not make it
selfishness is the
to.
same thing.
Okay, guys, please. Okay, I agree with.
Oh, hold on, but before you go, though, but answer the question, your Mike. So I understand the reason why the Nigerians, an Arab black man doesn't do it. But so what is compelling that Americans to do it?
Are you saying black Americans are doing it?
No. White American, whatever, an American
Exactly.
that does what
So
you're
it's not
saying.
a country. That's where Program plays the argument. It's not a country thing. It's people thing. It's just a race of people.
It's race
just
thing.
have this
Okay, I get
nature
it.
in them. That's what I'm saying. So I see this. That's why because I came to America, I see the white and I see the black.
Yeah,
Completely different mentality, but they are all Americans.
No. I disagree with you. I think that we went through slavery.
Yeah, the
we went
Akatas have the same
through.
mentality as the Africans. Trust me.
Prince, don't laugh about
even the Caribbeans.
Don't laugh about this.
I know, but I think that we went to slavery.
Forget
We
slavery, man.
went
So I don't want to hear
through,
that excuses. I beg.
we went through
More
colonization. So they're already like they messed with our brain.
Bros.
They've already messed with our brain.
You can't say Oyibo man is the reason why I want to marry 10 wives or 20.
No.
Come on now. Slavery is the reason why.
Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. Like the
slavery
school that we went to.
Slavery is the reason why NBA players. Hold on.
Wait, all the books that we read. Who wrote it?
Are they wait now? So slavery lo fire she no CCIB.
Wait, how does this guy know I want to marry more than one wife? Man? I don't understand.
No, she know slavery they can't blame you.
No, but that's some of the culture that we had. We still hold on to those part of the culture now.
Oh my brother, stop it, man. Slavery is not the reason why a black American will go to the NBA. They pay him like 200 million within his career, and he spend everything on child support because he go get like 20 women pregnant.
Yeah, but no, but that's
so Mike. So you're one of those people that think Mike. You're one of those people that think black people are inferior. Huh?
No, I'm not saying we are inferior. Just we have a nature, our nature that we need to address about ourselves. We all have a mentality in our nature that we all need to acknowledge. Like, listen, this mentality is killing me, and I need to. It's true. How many white NBA player or white athletes you heard that went broke? It's only the blacks.
No. But they never came from a broke background. You know, like
my brother.
Sorry.
Sorry.
If you never see money before and you see money, there's high probability that you're gonna waste that money because you're not familiar with that.
The question is, what did they waste it on? That's the question.
Yeah, but you know when you're rich, you can't control what women will come. People that don't know you.
So the women didn't come to the Oyibo guys, Abi. The Chinese guy that became the Chinese athlete, the white athletes. Women didn't come to them, Abi.
Yeah, but they never came from.
But they were disciplined enough not to control their goals. They didn't use it anyhow.
Guys,
you're not getting my point. Like they didn't come from.
I did back to the bigger point. Hold on. Do you remember Ogunlesi is from Ogun State? Ogunlesi is from Ogun State, right? So recently he went to the new airport in Ogun State.
Yeah, but they have money.
No. Let me make the point here. He went there and we're talking about, this is the quickest airport ever built by any place in the world. The man has no single portfolio in Nigeria. No single investment portfolio in Nigeria. He has none.
Yeah, okay. But he didn't build it. He just have investment company. That's all he has.
No.
Investment company has nothing to do
I'm
with.
no. I'm with you, but I'm saying that in other climates, even if it's very difficult, you still find a way to put something there. It's just some. I don't know what it's about. Maybe it's just an African thing. Maybe it's a Nigerian thing. Mike is saying it's a race thing. But this thing to just say I money impact lori culture, money I have an impact on society when I was alive is more the white just have that more than we do.
They have
We
it
don't give
now.
a damn. We don't care
Look
the
at
impact they have on them.
look at the hospitals now. MD Anderson. Most of those the name is one name after one individual. Like that.
Even the rooms, Mike. Even the rooms, you will see this given to this by so person.
Yeah, you're right.
You see
do that.
parts name
We
after
don't do that. Okay, let me
that.
ask you. Even in this room, let me ask you a question. When last did you give to your primary school or secondary school in Nigeria? When last did you give them money? Exactly. This is the problem.
You're supposed to go back to that primary school when I came here in the 90s or 80s or something, and I want to put my name on something, put my name there.
But Mike, in this country, they will still do that. They will say, even my own dad that went to
No, but that's not how it's done. The thing is, usually, like if you go to university, but they follow you. They contact you though. They contact you to know how you're doing.
Sometimes they do. But Oriola, wait, Baba, let me give you one funny example. You find out when I lived in black neighborhood, and then I went to white neighborhood, and I found out in every private school I saw were all in white neighborhood. And then I begin to ask how they are funding it. You know how those white private schools are funded? The whites from that community are those that made it, that grew up there, that made. Wait. And those whites that have made it, that grew up, that came from that community, have blown up. They come to donate that money to that private school for the general, just to have those children in that community to have quality education. That's why a lot of white kids are coming out very more educated. But whereas, do you know that 90%, if not even 100% of black professional athletes that play in the NBA, NFL, they get paid tens of millions a year, all come from the poorest black neighborhoods. And they don't go back there to go and put private school or some kind of thing there. Like the white dude.
Let me even add to what
and most of them will tell you, I just want to get the hell out of the hood and not come back.
Even my own alumni, it's one of the strongest in Nigeria. The Agzoba, if you know what Agzoba is, you know how that strong is. By the way, fellow alumni are like showing car, so you know how big it is. Nobody has to tell you to give to where you come from. Nobody has to find you where they must contact you. If you want to give, you will give. Can you share excuse? You can share excuse. If you really want to do something,
over here they usually would contact.
I know, but if you want to do something yourself, you will do it for them. It's my point.
So are you saying people do give to your alma mater? Is that what you're saying?
I do. Because the way we do ours is the Agzoba, they have class. So I'm a class of, don't let me mention my class, but each class we have contact links globally. So we have so you have class of 45, class of 82. So we have class for each alumni groups. You can do it together collectively. You can do by class, by gender, by even.
So are you saying they're generous? Are they generous?
Yeah.
The alumni. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So I guess you people are not. You're not Nigerians or black people. You must be all white people, right?
No, I don't. Come on, that was Mike's position.
But we've learned from the Oyibos now, and I learned from the Oyibos, and that's how we are coming. So we moved around. We saw.
No, Mike is white.
Hold on now. We become white mentally. I think you learn a few good things from other people, and you begin to ask yourself like, why am I people not doing the same thing? And then you begin to dig, and like, oh, the reason is because we focus so much on this other thing. That's why. Hey, Baba T, do you know most of us have been jackmarried from Nigeria since the 70s, 80s, whatever. If you ask where we come from, we came from one poor neighborhood in Lagos, in Nigeria there. Most of us have jackpot. Do you know how many Nigerians are jackpot from Ajegule, from Agege, from Mushin, from this thing? And they become doctors and this thing and that in the West. And those neighborhoods, you don't see any Nigerian jackpot that grew up there that have come back to put something there. You go there, like literally my neighborhood where I grew up, in Lagos, in Apapa Road. When I live in many places, but one I went there like 2 years ago, and Some guys, people I know, is still there. And this guy was sitting down with me. We start talking about many people we grew up with, and we name about 20 people that have made it in London, America. He said, I want it by way. Benny is in London, he's become this thing there. That one, remember, he's in this thing, he's become that thing there. And all just about he mentioned this primary school. And those primary school we went to, other school, they still look the same. They play still look dust. None of us have come there to put something there. That's where we grew up.
So I don't want to say something online, okay? I know even in my own community, it's a family thing that we give back to Egba people. So I don't want to mention it on. But even as a family, we do. Okay? As a family, we do. As a healthcare provider, I do. As an alumni, I do.
Okay, but where is that orientation coming from? Why do you and others don't?
From the family, because we understand the need to bless the soil.
So it's part of your training, your culture, your environment. That's what you're talking about. And you're a black person, I'm assuming. I mean, even though you sound white, but the point here is that black people also are capable of doing the same thing. I mean, it's how you train a child. That's how the child is likely to grow up. See, it may not be our orientation from the beginning, but we can learn to do certain things. Okay, we can learn.
See,
okay, so I don't think I totally agree with Mike.
Learn it, I won't be here. If I didn't think we could learn it, if I didn't think we could learn it, I won't be here saying it now. I mean, I'll learn it. So I never say we can't learn it. We can do it. We just need to start promoting it. That's what I'm here to say. But however, I do know that mentally, we are people that we enjoy spending our life having pleasure, and that contributes a lot to it. So why we don't do that? But the only way, they say you have to fight against your nature to overcome certain bad nature in your life, man. Things about yourself that's holding you back. You have to overcome your nature. You understand? So we have that nature of just putting pleasure above things. So we have to work on that. I have to work on myself. I was like that too now. I won't do everything. I want to just have fun. And I started asking myself, like, because now I realized that some people that could have done things for me before they came before me didn't do it. And I asked myself, why didn't they do it? And I found out that they were more focused on just enjoying themselves. Now they can't enjoy themselves anymore. But they didn't do it.
Mike, I think the pleasure you're talking about, to me is an excuse. It's a cop out. You know why? I think
pleasure.
I think it's the environment. Like,
it's the environment, and it's not our nature. It's not just the way we are.
No, I don't believe that the nature thing, because I remember that. So for example,
are you saying the level of partying just like? Come on, man. You know, anywhere you go in the world.
But Mike,
just visit
all different races,
predominantly blacks and predominantly white. You see the difference in how blacks would like to jump around, and we just want to have fun, man. We like to have more. Come on, man. We just like it. We like to. There's so many things about us.
I'm not agree with you. From Nigeria to Kenya, they like to have fun. I agree with you.
Just on the internet now. Who are the people talking on the internet? Now black now.
Because before you say most the part of Friday, Tobago the spiritual aspect of giving as well. No matter you will know why you should do that. When God bless you, don't want to bless you. You have to for your. It's still selfish in a way. Trust me. So actually, it's still kind of selfish in a way technically. So if you understand the spiritual aspect of giving back to where you're from,
more come back to you too. Yeah.
The prayer that prayer, I'm telling you, it covers a lot for you spiritually. Even what you don't know. Even things you don't know spiritually, it helps you out a lot. So
So
okay, but that principle, the people that go to church,
you won't have to give to the soil before you can.
People that go to church, the people that give to their pastors and the GOs also, because they want something in return. They know that. They know that principle.
You are giving in the wrong place. You are sowing seed in the country.
I agree with you there.
I think if I'm poor people, they're discussing
You are
about
giving to a
somebody buying
pastor.
jet and buying SUV. Saying like for Prince, somebody's buying SUV. I think if I
when you buy your pastor SUV, when you can use that money to actually invest in the poor, when now which one will germinate more? Sending about 20 children to poor children that don't have any access to anything to school, or giving that money to buy big money to a big SUV for pastor? Which one is a better citizen? Exactly.
Of course, but people don't see it that way.
So that
See,
exactly. So you have to be wise. It's like when you sow seed in the soil,
let
right?
me give you
When you put a
idea,
seed in
Mike.
the soil, you grow
Let me give you an idea.
food, right? You grow crops. But if you sow seed in the concrete, you grow nothing. So
Mike, let me
it's
give you
both
an
giving,
idea.
but wrong giving and right giving. That's the difference. Yeah.
You know, let me give you an idea. Let's even do it on this platform, because I'm telling you, if you do this, if you serve any God you serve, I'm telling you, you work ball of our poor people abule or small area. I'm telling you, just try it. You know those boreholes, just do borehole with the tank and stuff for them. I'm telling you, and it's not that expensive. I mean,
wait,
for people that
I
are
want
in
to
America.
say, Babati, you just brought up. I want to do stuff like that, but how much is it? Like, does someone have like a plan? Like, this how much this will cost, that cost. You just have someone just give that project to that person, and that person will just do it.
I did be on my Banyabin.
Yeah. Oh my
So,
God, so sorry.
do you want to join our
I
family?
wasn't born then. I wasn't born. My parents are.
But you can join an Egba Foundation or anything now, Toma.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
See, my dad is actually. Which one are you? Which Egba are you? In the US, are you part of Egba stuff?
Yeah, I'm in the one in the US. I'm the one in where I am. They have different chapters around now.
Yeah, I know. My dad is the leader in the one in if I mention that, everybody would know exactly.
Even my dad is the head of the book. So you will know who he is already. I don't want to put it on.
Yeah, one of the states in the US is the head of that, and I knew they have I think they have the whole thing. Was he in Florida or something?
So basically, I did. So what will happen? Àwọn ló máa lo foundation yẹn fi ṣe ni. Wà ní láwọn kábíyèsí ni they know where the thing ibi táwọn need yẹn wà. So I'm telling you,
I don't want to go through my dad, man.
No, you can go to the just join the Egba one, and you can just send them an email. I want to do something, and they will just give you a breakdown. Anything you want to do. So you can even get a borehole. Yeah, just try. I'm telling you, do a borehole. Go there and commission. Call the KBC there.
I'm actually, I want to do a borehole, but it's different. What I want to do is more like, because I realized that if you do borehole, it now comes to I don't want people selling water to other people.
Honestly, let me realize this is my advice to anyone in this life. Don't do things because just the sake of doing it. Look for, dig in your heart and find something that you would do that will make you feel like, I did something or accomplished something. Something that you're doing where you'll be happy that you did it is what you should focus on. It doesn't have to be someone say, hey, do borehole there, do this one, do that one. You can just look and say, I wish this thing here can be here. I wish this thing. You just have that desire, you wish. Maybe you go to a place, you just see that you wish there's something there that's not there, and then you actually dig within yourself and realize you have the ability to put it there. Once you put it there, oh boy, do you be happy? You feel happy that you have. It's like giving. Make sure giving in the form of accomplishing something, feeling like you accomplished something. Just like Babati, those that in the West where you say he gave hospital, he did this and that, is because they saw something like maybe they felt bad that almost he saw that person just loved children and realized that children are dying of this disease, and I feel like I wish I can solve that problem, and then realize that I can donate a children's hospital. And the moment I put it there, every time you wake up in the morning and know that that thing I donate has saved this child's life, that child's life, that thing makes him so happy. He's gonna be happy in his life, in his spirit. So give where you know that thing you gave, every time you look back to it, it makes you happy. But not you giving that it's not really something in your heart, but because they're telling you that give now, so we can praise you. So you don't want to do that.
Actually, the water thing is in my mind. And another thing is library. I think that I would like to have like library like every not town, probably like 2 different streets.
You know that, dude, we have something in common. That's one vision I have.
Do? Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
want
library. One of the vision I have.
Yeah,
dude, I want to put library in villages, like those areas where they don't have access to books.
Because those kids, the moment they can see things on their own, they can learn. That they will change things in the future.
You will change that place now.
Ade, Erolota. Those I'm telling you things you can do that.
I'm not interested in what I mean. Is it a water or library? Those two.
If that library is what's in your heart, just keep it in your mind and just like keep thinking about it.
But you
and
know,
the funny thing about this life is, if you keep thinking about it, the universe one day will provide
Mike,
what it will take for you to do it.
Mike need to let me campaign for Ade's library, because we want it on Egba land. So if you want, if you want to build that library,
if it's in your mind to put a library in Zamfara,
no, it's the time.
No.
No, I'm just saying.
Mike needs to close it now. Let me close your Egba. Close Zamfara. No time. Sorry, Ade, Egba.
No, but you know where I was born. I have to go to where I was born as well and do.
Wherever you have that desire to put it, that's where your God wants you to put it. I'm telling you. No, Babati, I understand. You're looking for your Egba. You're looking for your own. But the thing that I'm saying is this. In this life, Babati, you say you're a traditional person now. We all were born to come and fulfill missions in this world, to come and fulfill certain things, right? And that thing, part of anytime you come across that thing that you came to this world to do, it will always ring inside of you like, So what I'm saying is, if Oriola coming to this world, before he came, he made that destiny. In this world, before I die, I will put one library in Zamfara. And in his mind, he begins to think like, I want to put library. And then when he dig deeper, he realize that, that library, if I put it in Zamfara, I will be the happiest human being like that. Now you are telling me that, no, don't put it in Zamfara, put it in Egba. So you try to derail his destiny because it's been ordained before that's where you have to put it, Zamfara, put it there. So I don't tell anyone where to
sorry to interject, Mike. Oriola, I'm begging you. I'm also from Egba. Please put it in Egba. Forgot Lagos. Lagos already have enough, more than enough.
Exactly.
Forget Zamfara. Go home.
Okay. Let me ask. No. I think you are mistaking something. I think you are thinking I'm telling. I mentioned I didn't say Lagos. I said Zamfara. No. Hold on. You thinking I'm telling Oriola where to put library? That's not what I'm saying. I'm telling Oriola to dig inside of himself, wherever the spirit inside of him is telling him to put it.
The spirit is the spirit says Egba land.
My guy, and that's the problem we have in Africa. We literally want to tell people what to do. You know, the number one killer of destiny of children is the parents. Because sometimes children, inside of them, something is passionate inside of them that they want to do in life. But the parents say, no, don't do it. You are saying you want to become a lawyer. No, I want to become a doctor. That's what kills us in this life. We kill people's death. Let their spirit guide them. If Oriola's spirit is guiding Oriola to put the library in Egba, let Oriola put it in Egba. If Oriola's spirit is guiding Oriola to put the library in Zamfara or Kebbi,
Mike, can you
Port Harcourt, let Oriola put the library where his spirit guides him to put it. You don't need
Mike,
to. That's our problem in Africa. We want to control people and tell people exactly what they have to do. We need to stop that.
Ade, best or anything. So to go, best or you go. Madam Mike look so do the needful.
Do what your spirit tells you, my brother. Don't do it. Don't make decision for somebody else.
The
Make
spirit
decision for
already
yourself.
told Oriola to go to Egba.
So you are the spirit that told him, Abi.
Take it to Egba land. We appreciate you. And Egba is also developing very fast. If you look at it, it's a good place.
You know one thing I learned about this life, man. At one point, before sometime before, I used to make my life decision based on people's opinion or based on what people would think or what they would say. And then later on, when I found out that I didn't make the right decision, I can't go and find those people and blame them. I usually live with the pain and disappointment, and it used to burn me until later on. And then when I really think about it, like, why did I make that decision? Why did I make that decision? And I started to take my step back to think of what I was thinking at that time. And I always discovered that it was because of external factor. It wasn't because of me deeply, because deeply, if I was alone doing my complete calculation, I would not have made that decision in that manner. That's when I learned that in this life, whenever I want to make decisions, I'll just ignore, like, take people out of my any. I don't even put any human being, any factor, any human being to that process of making that decision. I don't. Since I stopped doing that, there's no decision I've made that I regret.
Okay, Mike, you're
Mike,
right. But let me be serious now. Let me be serious now. On a more serious note, sorry, Ade, even if you don't do library, sorry, or me, I'm just maybe I'm just saying what maybe God is already telling you. But around me, I'm telling you, please, even if it's in Zamfara, I'm being serious now. All jokes aside, even if it's in Zamfara, because in Goto solve is saving people's life, literally. Okay, literally saving people's life. So even if it's not anything else, but around me, I don't know if the spirit has been telling you something to do about it, but I mean, can't confirm it for anything right now. But you must do something about the water thing. Okay, let me leave it at that.
Yeah, you're right. But I actually let me share with you guys exactly what I plan to do. So it both of them, that's the thing I plan to do actually, but I want to do them. So I want like pricing to exactly what I wanted. So let's say the water, for example, I create the water thing. I have the pricing.
Send me
Now
send me your
going to
email.
do
No,
no,
drop me
I'll
your
tell you.
email. Yeah.
Yeah, I can give you my email. So now you know what I want to do. Once I get the pricing, I'm able to create one. Now I'm going to open like a crowd fund. Have people. I'm not going to get the money. I'm just gonna tell people this is how much I put this one together. I would like people to start putting same type of stuff in different places. So like I already found someone that can create mine, do the water for me, and I know how much it costs. So it's easy for other people that wants to do similar things to just know that, okay, go meet this person. This is how much I did mine, and that person can do the same. So what I would like to do is more like get the price and be able to source more money from different people. I'm not getting money. I just want people to go to that person and get it done. That's why I'm asking that. If you guys already have like a template, like you already did one, now all I just have to do, I know how much you do it, and just meet the person, go ahead and create it somewhere else. That's what I want to do with library as well. I think that the library would not just be in one place. You guys should be familiar. I'm not talking about like the big public library. I'm talking like the small one. Like you can have it in every corner, like maybe in every town. That's the plan, like especially in like Southwest, if we can have like libraries everywhere. And once I created one, then I can have like the template and say, okay, whoever wants to do similar thing, which I know a lot of people can do, then we can have it everywhere. So that's the goal. That's why I'm asking.
So basically, you will be the model for everybody to copy once you are done.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm asking you. Like, if you already created one, it's easy. All I just need is Like this, how much you guys
but
did.
you don't want to go through the farm because the community will give you the land. Once you do when it's tribal in that way, they will even give you the land, the people to work on the stuff for you. So it makes it easier for you to achieve that because my help one. But if you say you want to do somewhere else, do one near land, I don't know. So I'm here. I cannot tell you about what can happen on one part of the state.
Right, yeah. I not just I would like it to be everywhere. Yeah, but I like of course now. If you guys gonna give me land, it's great. It's even easy.
So if I conquer to my worry, trust me, my friend, problem. You will get the land that easy.
Yeah, but Egba is big. Oh. I don't know. Because
No,
what
once you go
parts?
to everybody has a baton.
Abati, ṣé kábíyèsí ẹ náà ṣe ń kúnlẹ̀ fún pásítọ̀ àbí.
Because
lè wá kọ́kọ́ fáwọn kábíyèsí bẹ́ẹ̀ àwọn kábíyèsí.
I'm out of no, I don't think so. It doesn't do no. We don't. We will still keep to our tradition and our values. Even though he's a one woman wife man, he's not. He only married one wife. He's not all the way through. But I did thank you for that, Prince Daddy. What is your own now? Since we are now out in the open, Mike, I'm coming to you too. So can you not pledge? If everybody, let's show your hands now. Mike, let's begin with Mike. Can you if I want you to buy?
Only
you heard what I just said now. We're not on call. Let's hear from you now.
Oh, this me I want to do.
Abi.
I got leadership for. If you want me to come and do something like that, you know I'm in Jebu now, so I'm not far from Egba, so I can go and do something for you guys too. But me,
Mike, SOA.
One thing I want to do, one is that library thing. I want to do that, but the one priority thing I want to do. I want to do academy, sports and science academy. Science and sports. We pay academic, your science, and then every school, the exceptional children now, genius, and I will focus on they are genius, but they are born in abject poverty. I don't want that poverty to kill their gift that they brought to the gift they brought to the world. I don't want that poverty to make their gift a waste, because being born with such a gift, it can contribute so much to the world. So why should poverty make it a waste? So I want to create the academy and those kind of people, those gifted. Now, children, they focus on. I'll just take them out of that poverty, put them in the academy, just put their brain to work, put their talent to work, and just take care of them. It won't be that many of them, And then another one is sport area. I want to go because me, I grew up with so much man football. Hey, guy, almost like the one thing that still hurt me to today. I remember when I was like 6 years old. That was the first time I saw I don't know, it was Premiership I was seeing on TV. And I was dreaming for weeks, picturing myself playing like in a World Cup, just performing. Almost. By the time I stepped on the pitch, man, it didn't take long for people to know I get talent. I had that football talent, man. So, and I just never saw that avenue to take it anywhere. You understand? That as well. I want anyone I discover that have that special talent, like that Ronaldo, Messi kind of talent. I want to create that platform where they can, in that avenue where they can use to work their way through and just make it become successful. So those are the things I want to do, man. I mean, like, to me, all these kind of things you should already have it in your mind. So when you get in your 50, 60, when you're retiring, you've built your family, built your life. Those are the things you're spending your whole life doing, your whole age doing. You understand, Babati? When you are, I don't see why. To me, this is where I see life. When you are young, you build your life. You work out, build your own life. And then when you are getting old, you should already have worked, build yourself financially. Now you start using whatever you have built to start spending time building your community, like doing those kind of things. Like me, by my
Mike, let me just see what you think about this, because I've been thinking about this for a long time. But I know I don't have the funds, but so just stay with me. I do other things, by the way, like I told you earlier, but this is what I'm thinking. I wanted to do something like a museum of Yoruba art, where you know how we discuss all this oldies and stuff, but they're kind of wasn't man, sorry more. So the way you have the Hall of Fame stuff in Ohio for football, be like a massive museum of art for Yoruba culture and tradition, and you just have all this history of everything, of all this I don't know your land. So you can just go there, and there's a room that you can go to class and watch videos about their history. Somebody will just like the whole Yoruba music stuff, and you just you see my point. Where you can just like a big
but
art museum, which is huge.
Babati, I think that we can do something. I thought about that, but I want to do a database first, meaning that it will build more like a library for us. Have you seen like it's not what they call it? Is it Bree? I can't remember. It's like Wikipedia, but there's another one created by Britain. So, but it will be a way where all information about us is either written in Yoruba, which I think would be the best. But that database will have every single thing about us, like every single thing that me I don't know. But if I Google, I can see it. But I want all that information present in a place, just in one place. That if I want to know anything or anything about Yoruba, for example, I can search and see all those information. That I think, and also like all the projects, I also thought about like all the projects they're doing in college that's related to Yorubas, that I can have those available, just so if someone else wants to work on stuff, they already have a foundation where they can just see that.
Right, right.
And yeah, so I'm thinking,
to add to what you're saying, to the database thing, I was looking to actually building a comprehensive Yoruba dictionary, like, and not the all this one, a comprehensive Yoruba dictionary that has like the whole thing in it online. You can look up words. If you click on it, it will tell you what it is, the breakdown, the exact tonation, the tonation to it, the Oyo tonation, very detailed. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys want to revive your Yoruba this thing. When do you? It's kind of funny about it. Like you see how the old generation, our father's generation, how they throw away the Yoruba thing. They wanted to become British. And then we the generation that came after them, we are trying to restore it.
Yeah, and also like the thing that you mentioned, like you want the academy and the sports. Actually, I think that's part of the thing. I thought I didn't think about it just like you did, but I was thinking, because if you look at the library, for example, like after school program, I think it's something where those people that actually like sports, after they leave school at 2 or 3, they can go there. Like I'm not sure if you're familiar, like this YMCA, like after school program, that when we left school, we just go to YMCA or we go to
Swimming,
library.
basketball.
Yeah, library always have like we can order books, we can read books. They always have different programs for different people. They have on the side, like if you want to play basketball or you want to do sports. So if you're already planning library, I think having everything tied together would be great. But the only thing that I'm also thinking about is this: it has to be run as a non-profit, and when it's run as non-profits, you need money to actually make sure that it's living up to standard. It's not like deteriorating, like it's not going, like, I mean, like you have to take care, you have to hire people to be there and all of those, and that will be where you can crowd fund you crowdsource for money to be able to run those programs. So that's what I'm thinking. That it won't just be.
But I think that if you can be something that big for the culture, the people of that culture, to my local law, should be able to keep it alive and keep it afloat. Ideally, the same way you would have
I'm
the
not
Holocaust
familiar
Museum
with.
for Jewish.
Oh, I
No.
understand you,
I'm
but
saying that
I'm not familiar with it
are they stay with me?
very
I'm
well.
saying that the same way the Jewish people will keep the Holocaust museums active, like they are non-profits, right? But they are the ones funding it.
Yeah.
I believe that if we do something that massive for the Yoruba culture, people should be willing to say, income, they should be funding it themselves.
Oh, me, I will reach out to them. That's the plan. That's what I want to do first. All of them, like the what's this guy, Otedola, all of them. I'm reaching out to all of them. Like, I want them to do one, two. Like, I have the model. I want you to do that, and we have to. Yeah, but it's big because you have to be present. That's the only thing. Like, that's
all these Otedola, all these guys. What are they doing with their money, sir? Maybe I just don't know. Do they have
Prado? Prado?
Private jet? I don't even know what they are doing. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't see. Maybe they are doing things we just don't know about it. But these guys have billions of dollars. Like, what are you doing with your money? Don't you? I mean, you live there in Lagos. I mean, so many things you lack, and you are expecting like all these billionaires to put all these things. These things we are talking about. With all these billionaires, all these things should be existing.
Mike, recently, Otedola gave, I think it was Otedola gave a $1 billion to the Lagos State Security Fund.
Right.
To what? Lagos State what?
That's like Lagos State Security Fund. I think that's what the program is called.
That's good for security of Lagos, right?
That's about $1 million, I think, right? 1 billion.
Yes.
Yeah.
You give $1 million.
He gave it.
That's good, but that's more like because you want your security. But that's good. I'm not saying it's bad. But what I'm saying is, we're talking about non-profit organization. Like, we're not talking about it's everything donation. Like what we're discussing here is not like what we say. He wants to put library here because he wants to solve one problem and things like that. That's not like donating cash and hey, we take that I'm talking about them creating something like just something in their name. That's what we are talking about. What is the Otedola's name right now for the community where we can remember him for? Name after him. Or even Dangote. We're talking about non-profits where I can even go and be donating money to self to keep alive. Those things, do they exist?
That's a great point. But the thing is, they're probably at the stage where you have to bring idea to them. They probably cannot think that way like that anymore. You probably have to reach out to them and say, okay, you might want to think about doing this, so and so. I think that's probably what it is for them now, because they have so many people that's asking them for money, and they probably think, oh, they're doing the good thing, but the legacy that would never dies, where like something like that, they probably don't have it in mind. I mean, I don't think I can blame them, but they should have it in mind. I thought one of his daughter actually have foundation. I think so, but I'm not sure exactly what she's doing with that.
This South Africa Nigerian game, but I don't know. You guys follow you guys know.
Let me tell you something. So before I was not coming, but let me go Grammy nonsense in here. Crying, Grammy no.
Wait, what happened to Grammy? Why? What happened to Grammy?
No, it's not. Listen, it's not the Tyler one, but that one he deserved it. But the person that won the World Music Award over the video didn't even have up to 1 million streams. Shakiti, or whatever the fuck.
That's not how Grammy.
But Davido is Davido doing any song now? I mean,
no,
that's not how Grammy is done.
I know that he had no chance in the first place. This is the thing. I think about Grammy. Even Burna Boy that won had to do it. If you make an African album, if you don't have that stereotypical African sound. Mama, Africa. That nonsense. They will not give you anything. Even Burna Boy had to go
that's not true.
No, that is true.
Don't you guys think like
that is true? No.
People are being biased towards Nigeria?
No. Let me finish. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Remember, the one that Tyler won this year is a new category. I'm talking about the previous years.
Ghana won something this year. Ghana.
No, Tyler.
I was about to say, since when Ghana started to win something.
They have about 2 or 3 different categories for Africa now. I'm saying the prior awards for global. Each time it comes to Africa, it's usually that girl from Benin Republic, Wombolobo, that wins almost all the time, or that guy from Kenya.
Influence, Babati. It's influence.
Hold on.
You're talking about Angela Kujo.
I'm saying that those albums, I know, but I'm saying that is her one guy from East Africa. I'm saying that for some reason, you have to have that stereotypical of what they think African songs should sound like. Like even Burna Boy, his best album was African Giants, but because he wants to win, he had to go do Sile the Mama Africa. That is not him, but he has to do that to win. Even Davido that is saying that I will not do it, even he had to do it, which I don't think is not you. We have this diverse sound on the African continent, but for some reason, in their eyes, you have to sound in a particular way to be considered African.
They don't want you to be sounding Western now. Like even if I don't like this idea.
No. But I'm saying that even on the African continent now, they still have the way they think you should sound, even though we have diverse sounds.
No, we kind of believe you sound Western before we push.
Okay, so if I say Mike,
Babati, to be honest with you, to me, the way people push Nigeria being the face of African music, it's not bad, but I don't think Nigeria should be the face of African music. I'd rather have the Congolese music sound because that's 100% African sound. Our own. Hold on.
African sound.
That's not African sound. That's French sound.
French?
The Congo. Yeah, the Congolese that you're talking about.
Are you kidding me? Which one? French? We're French. We're from Israel, no French.
Babati, Mike is.
What's this guy talking about?
Mike is thinking exactly like that, like a Grammy.
Guys, wait. Mike is doing what I just said exactly.
Exactly.
I'm talking about. What do you mean they have the African sound? It's diverse sound.
You want the Africans to be wearing.
Let me land. You guys know where I'm going.
Mike, hold on. You probably like them to be naked too, right? Wearing feathers, right?
Well, you guys didn't know you're taking me out of context. You're taking me out of context. First of all, Congolese music doesn't sound. We understand the whack African sound. We get that. And also, I'm not telling you that Nigeria is entirely Western, right? But what I'm saying is, Nigeria, especially our artists like Whiskey, Burna Boy, I can give Burna Boy a little bit. So we're trying to sound more African. But when you're mixing hip hop, reggae, and Afrobeat, you're mixing it together, and then the Black Americans start to say you're copying us, and the Jamaicans say you're copying us. That kind of should not be the face of African music. We should be 100% African, where you can't tell me Congolese music doesn't sound dope. To me, those guys, I don't know what they're saying, but their sound is freaking 100% uniquely African.
So Nigerians don't have so in Nigeria we don't have Nigerian that is African. So Fuji is not African.
But isn't Congolese?
Fuji is African, but Fuji is not that dope as the Congolese sound. Is he Fuji artist?
I did not speak French.
It's not the language. You're talking about sound, not language.
Yeah, but
no. They are not. No. The Congolese music is more Lingala. It's not French. It's more of a Lingala and Swahili and mixed with French.
Isn't Congolese? What's this guy that used to ring Awilo Lugumba?
Yeah, Awilo.
Yeah, they sound like French songs.
What do you mean French song?
Okay, you need to listen to French music and see like this.
No, they are the one that own that sound. No, it's not.
Mike, your argument is kind of interesting because we're just like Babati said, we have Fuji, Apala, all those traditional music.
Making my point for me.
And we have more people.
But that's not our global distance.
Okay, then why should the Congolese that less people are listening to their music
No. Their own
be the
no.
winner?
Wait, hold on. The Congolese mainstream music, right? That they promote, that they are top artists, they are promote the Papa Wemba, the Kofi Olumide, the Awilos, the Kwali Pupa, and many others. They are superstar.
I don't know all that.
Hold on, wait now.
Fali Upupa never sound like a Congolese. It sounds like French music. I'm telling
What is French? What is this guy talking about, man? What is French music?
It's more like hip hop. It's more
They're
like you're
speaking
talking
French.
about hip
It's
hop
singing
now.
in French, right?
No,
Yeah,
it's not singing in
and they
French. It's
sound
singing in
the
Bengali.
sound is exactly the
Please,
same, like
Oriola,
just
please
like hip hop.
name a French artist, please.
I don't know them, man.
You
But
don't know,
when I
and
listen
you're
to
telling
their
us
music,
it's French music.
No.
have
Mike,
you?
Are you talking about black
question?
French or you're talking about white
Mike,
French?
hold on.
What's the
Let's ask you a
difference?
question. No, Nisuru,
Is
now.
there,
Mike,
there's no
let's ask you a
who in
question.
this world know anything about French
No.
music?
Mike, Nisuru, let's ask you a question. You said Congo sounds more African than that it is more of African sound. What made you say that? What makes
Dan Whiskey.
Mike,
come on now. I know the Nigerian artists.
Bro.
Is Nigerian music. Nigerian. I'm not talking about Fuji. Fuji is not. You can't, are you telling me Fuji is what we are exporting to the world? I'm talking about the.
Wait.
The
We
Afro
used to though.
Let's not understand what we are arguing about. So we now
Wait,
again blindly.
Sonade was nominated though. He was nominated with Fuji.
No, we're talking about today. What's this guy talking about? We're talking about today.
Well,
we are talking about right now Nigerian music as far as Africa. We are the whole global. In fact, the whole world is jamming us. I get it,
sure,
and I like it. No, the face of African when it comes to African music right now, they are playing everywhere, or the whole world is jumping to is the Nigerian music.
Which old word?
Because dude, let's not create an unnecessary argument, man. Come on, stop it. Let's stick to what we are talking about. Let me learn what I'm saying, man. You keep cutting and just pushing.
If not for us, let me say this. If not for us, like the black Nigerians that live, Nigerians and some Africans that live abroad, those people that you think they're hearing them in the old world, nobody will hear them.
What the hell is this guy talking about? They are playing Nigerian music in freaking Russia, all over the world. I think it's not for us. And we're not only in UK and US. It's the only UK and US that they are playing our music. They are playing our music in Turkey everywhere. Come on, stop it, man. It's not us. But that's the thing. Bro, let's not move this argument. Let's stick to what we're talking about.
Nigerians are not there. And Nigerians not there. Those other countries you just mentioned.
Dude, I'm saying they are playing Nigerian music all over the world. These guys talking about Nigerians are not there. It's the internet. It's not no local guy pushing.
We are known all over the world.
The music became popular because of us. Because of us in those countries.
Bros, cut it, man. Cut it.
Mike, listen.
No, stop it.
Okay, you win. Let's take that argument alone.
Mr. Triumph, we are known all over the world. But Mike, listen to this though. Remember Fela, right? Okay, I know you know Fela, right? You don't want to acknowledge the evolution of Afrobeat or Nigerian music. The reason why this genre or this kind of Afrobeat or this Nigerian music is popular around the world because the way the sound goes and everything, it's more how do I put it? More people enjoy it that way than let's say Apala or Fuji because the way the music is.
But so that's don't disagree with that. That's not my argument now.
Okay.
I'm not saying they don't enjoy our music now, and I'm not saying I don't enjoy it. That's not what I'm saying.
But you say, oh, I get you. It's not original enough.
What I'm saying,
I got it. It's not original enough.
But listen. What I'm saying is our artists sometimes they mix the Western music, the reggae hip hop to it. They mix it a lot. To the point where the Black American will say we are copying them. Even this Burna Boy hit song now, this what they call it, the one you just made last. He used what's that lady? What's that girl?
Yeah, but that's
hold on. Don't cut me off. Wait, don't do this. Tony Braxton, you put a sound in it, you mix it with it. So that's what I'm saying. Like they do it a lot. Even when Whiskey was doing this song, Babala, whatever, what's that song go?
Okay, see,
he started putting reggae. He started using this guy's line, I'm like, dude,
Okay, I got it.
we do too many mixing of Caribbean and Black American. So,
but those are one of the few ones. Hold on, Mike. But you know,
no, man,
I
our
think
top artists do that a lot, man.
okay. Say, you know, one time, Paul McCartney, right? You know him from the Beatles, right? He went to he followed that fella all the way to the shrine in Lagos, right? And
But Fela is different from these ones today now.
hold on,
Fela is
I was trying to
100%
make.
Fela sound. His own unique
Wait.
sound. Fela didn't.
Is
Well,
anything wrong with
I'm trying to make my
sample?
point
You
is
know, they
that
just sample the sound. That's what they did. They
They
sample.
sample who?
exactly sampling, yeah.
They
So
sample Tony Braston, and also if you heard Tali Kweli and some other guys, I forget their name
Khalid,
now.
yeah.
The Roots, they actually sample Fela too. They sample
Well,
Fela
that's
in some
fine.
of
We
the
get
songs.
it, but they are not the
And
top. But they are not the top.
No, they were the top then.
But you can't say the American hip hop they're sampling some foreign stuff. You can't say that. You can just say maybe you won't feel artists do the lower artists and those
well,
ones just do
back in the
conscious.
days
Those ones
of
just doing conscious music. So they sample Fela as a
back in the
tribute.
days of Puff Daddy and whatnot, they were sampling, you know, pop music and rock and roll beats.
But
They
they
were,
still American though, man.
yeah. But
But
the same way.
they didn't go to another society to go and be sampling that stuff and then say this is American.
Let me say, I'm not the one to be talking about music anyways, but I'll tell you this. See, some of the, I don't know if it's rock or whatever that genre is, but the point here is that a lot of African musical notes came all the way, came all the way from Africa, went to Cuba, all the way to Brazil. And from Brazil, it made its way all the way to America here. So many of the songs, the way the percussion goes, or the songs, the way they play this music in the West for all these years, the origin, or part of the origin, came from Africa that came through Cuba and freaking Brazil. Did you know that?
The origin of Black American and Jamaican reggae originated from where?
No, you
From
didn't.
Nigeria.
I
From
mentioned
Ghana.
Brazil. I mentioned Brazil. I
From
mentioned
Africa.
Brazil, and I mentioned Cuba.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
okay.
they're Africans too now. Some of
Well,
them are
that,
Yoruba as well.
Bros,
Those
well,
when
that's
you are
usually
playing
Yoruba.
samba, listen.
point is that
When Brazilians,
the
listen,
origin came all
if
the
you are
way.
playing
It passed
samba,
through.
hold on. When you play
It passed
samba,
through those.
when you play samba, they will say, "Oh, that's Brazilian music." When you play hip hop, they say that's American music. When you play reggae, they say that's Jamaican music. That's what I'm telling you. So you can't
Yeah,
say, "Oh, because those
I
people
know
came
the
from
point
Africa."
you're
So
trying.
now me,
Yeah, I see
Nigerian,
the point you're trying to make.
hold on. You can't say because those people came from Africa. So me as a Nigerian start sampling their music and say,
No,
"Oh, this is Nigerian music."
I didn't say they came. I'm telling you that. I mean, this is what I learned from even the white people that said it. You know, the way, I don't know what exactly to use. The point here is that things travel, and in rock and roll or whatever music in America, even jazz, I believe, those origin of those African beats or percussion came all the way from Africa to Cuba, all the way to Brazil, and it made its way to America. That's my point
When you
here.
say,
So
wait.
Can
When you
I
say,
say
are you
something real quick?
hold on?
Can I say
When you
something
say all
real
the way
quick?
from, do you mean like the slaves brought it, or what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
they did.
yes, now whichever way it came, many years ago. Yeah, I mean, if you go to
Can
Cuba,
I say
actually,
something real quick?
they'll tell you. The Cubans can break it down for you. They'll tell you the origin of their music. I can't just tell you the word. In Cuba, actually, for example, their music is so. You think you listen to an African music, even when they
Yeah,
play
but they
their
are
salsa music.
yeah, they are Nigerian. They speak Yoruba though. They
I,
did.
I know
They
they
do.
do, but yeah, the point is that the music beats or whatever it travels. I mean, different kinds of music have different origin. They have their origin from different parts of the world. So this Afrobeat sampling reggae or this and that should not be a big deal.
No,
I
they
don't think it
shouldn't
should be
be
a big deal.
doing that. But I think the reason why Burna Boy is sampling is because he's trying to get into the market here. He's trying to get into American market. I think Davido is trying to do that as well. Like they will feature.
The Black Americans, and you're copying them.
Yeah, exactly. They shouldn't do that. They should just be who they are. That's why I said
Exactly.
that.
They
Yeah,
want to
but
dress
that's
like
why I
them,
was
want to do everything. Those one are like, okay, you copy me.
right. But
That means
that's why
you
I
must be
was
being.
initially. You remember I was saying that they what was the point I was making, that we should.
I can't remember my thought. I lost
You
my
know,
thought.
even this one that they want to dress like them, like dress someone like Jabba start sagging their pants. I'm like, dude, you don't have to be trying to
Yeah,
be like
but we've
someone else.
been always doing that though.
We need
In
to stop. No,
Nigeria,
we
we do
started
all
in the
of those.
90s, man. You started.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, I'm old enough. I don't know if we are about the same age, but I grew up late 80s, 90s. I know when
I
this.
know.
Hold on, I know when it started. Like the Nigerians that grew up in the elite kids, they will go to US and London, and then when they come back
Right.
to Nigeria, they'll be the one being employed on radio station and all these media house, and then because they want to feel that they are better than other kids, and then they will start promoting the American thing and the UK, Europe things, and then we report children because that's what we are now consuming, and we started growing up trying to emulate those people. And it's just rubbish. I don't. The idea of emulating other people, I don't like it, man. Like to the point where I mean, a lot of Nigerian youth just want to become Black Americans. I'm like, do I want to become this kind of people, man? I mean, create your own way, do your own thing, polish your own, and make your own better. Don't. I go to Nigeria, I see some young boy trying to sag in their pants. I'm like, what are you doing, man? You know?
Yeah, but don't you think that a lot of like kids that grow up here, when they travel back go on vacation, just like you said, like the elite kids, they dress well, they will dress the same way, and people want to look just like they do. Just like people always say that Nigeria are so tasty for foreign luxury.
No, it's
Like they
because that's
see
what they
like
promote. It's
people
called
like
market,
them,
on marketing.
right, right.
Marketing.
They see
It's not
people
because
like
anybody's
them.
seen and like it. It's just marketing, man.
Yeah, it is. That's why I was making the point initially that, oh well, a lot of us that we live here, because we consume their music so much, and some of us that have other friends that they were here, that's how they know about them, and they see like if be, before they get bigger like this, a lot of like their shows, who goes there? Us.
No, the
And
thing is, a lot of those Nigerian elite kids, where they go back to Nigeria, it's not like they really were into the whole Black American thing like that. The reason why they're trying to exhibit it when they go to Nigeria is just to show the other people that, hey, I'm better than you because I've been to where you haven't been.
Mike, can you hear me?
You know,
Can you hear
that's
me?
all it is. Man. That's all it was. Because I know some Nigerians before I came to America, like as kids, they used to come home, they all trying to do the old. But then in America, they don't even mess with the Black.
Hey, Mike, add
They
Babati to
stay in
the
white people.
platform.
White people, they don't go near Black Americans. They go, you know. So
I add Babati.
oh, okay.
But no, I came up to say one thing. Mike, we have you on tape, okay? You said Congolese sounds more African than Nigeria. So I have you on tape.
So
So just to be
no,
on
no,
record.
no, no, no. Those guys. So who are they? Who are they? No. I don't say Nigeria. I don't. No. Let's put it in the right context.
Because no, Mike, listen now. You said Fuji music was not African enough.
Hold on, no. I never. Hold on. Please, don't. I said our Afrobeat, and our Afrobeat is Nigerian.
What is
But
corrupt
sometimes
here?
they mix it. Listen,
what's
now.
corrupt here?
Thank you. They mix it with
no,
so they try to put reggae and hip hop and America. Like for example,
No.
Fela Afrobeat. For example, Fela Afrobeat is completely Fela this thing. You don't see Fela trying to sample Bob Marley. Fela made his own. You understand? And his own sound. So nobody can say, Fela sample Tony Braxton or sample somebody else. But Burna Boy now, he make his Nigeria Afrobeat, but then you now eject Tony Braxton in it or some. I'm like, come on, then the Black Americans they will just look at you like, they are copying us.
Let me clarify. Hold on.
Am I lying? Or are the Congolese sampling Americans?
Wait, Mike Nisuru. Burna Boy is not a Nigerian artist. Burna Boy is a global. He never won anything for Africa. He won for best global sound.
But that's a different argument now.
No, people don't. People think it's like people calling Thames a Nigerian artist. I always laugh. Thames, Burna Boy, they're not Nigerian artists per se.
No, they're American artists.
No. They are not
where you come from is what they call you, man.
Now. They're not Afrobeat artists.
What are they?
But no, they had their own sound. early sound of Burna Boy was the days of outside.
You can't say they have their own sound. If you have
No,
your own sound,
old
wherever you come
sound.
from, they will call that sound.
No,
They will
wait
attribute that sound to where you come from.
Wait now.
Bob Marley had his own sound. You can't say it's not Jamaican sound
not
because
his own
Bob
sound.
Marley is from Jamaica, so everybody will say it's a Jamaican sound.
No, Nisuru now. Let me tell you that. Nisuru to what I'm saying. Burna Boy, early days of Burna Boy, it was a dance all artist.
And that's what I'm saying. That's the problem.
Hold on. Tiwa Savage, earlier days, she was an R&B artist. She was not doing Afrobeat. What happens is even Davido was a rapper in Atlanta. He wasn't doing Afrobeat. What happened was when the bunch and all those guys started popping. If you remember back in the days, the more American you were, Uba was housekeeping back then. They came to Nigeria to be doing hip hop. But when Afrobeat took over, they kind of jumped into it like it was theirs. But initially, they were not really doing Afrobeat like that. Uncle Lori, if he launched one, they are not. Wizkid is a true Afrobeat artist.
Really?
From the okay, maybe down the road or not, you join fusion or no fusion.
We they use Beanie Man. Who's got the key to my Bima? Oh man.
But my point to you is
my Jamaican friends are like, why you guys copying us, man?
But I'm saying that I'm saying that Burna Boy, I want you. He won for global artist of the year, not African artist. I'm saying that since I've been watching the Grammy since the 80s, okay, I have noticed a pattern. When remember, global album is for everybody. They didn't have any African category until this year. It was just global.
But I understand your point. I get your point. Like, hey, the guy is not, the intention wasn't to make African music, it's just to make music, and he's making global music. I get it. But my initial point was that if a African artist have to be face of African, represent Africa in the face of the world, I would prefer his sound to be something where no one else from another place will say, you're copying me. That's just my own thing. And I say I love the fact that Nigerians artists are on top because I'm Nigerian. It make me proud. But I would have preferred that if you were in our sound is more. I'm not saying sounding like Congolese, but sound where if it's a Congolese that were like on top like that, nobody can say these Congolese are trying to sound like us. They're sampling us.
I get that.
They're sampling the Black Americans or they're sampling Jamaicans.
Mike, but if you hear a Congolese song, you know it's from Congo. Well, the same way if you hear Fuji and other stuff, you know it's from Nigeria.
Yeah,
okay?
but Fuji is not what is being sold to the world.
And that's what makes this Afro-British young guy so smart, because they were able to create a product to appeal to a larger population of the world. That what makes them.
I'll
unique.
be honest with you. I don't think the reason they appeal to the world is because they sample Black Americans and Caribbeans, Jamaicans. I don't think so. Because wait, fella, it's just I don't think the parts where people enjoy is the Afrobeat sound unique. Like when you do we sound different from hip hop and reggae. To be honest, Afrobeat sound unique. But what I'm saying is, and that's a unique sound, and this song should be so dope that everybody enjoy it when they hear that beat. But Nisuru. My problem is our artists believe somehow they have to sample, eject some, even the very tiny parts of Jamaican or Black American. And some of those Nisuru. Okay, for example, let me give you this example. For example, this song that Whiskey made, the final, you know that final now, Babanla, you know that song. It's Afrobeat sound from the beginning. But then it got towards the end and he started using Beanie Man line. Jamaican artists, I'm like, why do you have to eject that part? This song was really dope. You didn't have to inject the Jamaican stuff for that tiny part to it, because now the Jamaicans can now claim it. It's kind of obvious. You didn't have to, just be you 100%. You don't have to inject it. You're already doing Afrobeat. The song is already dope. But don't now inject. Look, Burna Boy now, the last I did. The song is dope. Why did you have to inject that Tony Braxton sound there in between? You didn't have to. If you take away that, if you take away that, the only thing, hold on, the only thing in that sound, listen, let me say this. The only thing, hold on, listen. The only thing that's Tony Braxton in that old song is just like that's just one tiny thing. If they remove that tiny part out of that song, the song will still sound the same. But now, because of that tiny sound, the Black American has said, "Oh, he's copying us." I'm like, why did you have to inject that in? Just leave them alone. Cut them and do your song. You don't have to always think about them or put their stuff in your stuff. Do your song. Your song is already dope. You don't have to start injecting their stuff to it. Because now the Black American are claiming credit for that last. Just because of that one stupid sound that didn't even make relevant in our song to the song. It's just that and they say it's from Tony Braxton. Like, oh God, Nigerian boys. Leave these Americans alone now. Just do your thing.
But here's the point. I see what you're coming from. But the side, what actually made Burna Boy blow up was the Ye thing when he did the Ye. I thought it was Kanye, but like it got the early sound of Nigerian modern music, the early 2000s, was still Afrobeat, like the modern Afro sound. They still kept the sound intact. But I think something changed in the mid 20, maybe 11 or 12 or 13 thereabout. There was this need to appeal to the West, to market. Remember, they used to beg for features now. They used to beg Chris Brown, please come and do features with us. They used to beg them for features back in the days. So I think the need to appease to the West, they lost themselves in the mix in a way, where at this point, they are sounding so much Western, they've abandoned their own sound. Whiskey is not the same whiskey anymore. Davido is completely different from what he used to be. The only person that I think will still sound the same will be maybe a Yemi Alade that nobody wants to listen to. I saw her, she headlined the AFCON. She was the one that headlined it. So on the African continent, she's still big. So they're abandoning the sound to appease to the West. But the more they appeal to the West, the more they lose the core or the originality of their own sound. I don't even know what Burna Boy is anymore at this point. One day he's rapping, next one is Jamaican, next week is American, last week is British. So I don't even know what Burna Boy sings. I honestly don't know what it is. I don't know what kind of sound it is.
Babati, see, one thing we don't understand is this. The people, the demographic that actually make your music blow are not the foreign black people. It's the Oyinbos. You understand? It's the Oyinbos. You know what I mean? So one mentality we have is that because we want to get into America, we believe we have to go to the black America to get into America. But it's actually the whites. You understand? It's the whites. So now, the reason why the whites they have a lot, they are really one of the forces behind us blowing, they're pushing us to be the face of the blacks, is because they're trying to abandon the black American thing. You understand? Because white people, particularly white Americans, they are preferring African people. You understand? Because they start interacting with them, they realize that you guys are actually very decent people. You're not like these American blacks that are just annoying, So they are trying to like gravitate towards us because they always enjoy anything black, black music, black sound, black. We are very rhythm people of rhythms, So they wanted to abandon the black American area and start gravitating towards Africans. That's why they are all pushing towards Nigeria because we happen to be everywhere and everything. And
but they did already now.
That's what I'm saying. So if they are the one really making us relevant, to be honest, it's the Oyinbos. If you go to Burna, hold on now. You go to Burna Boy's concert, it's not the black American or the Jamaican that you see there. It's the Oyinbos. It's the whites. So why are you trying to be these people thinking they are the one that will open the door for you or the way for you or blow you up? No, they're not. Even the branch, that's why his career ended. He's thinking he's gonna go party with Kanye West and going to blow up. You don't need no Kanye West. You just need the Oyinbo people. It's the Oyinbo people that open door for you. Not the even the Dudu don't open door for themselves. It's the Oyinbo that's open door for them in their own country, sir.
To even add to what you're saying, there's this deliberate move. I was reading an article. Even American record labels, they are moving their funds away from R&B and rap to more African and Latino music. So they want to fund those Latino music and African. That's their target now. Once they abandon rap,
they abandon them now. The reason why the Oyinbos were investing on the Black Americans in those days, and then maybe was because back then the mainstream media was they are the only blacks they can in their close proximity. You understand? So they were investing in them because record companies know that artists have to be good and be appealing, and they see that blacks by nature, it's kind of like basketball now, like NBA. You understand? The blacks are going to be more entertaining in playing, so they go to the black neighborhood to look for players, right? But now they are going to Africa now to even look for players. But back in the days, they will only go to Black American community to look for black players. It's the same thing with entertainment. They go there to look for the next superstar. They go there to sign with Houston, sign the Jackson. But today the world has changed. The world has become a smaller village. So when you both are not just going to Black America anymore to promote, to find their artist or find their talent or find whatever, they go to Africa too. And especially the white Americans, those ones they're very powerful. Those ones they prefer African and the Black Americans. They like Africans better. Now they say that if I want to listen to black music, let me go and deal with these Nigerians, man, because they are better people. They are nice people. They are better. Most of Igbos around me, they don't want to hear Black American music again. They want to hear Afrobeat. They want African music. Some of them like this. You see some people they jump Congolese music.
I want to get that I want here. Even in health, in education, in everything, the demand for foreign black is high.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, and that's what I'm trying to tell you about.
They still want to be wearing the gold chain, the typical thing. We want to feel already.
Yeah, Oyinbos have abandoned the American blacks, but we think for us to blow up in the West, you have to go to the Black American blacks. I'm like, dude, you don't need these people to. That's not the people you need. You actually cutting yourself. It's like you're hustling. It's more of backward hustling. It's like you're cutting yourself shorter. That's why when I see one boy is trying to do good teeth, and I'm like, guy, the Oyinbos that are coming to your concert, they don't want to see you wear good teeth, man. They don't want to see you look like the blacks, American. The Oyinbos are messing with you because they want to get away from those ones. So why are you trying to be like them? Look more like them. That's why when the guy went to make that work with PDD, I went and make that one song, that rebel song, that I'm the monster you make, trying to sound like gangster rebel song, rebellion song against white people. I'm like, dude. Don't do that. I literally trying to find Bonabo and say, God, don't make that kind of song again. You remember that song now? Where it's trying to accuse white people of that song that I'm the monster you made. I don't know if you remember that song. Where he's challenging Igbo people. This, American black, like making songs, challenging white people, calling them wicked and oppression. And I do. The Igbo people just want to enjoy your music, they want to dance. So just don't get into all that stuff, man. Anyway, Sha, I think Ramati is still there. And I just look screen. I say, anyway, Sha.
But I saw your guy at the Grammys now. Sonny Ade was there.
Sonny Ade still make music.
They give him an award now at the pre-Grammys, whatever.
For what? He still make songs?
I don't know. Some kind of maybe honor or something like that.
I don't know. It looks like the world is kind of paddling to Nigeria somehow. I don't even understand it. Pandering to Nigeria in a sense. You notice that? Well. Yeah.
They gave him I think it's like a lifetime something. I don't know what it is exactly. But they gave him something like that. So
oh God. Like Nigeria, they need to step out they need to capture the opportunity because it's like the world is like giving us a platform. They're giving us the stage.
Africa is that's the next place to. Even I want to they are moving to Africa in droves. I'm going to move to Africa.
They are moving. They are even the black. If you notice the black American, I'm going to suffer. What's the suffer around? They are trying to get rid of themselves.
But me, like that entitlement thing. I don't like that.
Like
that's
what?
all. They owe them land and passport on African
they say you owe them reparation.
Yeah.
Oh man, they are very they are spoiled. You know? The way they are raised, their upbringing is a very they feel this entitled sense. You know? What's it drop? Come on. Let me hand the show.